Hi, everyone. We invite you to take your seats, as we'll be starting the conference soon. Well, we thank you all for being here on this nice day, and, well, we welcome you to TechIE 2022.
Hello, I'm Julia Cogini.
And I'm Juan, and I'll be the Master of Ceremonies tonight.
And we are happy to be working on this TechIE project together with our wonderful team. And we're really glad to have you here. And we really want for this experience to be an experience of a community and for you to be engaged with one another.
So we welcome you on the tower. I guess we can all agree that it looks pretty nice. We have the nice views of Madrid, the skyline. We also have this nice auditorium. But despite this being such a nice place to be in, there's a pressing question that we should ask ourselves right now, which is, what are we all doing here on this Saturday day while we could be eating and having and enjoying the sun? So we're going to tackle this question right now and try to go about defining what brings us together today. So to start with, technology affects all of us. In our 21st century lifestyle, technology impacts almost every aspect of the way in which we live. Regardless of whether we consider ourselves to be techies or not, we're all in the same boat together. And there doesn't seem to be any opt-out button lying around anywhere. The thing is that we're all users. We're users of thousands of products, and it is these technologies that have pushed humanity forward throughout the ages, but have likewise sometimes been detrimental for society. So as users, we need to be aware of the technologies and educate ourselves of these technologies in order to pick the ones that will make our lives better. Secondly, technology not only affects us, but we also affect technology, as by picking a technology, as by deciding to use product, we're also in some way validating it and placing it in the stance of the future. So as users, if we want to pick the products that will stand the test of time, we need to be inspired by the possibilities that technology have to offer. And finally, we're not only users, but also creators of technology. In this auditorium, I see the next managers, the next directors, founders and CEOs, the next leaders of the tech industry of tomorrow. You will not just be passively defining the navigation course, but actively steering towards that better future. So if we want to design the best products of tomorrow and the world we want to actually live in, we need to be challenged to think beyond. That is why we're all here today. We came here today to get educated, inspired, and challenged, and to define our course in the future ages and our unique visions of tomorrow.
To do so, us of TechIE have three main ingredients, as he just mentioned: to educate, to get inspired, and to actually be challenged. So let me start off with the educate. We want to educate about the advancement in technology by having our amazing speakers and industry leaders talk about their experiences, as well as discussing and challenging status quos. On the other hand, we have and want to inspire. To inspire, we want the conversation of today about the visions of tomorrow to not just be a good scientific practice, but also to be a great way of giving a perspective and increasing the curiosity and our creativity in general. Lastly, we want to challenge. We want each and every one of you to step outside and beyond the comfort zone. As a matter of fact, we want also to challenge ourselves, but we want to challenge the people around us so that we can shape collectively a better future. TechIE actually was a project that was started in 2018 by a group of students with these same core values in their hearts. And I'm happy to be standing here 4 years later with also after a global pandemic in front of an auditorium like this. and be standing here with these same values in a community that is getting greater and bigger by the year. So now we have a few speakers who are going to analyze these values that we have talked about. So let me welcome on stage Rafif Sraur, who is our acting dean, as well as being a great woman in tech.
All right, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the most interesting conversation/event of all times, the future of technology. Hi, how are you, Guya,
Hi,
Juan?
Rafif.
Thank you so much
Join our
for inviting me and for really being today with this incredible crowd. It's a one-of-a-kind, student-led and organized event, conference, and it's a pleasure to be here with you to talk about the future of tech. Thank you.
It seemed more than reasonable to have you, as she's not just our acting dean, but she actually has shaped and designed our bachelor in data and business analytics for the past 4 years. So let me start us off with a question. How can we educate about tech?
Okay, so to teach or to educate about technology, I think, in my opinion, should revolve around 4 basic pillars. And the first one is about the depth and the breadth of your education. We need to know, we need to have a rigorous knowledge about whatever technological field that we are studying, but also let's not forget to pick a context to apply our knowledge. That's what I meant by the depth. So that's the first pillar, in my opinion, in order for us to compete with the rest of the world. Now, the second one is also about the mindset and the behavior. And I think this is something that we're so proud of at IE University. And even though we're starting on this new journey of creating a School of Science and Technology, we would like to leverage on the leadership, on the entrepreneurial mindset that we are all so proud of at IE University. And also on the humanity, this critical thinking that we should really encourage our students to do in almost all of their classes. So these two basic pillars, in my opinion. The third one, which is extremely also important, is to give the students this, like the front seat to the forefront of technology. Because many times there's some kind of clash between, or there's a big distance between what the students study in their major and what the real work is about when they go and look for a job. So just creating an ecosystem where we bring the clients to the classroom, where we kind of give the students this opportunity to see what's going in the field and work on research and investigation that are cutting edge is also very important. And the last one, and I think this is the heart and the essence of today's conference, is about sharing knowledge. Okay, and I think this is a wonderful opportunity in which many students, many professionals are going to discuss some of the most pressing issues and problems and future of technology.
As a matter of fact, this is what we have been emphasizing all this time, is really want to have a community which interacts with one another and has a conversation and steps out of its comfort zone, because that's, once you start stepping out of your comfort zone, it starts to get rewarded.
And you know, Guya, there's a lot of misconceptions, right? I mean, let's really be, tackle those issues about technology. So I think it's very important to kind of attend and come to those conferences where we have the leaders, where we have professionals that will give you kind of accurate view of what the future of technology looks like.
Definitely. Like, we have been learning from our bachelor that being in the workplace and doing freelancing jobs where you actually start to using your knowledge to benefit and start taking action in the workplace, it's really rewarding and actually not scary at all, but it makes you look forward to what is coming for us.
So, okay, so looking forward to what's coming. Let me ask you this question, Guya. And I'm stepping outside the script, that's okay, but I like to do that. So so we talk about the future of technology. Where do you see the future of technology?
Well, the future of technology, I have studied AI analytics as well. So I really believe that artificial intelligence could have a great impact and a positive impact in the future. For example, in sustainability, we have been having projects and stuff like that that is really looking at how we can implement it and make a change.
Juan, would you like to add something?
Yes, regarding the future, I don't have quite a clear picture set, but what I feel right now is responsible for that, because it can go either way.
Absolutely.
We're experimenting right now as we develop new technologies, and what is gonna appear depends on us and our responsibility to actually do good with that technology. And I think we can, by coming together as a community, actually deciding on what are the goals that we want to achieve with this, and not just making technology for technology's sake.
Absolutely. I think, see, these are the kind of students that we have at IE University. So I think you're right, Guya, in the sense that the future of technology really revolves around artificial intelligence. And so we're talking about the narrow artificial intelligence, which is designed to have a very specific purpose, such as computer vision and what's not. But there's also, I think this is where the future is going to lie towards developing more general artificial intelligence, or this is the kind of the general purpose algorithm that are able to do cognitive tasks, at least as well as humans. So I have, and I do share with you the responsibility, because there are many questions that we actually ask ourselves, and today is the platform to ask those questions and try to find some answers, because I don't think that to some of these questions we don't have answer. So the question is, will superhuman AI be developed during this century? I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no, right? But what I can share with you is, and there's DeepMind's, I don't know for those of you who are familiar with this incident, there's DeepMind's AlphaGo, which is a general purpose algorithm that was able to defy millennia of human wisdom in the famous defeat of Go legend Lee Sedol in March 2016. So we do have some breakthrough in artificial intelligence that make us wonder about the future and where that future is going. What is artificial intelligence anyway? How close are we to Life 3.0, or that life that is able to generate both its hardware and its software? And I think one of are we ready as a society for this leap? And I'm not only talking about engineers or computer science or data scientists. I think everybody should be involved in that conversation. This is what you were saying, Juan. I think economists, the government, the people the lawyers, because I think that, and I can share with you something that also happened on May 5, 2000, where we have two programmers from the Philippines develop the I Love You worm that affected 50 million computers and caused more than $5 billion in damages. The anecdote, I'm not sure if it's anecdote, is that both programmers walked free of charge from court in the Philippines because there was no law that will incriminate people that generate malware. So talking about responsibility, I think this is what we should all participate into that conversation, because it's not really up to one individual, but as a society as a whole. And just back, I know I'm taking more than what is allowed for me, so just one last thing. We're here to talk about the future of AI. So what is this future going to look like? Good or bad?
This is the question that we want to ask you and that we want everybody to answer us today.
I don't know. I definitely hope that it will be, because we just mentioned, the case of malware, and we know about, some of the artificial intelligence. They have very high capacity, but I think that the future is not written yet, right? And I think you here, the students, are the leaders of tomorrow. So whatever that future is, with superhuman or not superhuman artificial intelligence, I really hope that you work consciously to create a world in which technology will ensure that we have diversity, we have equality, and decency of living for everyone in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you, Rafi, for those inspiring words.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rafi, for these inspiring words. And we have been talking about education. However, education is not enough if it's not backed up by passion and by drive. So we're going to be listening to Iklak Sidhu, who's our incoming dean and is our great inspiration. And he's actually going to be speaking directly from the center of technological innovation, Silicon Valley.
Hi, and welcome. I'm Iklak Sidhu. I'm the Dean of the School of Science and Technology at IE University. And it's my pleasure to be able to welcome you to be part of the opening for TechIE. Let me first say a couple words about TechIE and why I think it's so great. One is it's a great place to learn about what's next, what's happening in technology. It's also a great opportunity to meet people and frankly get involved in various types of things, just get involved in new things. And while you're at it, I think it's not a bad idea to try to understand what is the implication of all the things that are happening new. You know, new technologies are happening, but what does that mean? What does that mean for people? What does that mean for the world? What does it mean in any way that you want to think about it? I'd love to be there in person to be welcoming you. I'm speaking to you from Silicon Valley and more specifically from the campus at UC Berkeley. I've been here at Berkeley for the last 17 years, and of course, soon I will join you in Madrid. But while I've been here, I've really been working at the intersection of theory and practice and the aspects of business, the aspects of technology inside business. Let me open with a little advice, maybe to students, but really maybe to everyone. First thing is that I guess I'll say listening and learning is great, but I'm hoping that while you're here, you'll find something, you'll decide something practical that you can do and that you'll get involved, that, you know, just while you're here, you'll pick some project or something that you can do and that you'll start to do it. And I'd say be proactive. When you introduce yourself, tell people what you care about, what you're working on, what you'd like to do, so that they know how to pick up the conversation and maybe talk to you about it or direct you to other people. And ultimately, find a project, something that you can actively get involved with. You can either build something, organize something, whatever. Don't wait. This is a chance to start thinking about what you can actively do. Now, I'll say this really does follow some of my own experiences. You know, I'll say there's a lot of layers to learning things. And you know, in my experience, for example, I used to build hardware and software projects even as a kid. In fact, even before high school and then in college. So you could say the first time I learned about technology, it's kind of like being a hacker or doing it in this like very practical way. And then later, I learned about all of these same types of ideas and technologies, but theoretically through my PhD. And that has like a different look to it, as a different like perspective. And then I feel like I learned it one more time while I was developing technology in you know, larger companies, including the technology that I'm using right now to communicate with you. And that kind of operational view and that kind of R&D view of technology is like yet another perspective. And somewhere in all of this, there's also not just the knowledge, but there's the mindset and the behavior for innovation and the way to work with other people. Okay, bringing this all back to now and to my main point and to TechIE, my goal is, I want to say, think about building something that you can add to your portfolio, organizing something that would be part of your portfolio. Whatever you learn, I just think it's never wasted. You can always put a project away, but the relevant part will come back to you, either skills that you learned or understanding that you gained or people that you meet. They're still there once you actually try to start doing something. Okay, so use the conference to learn what's going on, think about something that you can proactively do, and enjoy TechIE to the fullest. That's my message for now, and see you soon in Madrid.
Well, and finally, we just wanted to stress on Iqbal's points of getting involved. This is why we built this platform, inviting students and top professionals from several fields in order to have these conversations. But getting involved is not just about here, but also about discussing. So that's why we set the TechIE Mingle sessions during the lunch, so that you can speak to your fellow peers and these professionals about passions that you find topics that you're passionate about. So for this, all we ask of you is to get out of yourselves and actually connect and be there with the other. We want you to get inspired, to talk to one another, to approach each other, and just talk about what interests you and what you want to do. So without further ado, finally, we would like to welcome Prashant Kumar on stage, which is here to challenge you about how to think about technology. So thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Goya, for this lovely introduction. And how do I say it? Immortalizing the world of the great Iron Man. Hey, it's good to be back. Yes, I was here, 2018, for the first TechIE, and boy, things have changed. First of all, love this auditorium, love the crowd here. It's Saturday morning. Thank you for coming to hear us, to the fellow speakers. And Rafeef, incredible opening. I totally resonated with everything you said. And I think we should have also talked about the AI. I think it was Deep Blue defeating Gary Kasparov in the first ever chess tournament. And for me, probably the evolution of AI into what it is becoming today. But that being said, you know, we talk about technology and we talk about its impact, but are we really ready for it? You know, my father, he comes from very humble backgrounds. I come from a small town in India. My father was the first engineer to ever go and, first engineer of his family. He studied computers when nobody knew what the hell computers did. And he was the head of the department of a multi-billion-dollar organization. But then, when my daughter was born and she was having her 6 months, she's a COVID baby, and he was having trouble connecting to the Zoom and making sure that the voices were being heard. Last year, or this year actually, in January, he's trying to call me. He's like, "Can you please order an e-wrap for me?" I'm like, "Dad, you can do it on Amazon, like I taught you, remember?" And he's like, "Yeah, I don't get it. Too many options. The journey is too difficult." And that personally impacted me a lot, because here is the man who was at the forefront of that technology. And 20 years later, he's struggling, ordering on probably the most consumer-friendly platform on the planet. So we all talk about impacts of technology, right? Well, let's see what has technology impacted. Let's talk about business, right? I'm not a finance guy. That's why I love robo-advisors. Absolutely love them. They tell me where to do all my financial transactions. We know that cars are being made by robots. They are more efficient. They are much better. We know that now companies can reach, like Amazon, Wayfair, all the e-commerce companies can go and they can reach your consumers. They know what they're doing. And we also know how the world has become a lot more connected. Hybrid and remote working, who would have thought that would become the normal after 2 years? But there's a flip side to it as well, and that is something we have to remember. I have seen the degradation of a company's culture because of lack of human interaction. I have seen the challenges of privacy and security for organizations, because that is the #1 concern they face in today's world. I'm a human. I have trouble focusing. I have to actually block 2 hours in my calendar every day where I don't see my email and I don't see my WhatsApp and I don't see my phone so that I can work. And I have also seen how we are totally burnt out. I had to let go one of my senior engineers who's been in the company 5 years, completely burnt out. Why? Because he's being overloaded. We talk about business, let's talk about our planet. Awesome. Elon Musk, man, bringing AV, electrification. We're talking about UK building the first ever fusion reactor, clean energy for everyone. We're talking about smart cities. We're talking about direct carbon capture, which is reducing the CO2 emissions on the planet. But we are closing our eyes on lithium wars and mineral resource depletion. We are closing our eyes on mountains of electronic waste which are literally drowning countries like Malaysia, like Myanmar. We are not talking about blackouts happening in China, in Germany, because of proliferation of cryptocurrencies. And we are definitely not talking about how manufacturing pollution is through the roof in the last 10 years. But okay, who cares? It's the planet, It's going to be there forever. Well, let's talk about our politics. We all know the lovely man who's talking about fake news. We have all seen the impact of fake news and misinformation on what has happened. We all know the stories of Cambridge Analytica and voter manipulation. Yes, it's good. It is allowing smaller candidates to generate funds. It is allowing policies to be made with actual people's knowledge. But does the good outweigh the bad? We are talking about human society. How many of you have done the same thing? You go to a dinner, you go into a date. I have seen couples going on a date on their phones. Bloody hell, you are there, talk to each other. We are talking about productivity increasing, but we're talking about lack of focus. We're talking about underprivileged kids in India learning, and probably that's one of the reasons why third world countries are coming along so strongly, because knowledge is being shared. But at the same time, in the last 2 years, the top 1% added 20% to their net revenues. There is a collection of wealth happening in one place. We are talking about gig economies and the workers and all the challenges that worker unions and their powers are being eroded. But at the same time, I'm happy. My mom could see my daughter grow up every single day for the last 2 years because she called and had a video call with her every day, from the day she could crawl to the day she could walk. So there are pros and cons everywhere. However, how do our political leaders, because this is very important, and I think Rafeef brought it out perfectly when she said, where are the laws? So let's take a look at how our leaders interact with technology. Well, for starters, if you have not seen the congressional address to fake Mark Zuckerberg and Sundar Pichai, you should go and take a look at that video. We are talking about people asking questions like, how do you fund Facebook? Or, we have people asking, senators asking questions, is Facebook same as Twitter? Or things like, my VCR is flashing, can you fix that? And that face of Mark Zuckerberg there is absolutely priceless for me. Because he's like, dude, do you even know what the hell you're talking about? Same thing happening. Sundar Pichai, they're asking him, hey, how do you manipulate the Google search algorithm? It's not possible to manipulate it. They don't get it. They're confusing whether who's iPhone and who's Apple and who's Android. They don't get it. Why am I talking to you about all of this? Because, like it has been rightly pointed out, there is a gap between technology innovation and the laws that are passed for it. I love you, worm. Webmail was introduced in 2003. The very first law about webmail happened in 2003, sorry, after I love you, worm actually is then when spam folders started coming up. 1993 to 2003, 10 years, nothing happened. 1980s, the first ISPs were created. 2016 and 15, net neutrality laws come in. Smartphones, video cameras, 2000s. First laws against unsolicited photography in what? 2018, sorry. Cryptocurrency, we all love cryptocurrency, like making those Shiba Inu coins. 2008 it was launched. First law against that came in Japan in 2016. You see this 10 years of gap which always happens, it allows for the misuse of technology. It is where the loopholes come in. And you know what is scary? You're all talking about AI. There is no regulation against self-governing AI. You're all talking about self-driving cars. There's no regulation against that. We're talking about blockchain. There is no law stopping a drug dealer from moving their money across the countries because you can't trace it. Or a terrorist funding their crimes. You can't do it. So, with all this doom and gloom which I've been talking about, and I'll try to lighten up a little bit, but let's talk about two technologies which for me are super important right now. And why they are super important is because they give you a fresh start. Web 3.0, what is it? Super simple. It is internet on blockchain. Not so simple, right? Because how many of you actually understand blockchain over here? I see less than 5 hands. It's a decentralized network. So imagine internet built on a decentralized network, which allows your data, theoretically, to be more private and more personalized. But at the same time, it brings in all the challenges of blockchain onto you. There is nothing stopping it from being proliferating all the bad things which are happening. There is no way that you can track what has been sent and how it has been sent. But truly, what really boils my blood is the metaverse. Why? Well, to some extent, I'm a purist of metaverse. When in 1992, when the first concept was created, metaverse was pure. It was supposed to be a place with a fresh start, a second chance, a place of exploration, a place where you go and you remove physical barriers. It didn't matter if you were from India or from Germany. It didn't matter if you were 6 feet tall or 4 feet short. It didn't matter if you're bulky or muscular. Everyone was equal. You could do whatever you want. You had infinite avenues of being who you wanted to be. And what it has been turned off now is into a propaganda, into a marketing campaign for an organization with severe trust issues. It is being turned into a campaign for an organization to become the gatekeepers of an alternate reality. A place where we can go back. We can have a fresh start on this entire mess of social media and social interactions. And that's exactly why I want to come here and I want to show you this. Why I'm showing you this. How many of you knew this? This status quo. There's a famous saying. You take a frog, you throw him in boiling water, the frog will jump out. You put the frog in water and you increase the temperature 1 degree Celsius at a time for an hour, and he'll be cooked alive before he knows it. The current status quo cannot continue. If you thought that the dystopian fantasy of tech conglomerates controlling what you read and what you eat and where you throw your money and where you travel is in the future, no, it's not. It's here. And that's why the focus which I talked about, metaverse and Web 3.0, is because there is a chance for it to make a difference. You, the young students, the future leaders, and people who will define how this technology is being used. William Shakespeare said, "The sins of the father are laid upon its sons." What do you do from today to now onwards? The questions you ask, the discussions you have, is not going to impact you, but it's also going to impact your children and your children's children. Imagine if Facebook was never free. Can you imagine if you had to pay for Facebook, would they still run those stupid ads? And imagine if every young person here from the age of 16 till 45 told Facebook, "I'm going to pay you $15 a year, stop running ads, stop taking my data." What's going to happen to the internet? Today, when you hear all those fantasy things, Don't just get caught up in the exciting. Look at the long term, ask the question, and challenge the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant, for that inspiring speech. So without further ado, let's officially begin TechIE 2022. Today we have put together 5 panels covering the most relevant topics of today. Each will consist of a keynote opening speech, a roundtable discussion, and a 10-minute final Q&A session. After 3 back-to-back panels, we will have a lunch break with a TechIE mingle session, where you will get to chat with the top professionals that came here today. After that, we will have 2 more panels and close off with another TechIE mingle session. To kickstart the first panel, we are delighted to welcome Maria Jesus Jimenez on stage, the global head of the digital financial services of NTT Data.
The clickers. So, first of all, I would like to thank the TechIE Business School for inviting us this year. I am representing the company where I work, NTT Data, and also I want to congratulate the students and congratulate also the IE Business School. But the students is something that was really has really surprised me. The proactivity and how active you are. So please continue in this way. And also I wanted to thank Charles Grant for the passion he has had with me. First of all, I would like to start with a video that is summarizing what we have listened until now, but I wanted you to see it.
Everything is okay. Times and rhythms have changed, that's all. There's nothing to worry about. We'll solve it next year. We have a plan. They'll regret it. And actually, it's not our problem. It's happening to all our competitors. Bullshit. That's just hype and marketing made in Silicon Valley. We all know it takes a long time to build a billion-dollar business, damn it. Come on, please, be serious. Unicorns just don't f***ing exist. It won't happen to us. Machines are just that, machines. We have a great human team. Do you get it? Do you get it? You're not getting it. I'm the big fish, the almighty shark, the killer whale. Big fishes eat small fishes, swallow unicorns, and devour startups.
So we are being disrupted, so we are part of the change. And this disruption is not only happening to finance, it's happening to all the sectors, to all the industries, and it's not going to happen tomorrow. No, it's not a vision of tomorrow, it's now. So today, in our finance panel, we would like to go through 6 topics that we consider interesting to think about. And as the Dean said, we don't have the answers. I want to put them on the table to be discussed in this community. So starting with the future of payments. We are moving from goods, digital assets, the value that probably it will be not money. We don't know how we are going, which will be the asset that will be behind the payments. What we know is that everything is changing, the method, the payments, if we are paying with a plastic, with a card, or if we will pay with new biotechnological methods. The future of finance. So how the disruption and how all the digital transformation that we are seeing is changing the way we behave, is changing the way we work, it's changing the way we act with others and we have relations and the way we are choosing our future. So it doesn't matter if in finance there is a treasury there counting money or counting coins, or if it is decentralized finance with blockchain. What is key, and is going to be still key, is trust. We will be speaking also about the future of money, how money is, the nature of money is also changing, the value that this money has, and in these behaviors that we are speaking, how money is important in our life and the way we behave with others. I think that in 2018, the deputy governor of the Swedish Central Bank said, and she foretold, that we were going to see how the money, the physical money, is going to disappear. And in Sweden, they are thinking about to remove all this money for the 2030 year. So it's about 8 years from now. So we will see how the physical money is going to disappear. I know Sweden is not Spain, but we are in the process. And we are in the process also because the European, the ECB, the European Central Bank, is also starting to think about the digital euro. They have launched several processes where they are analyzing, and consultancy firms as us, we are starting to work with them in order to see how we are going to implement the digital euro in our European society. I think it's also important to speak, when we are speaking in finance, about the future of our properties, because the private property is important. So how we are going to change the way we buy land, the way we are having our savings, and where, if it is in a physical world or if it is in a digital world. I am also with Dean that the metaverse is going to change a lot. And it's also, it can be amazing, but it can be also afraid. So the contracts that we are going to sign, now we are signing them in a physical way, and now we are starting to think about digital smart contracts that will protect these properties. Also, and more now than in other times, we have to think about how the money is going to change in these global systems, the global systems that are today implemented. Also, the geopolitical developments are going to be key in this transformation. We are thinking some analysts are suggesting that it's going to change a lot. Why? Because all the Russian sanctions that we have seen, how they were out of SWIFT, is going to change the mind of different countries and how the geopolitical peace is going to be installed. Also, we are seeing that Bretton Woods 2, that we are used to have the US dollar in the center, maybe it's going to suffer an evolution to a Bretton Woods 3, where we will see that commodities are becoming more and more important, and also that it's not the US dollar or the sterling or the pound, it will be the renminbi or the yuan. No? Oh, sorry. Here also there is something important, and it's a concept that I am a bit afraid of that, but it's taking place. It's weaponized finance, how finance can be used to be a weapon in a discussion between political goals. So please keep in mind that it's it's a tectonic shift that can really have tremendous consequences in our system, the way we understand finance. And the last point I would like to take into account in our panel is security. how security should be implemented, which are lawyers, public policies, etc., should take this into account for implementing the new finance and new economical systems. Why? Because we have to think about data. We have to think about our digital identity, which are going to be our rights, which are going to be our responsibilities. What about, I don't know if we are going to be superhumans, as the Dean said, but what about cyborgs? That already there are people that are cyborgs in our society. How is the security? How we are going to compete? And also, what about digital assets versus physical properties? How we are going to take into account that these physical and digital properties should be safe, not only in the physical world, but also in the digital world. So with that, I think that the panel will be led by our experts, but I want to give you some takeaways and for sure a call to action. I know that it's May, guys, and that you are tired, but we have to continue study. And not only tech and finance, but also ethics and philosophy. Why? More than ever, it's important to train our faculties of soul. It's more than ever it's important to have a strong ethical values to take these executive decisions that you are called to make. Technology and finance, as we have seen, can be used for the best and for the worst. And it's your decision to create a global social equality in the community that you are building. And here is very, very important, don't leave anyone behind. Elderly people, young people, it doesn't matter. And for me, the most optimistic message today is that it's our choice, and our in capital letters, with this community that we are building. So build an amazing future. And for building this, I think that this event is one of the first steps. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the panel, and for sure you can learn a lot of the panelists that we have in the Finance Roundtable. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Maria Jose, for that speech. So we will now launch the roundtable session covering the future of money. What does the digital revolution look like in the finance sector? To moderate this panel, we welcome Laura Núñez Letamendi and Elisabetta Torosian on stage. They will be sharing the stage with Jose Maria Garcia Ordóñez from BNext, Pablo Reboiro from N26, Manuel Romero from Entity Data, and Héctor Cantero from Visa.
Thank you. Si quieres, yo me siento aquí. Dale. Hello, everybody. Well, the first thing I want to say is congratulations to the organizers, congratulations to IE students. I feel proud of our students. They are always so proactive in organizing these kind of events that are so important. And I want to thank the organizers, and in particular Charles, for inviting me to have the opportunity to moderate this debate together with Elisabetta, who is a student from the Master of the School of Data Science and Technology. And it's a privilege to have the opportunity to share, to discuss, to interact with these professional experts from the industry. And we don't have a lot of time to discuss these important topics, so we will try to focus on very specific questions. The panel is about the future of money, which is a very broad topic, but we have divided the panel in two different blocks of questions. The first is going to be more generalized or about more general questions, such as the transformation exhibited by the industry, by the financial industry in the last decade, or even in the last years. in the last 5 years, and that has been pushed in particular because of due to the pandemic period. And so this is going to be the first block of questions about digital payments, about also security concerns, about the use of massive data by financial institutions in order to try to develop new products and to adapt the products to the customers base. And the second part of the second block of questions is going to be more specific, and we will cover topics such as the arrival of cryptocurrencies and the growth, NFTs, and decentralized finance. So we start, and Elisabetta, please, the floor is yours.
I'll kick it off with the first question. We're going to address the questions. If anybody else wants to jump in, please feel free to. So we want to kick off by talking about data. We know how important this is for financial institutions, for banks, for any company. And the question here is, do you think that traditional banks are able to leverage and work with the massive amount of data that they receive? And as a follow-up to that, how do you think that the Payment Service Directive 2 has changed this? So maybe, Manuel, if you want to...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I guess that has been traditionally a challenge for traditional banks, how they take the most of their data. They have been not been using data intensively to improve their business model and even for improving the customer experience. So that's something that has been changing in the last few years, and I think that regulation has forced them to think about how they get the most of data, because at the end of the day, they were somehow the owners, or they thought they were the owners of the data, and then they realized through the GDPR and also with PSD2 that the data doesn't belong to them. The data belongs to the customers. So thank you. They have been working a lot on how to get more to get more of that data. Okay, and we have seen how they have been building new functionalities and new features for online banking and even the mobile banking app. Obviously, you will see a great difference between banks. You will see banks that are very advanced on their digital transformation, including data, and you will see also others that are laggards. So depending on who you look at, you will see many of them have been able to catch up with new leaders in digital banking and new players, but you will see that many of them are still many years behind. And at the same time, to your question about PSD2 role, I think that's something that forced all banks, even more advanced, but even laggard banks, to jump into a modernization journey in how they interact with third parties. And that's really important because they weren't accustomed to interact with third parties and with that partner ecosystem, and that's something that they're getting accustomed to increasingly. Now, beyond PSD2, now we're seeing that they want to monetize that investment, and they want to do more about how they can monetize the access to that data from third parties. That is now a work in progress to build a sort of a SEPA access account scheme, and that's something that is going to be really important because that will give banks the chance to monetize in a fair way the data that is being accessed and consumed by third parties. So I think that we're really excited about what's coming next from PSD2.
Right. I think maybe, Pablo, would you like to add something in terms of the point of view of a challenger bank?
So, in my view, and this is what N26 has always done since the beginning, so data is not something that you add on top. Like, hey, I have a bank, I sell mortgages, whatever, and you add something on top. Data is the source of your strategy. Like, I lead the strategy in N26, and the number one thing we do is analyze data. Number two thing we do is actually forecast data to the future. So again, yes, like very strongly, I think, like, if you ask me, can traditional banks actually catch up to that way of thinking? Yes, that's something that for sure they can in terms of investment, in terms of tech. For me, the question is, will they be able to do that on time? Because again, the world is already there. If you open your YouTube app, Netflix, like, it's perfectly matched to your taste, to what you're doing. Is your traditional bank app doing that? Probably no. So again, for me, it's a question of are they going to be able to? And if I had to take a bet, and again, this is just a bet, I think some of them will, and will catch up, but again, most of them won't.
Right, perfect. I don't know if either of you want to add something, please feel free.
Adding to Pablo, I think nowadays there are many tech companies that help all these big banks with the data and the different tools to get all this data probably like where you want it. The thing is more like a culture thing, that where does the data sit inside the company strategy, right? So as I'm 26, that doesn't, as Pablo said, that doesn't change from the day, and one day you don't change the whole decision making, right? So just to add that, yeah.
Right, perfect, that makes sense. I can hand it to you next.
Well, I would like to take one of the points just addressed by Maria Jesus in your inspirational talk, and it's just about the disappearance of physical or fiduciary money. Do you think that barriers around digital payments are enough to prevent the disappearance of fiduciary money, or do you see a future with no fiduciary money and just digital payments?
Well, I think that's a very interesting question, right? But to be honest, I think it's going to be very hard to see a black or white environment in the terms that there's not going to be cash or there's going to be only digital payments, right? What I see, and this is my personal opinion, is that it's very clear that we have been seeing more tailwinds for digital payment adoptions than barriers for digital payment adoptions. And what I mean by that is that I believe that, when we look at trends of cash usage across the world, it's very clear that, digital payments, digital cash, and, we're starting to see new forms of CTVC, of, money issued by central banks that are keeping up. But I think that, if I had to think about two different or a set of barriers that could probably slow a little bit this adoption, I would think about two, right? For me, the first one is the infrastructure layer, right? I think that when we look at when we have a global view, I think that there's still a great disparity between regions. What we see, for example, in most developed regions like the US or the European Union, we've seen that countries normally have between 3,000 to 4,000 point of sale terminals for payment acceptance, compared with all the geographies that they operate in the low hundreds, right? So I think we will still need to invest massively to increase that payment acceptance gap. And also I think that, it will depend on what are the different habits and the different incentives that we place and we communicate to both consumers and merchants, right? I think that payments is something that everybody here does on a very, very regular basis. People tend to pay on multiple occasions, even within a day. So I think it will depend on us, on the ecosystem, and how we position the different benefits that, in terms of reconciliation, in terms of security, that digital payments have. So yeah, I don't know if you want to add something to that.
If I may. On top of what Hector is saying and your point about cash, and Maria Jesus mentioned that interesting point about Sweden, that they were, this deputy governor of the Sweden Central Bank said that if we follow this current trend, the last banknote will be exchanged by 2030. This is 8 years from now. So in the Nordics, I mean, the use of banknote is very rare, to be honest. So we're going to see, at least in Euro, different speeds of digital payments adoption. This is something that is already happened. So while they may disappear, the banknotes, we are still in the south of Europe, we may still using banknotes. We're going to have different velocities on digital payments adoption and disappearance of banknotes. And that's why we need to be very cautious about the introduction of, for example, a digital euro. At the end of the day, and has been said a number of times today, we need to be able to provide technologies and solutions that don't leave behind anyone. So we need to think about different culture, habits, and even age. But it's true. I mean, digital payments is coming and very fast. And the days of the banknote is counted right now. So we will see probably that digital adoption and digital private payments is going to be almost 100% in a number of years. And probably the digital euro is something that we're going to see in 5 years, probably.
Well, I would like to add something that is a curiosity perhaps about that, because before coming here, I ran a small experiment asking at the cafeteria of iBusiness School whether the payments they received were digital or still in cash, and they say no, 95% of the payments are received via cell phones or even watch. And they say, and the rest, the remaining 5%, is in credit cards, physical credit cards, but it's very rare to receive some payments in cash. And these payments in physical that are coming from physical credit cards are from the professors or from the staff, but not from the students. So it was interesting for me. So I asked another question in a different, institution, in a theater, about how they receive the payments. They say that the majority of the payments are received by credit card or cash, but not by mobile or just watch. So I think that you are right in the sense that we cannot leave anyone behind, and that we have to think about the older generations, because I see clearly here generational breaks, and we need to pay attention perhaps on that. That's my reflection about taking.
There, I just wanted to share like one exercise that we did on this specifically, very similar to your questions in the cafeteria. So we were defining the pricing of ATM usage. In the 6, we wanted to say like, hey, ATMs should be free to our customers. And then we did the exercise of, okay, but how many times do someone actually use an ATM? And the feeling is that people think they use it a lot more than what they actually do. And I just challenged my team to say like, hey, get the chronometer on your smartphone, and now the moment you used a banknote last time, just click start. Just the next time you do this, how much time has gone by? And average say it's 20, 30 something, around 30. All of them went at least 3 weeks without ever touching an ATM. That was the minimum. I'm doing the same exercise with physical cards. And again, I think we're almost a month in this exercise. No one has touched a physical card.
To add to this, we did, we constantly need to update the business plan, and what we see so far, an important KPI we measure is the ATM withdrawals, right? And what we've seen is from year to year, it has gone down more than 50%. Also, we're targeting different kinds of clients, but you can see on that measures that how is it going down, right, Cash? But as you said, I mean, there's the top population of the pyramid, which still has that cash in their top of their mind as a safe way of having money, pocket money, right?
Yeah, so I think as we're talking here about digital versus physical, this leads nicely to our next question, more from the point of view of institutions. So challenger banks, N26, they're rising, but we still have the incumbents. So the question here is, do you think that the big incumbents should try to reinforce their own advantages, reinforce what they have, or rather try to compete with these new challenger banks? And directly related to that is basically how important you think that the human touch is, so the contact, the branch is, and will continue to be in the future. I think if anybody is comfortable with kicking it off.
Well, I think it's a very good question. I mean, a good way to think of why challenger banks appear is because there was a problem, and they appear because there was a UX problem, a tech problem. The users were not that happy of the products they were receiving from the incumbents and the experience from the clients. So I think there's a two-way, I mean, from my humble opinion, of approaching this question. And of course, they need to try to get closer to challengers in terms of UX, in terms of the products they develop, because at the end they need to reduce the churn of clients they're having. And at the same time, of course, there's sometimes of some clients at the top of the pyramid and that still want those physical or flagship stores to have that physical presence. So I think there's a balance there. From my humble point of view, in the long term, we will not see more, or at least branches will reduce to minimum, but we'll see. That's my opinion.
If I may go off script for just a second, do you feel like the younger generation also still needs to have these branches, or is this more in the older generation?
I think it's the older generation.
Okay.
So maybe to add on that, I think there's multiple things of the assets and skills that traditional banks have developed through years, and we tend to focus too much on like the physical place, and that's one of the many assets that traditional banks have. And again, I think if you ask me that same question, I would say no. Like if I try and as any company, I try to pass on my customers the cost of those services, no one actually wants it. Like, and we say just younger generations, but that's also arguable whether older generations wants it. It's not that clear. Also just think that some elderly people have problems traveling to a different place to go to their bank branch, for example. So it's also not that clear that that's the case in older generations. Like more and more, it's also quite present, and I have like very many personal cases, and also seeing this in N26 data every day. We assume that elderly people want to go to a bank branch. That's not a given, like not definitely a given. But then there's also other things. I think challenger banks, like we need to also be humble in the complexity that we manage. So I look at our competitors, I look at my own company, and are we able to do all of the things that traditional banks do? No, like that's a very clear answer. Like we don't manage mortgages, assets, like taxation. We don't manage like credits in like large ways. We don't manage like pension funds. We don't manage. So again, do they need to like just need to catch up? No, like also challenger banks need to catch up in many ways. I think we also need to be humble and say, are we covering for the same kind of problems? Not yet. And again, for me, it's a matter of who gets first to a position where you're able to embrace complexity of finance fully in a digital way. We are able to do it in a digital way, not to embrace full complexity. They are able to embrace full complexity, not in a digital way. So again, like let's see who gets there first. But also, I think that the challenger banks, we need to also catch up in many ways.
I would like to see if Hector from Visa, because we are talking about this transformation in digital payments. So Visa is a traditional company that is obliged to face all these arrivals. So I would like to see if you can share with us how you are facing these competitors, how you are facing these new developments, and what you are trying to do to continue your leadership.
Sure. So, well, first of all, as a disclaimer, what I'm about to explain is basically my personal opinion. I cannot speak on behalf of Visa, but I think that I wouldn't define Visa as a traditional company. I think that we are one of the most innovative companies in the world. We have been powering up all the digital payments evolution for more than 50 years. And I think that we continue doing so, right? What I feel that Visa is doing is it's creating a network of network and becoming an enabler for other players to develop, right? We are an enabler for fintechs to issue Visa credential. We are enablers for banks to issue Visa credentials. And also we have a massive large of more than 70 million plus merchants across the world where customers can actually go and spend those funds. So I think that there are three core elements that probably define the way that I see Visa can innovate, right? I think that the first one is our position in the ecosystem, right? I think we're a global company that operates, more than, I believe, 200 countries across the world. So we are in a very good position to actually see all the different trends, and we are really good at anticipating, future movements. We did that with open banking. We offer services of open banking through Tink and many other solutions at Visa. We have done the same with Buy Now, Pay Later, which I'm sure many of us here would know. Also, we're working really hard in crypto. But I think this first pillar, or where we sit in the ecosystem, is critical, but then you need two other pillars. The second one is to have a strategy that allows you to actually get a good use of that position that you have, right? And I think the approach of becoming a network of network, an enabler, and becoming a bridge. So Visa is at the end a unique endpoint where multiple issuers, acquirers, merchants, and consumers can connect to. It's something that I believe it's really great, right? And the third pillar that I would like to say, it's probably excelling at implementation, which I think it's probably the most difficult part, right, for everybody. So it's good to have a plan, it's good to have a global vision, but then you need to transform that into products that are really helpful for very different types of consumers and very different types for fintechs and for banks, right? And I think that in that sense, in my humble opinion, again, I'm not speaking on behalf of Visa, but we're doing really great. I don't know if you would like to share anything else.
Well, I would like to add that I think that Visa has one very important competitive advantage, which is trust. Trust from citizens, from consumers, because you have been operating for a long time period with, as you said, millions of users. So I think this is important, and this is one of the competitive advantages coming from more traditional banks or financial institutions against the neobanks, and so I think that
I agree definitely. Yeah.
Actually, replicating the Visa model that we've seen. Thank you. Replicating that model is really hard. So we've seen many attempts in the market to try to implement a sort of Visa or MasterCard competitor, and we have seen that here in Europe recently. I mean, it's really difficult to really replicate a network with an operational model that is trusted by so many millions users and merchants, and that's difficult to really implement. And again, that Visa is an example of how to adapt to new market trends. So they have gone beyond their own network. The network of network is a clear example of a very successful strategy, and they have also jammed into alternative flows. So I mean, it's an example of how in digital payments you need to be innovating continuously and adapting to the different needs of the market. And very quickly about the bank's presence, I think it's important what have been said about that traditional banks had to catch up with digital native, but also that they have to catch up with banks. But it's a reality that there is a cost base, an important cost base that traditional bank has right now. We have in Spain about 45 branches per 100,000 inhabitants. It used to be 100 at the beginning of the financial crisis in 2008. So now if you look at that, you would say we didn't need so many branches. Next year, if we meet here and again, we will see that back in 2022, we had 19,000 branches in Spain. Probably will be much lower next year, and we will think again, do we need 19,000 branches? So that's going to be how we're going to be thinking. We didn't need so many branches. The point is how we don't leave no one behind, and at the same time, how I adapt to the new circumstances of more use of digital channels.
Well, I think I have many more questions, but because we have to move ahead with the next panel, perhaps you want to ask a last question.
We had a question a bit as a transition, let's say, between the digital payments part and the crypto part, which is a lot of countries are in talks to do it or have already done it. They've done CBDC, so central bank digital currency. And we wanted to get your opinion on that, what you think the risks are, the advantages, where you see it going, so your personal opinion on it for anybody in this case.
Okay, so on my point of view, like when I think of physical money, I just see like a lack of efficiency in many ways. Like, why do you need to print something to make it real money? Why do you need to emit bonds for that? Like, honestly, my euros are digital, like from the last 10 years. And again, that they have a physical instance replicated somewhere is just a waste of time in many ways. Is it hard for everyone? Yes. And again, I think there's many things that we need to understand, like one, the sense of privacy. I would rather have digital money coming the European Central Bank than from a private entity. That's been the case de facto in countries like China with Alipay and different alternatives. So again, I'm super happy if that's the case. I would challenge that, and again, there's a very interesting lecture on how much money we lose in just like coins that get into a sofa, money that we lose in different places and how inefficient that is. Also, material-wise, like not sustainable. So, in my view, one, in the sense of money being digital, yes, like 100%. I think it's already there. And also, I'm happy that the central banks are taking that challenge because, again, I would rather see them embrace reality than not seeing someone else embrace the situation of, hey, we're using like legacy technology, which is a paper that no one wants to use. So again, super happy that the European Central Bank, as the central bank that I also collaborate a lot with, is actually taking this challenge. Super happy that they're doing so, and also because I'm sure they will do it in a way that's sensitive with the privacy and data privacy of the people using it.
I would like to add to that from my point of view, I mean, central bank digital currencies can have a really big impact on the private sector from 2 points of view. First, on the monetary policy, it could completely change as we know it, because they will not use anymore the current instruments to cap the inflation, etc., right? Because they will not need to raise interest rates because they will put money directly to the wallet. So, and again, I mean, there's many impacts on this, but it could also have a big impact on the private sector because I think it could liberalize the sector, not having that much regulation it currently has, which at the end, if it goes correctly, of course, it will have an end winner, which will be the user, right? Because at the end, there's big modes to enter the sector, and there could be much different types of merchants or institutions offering financial services. At the end, we have a safer euro, right? And I'm currently reading a book just relating this topic of Miguel Ángel Fernández Ordóñez, which was governor of Bank of Spain, which actually is taking lectures here, I think, AI, and it's called Adiós a los bancos, which it actually doesn't. The topic is not challenger banks and incumbents, and it's the digital euro. So I really recommend it here.
Well, thank you. Just to add a couple of thoughts on what I think about that is that I agree with you that there's going to be some impact in terms of monetary policy, in terms of how central banks can target, for example, direct injections for COVID recovery or any other issues. But for me, the fundamental change of CDBC, it's more structural, and I think that CDBCs are another infrastructure layer of money. And what I mean by that is that when we talk about digital euro, it doesn't mean necessarily that it's digital per se, but it means that it's linked to its crypto or into its cryptography capabilities. And basically, what I understand about that is that CDBC enables tokenizing money and introducing money into a new kind of programs or contracts, what it's basically called the smart contracts, and that will probably enable a new whole array of business opportunities, right? For embedding, a payment of an insurance directly to a consumer when a certain trigger is made, for example, when there's a fire in a house, all this infrastructure layer of CDBCs, I think is what probably will have the most impact when we think about this tokenization. And what I'm seeing in the market is that CDBCs, it's true that as we were advancing, I believe there are only 3 or 4 countries that have really issued a CDBC. But if you go and look at all the statistics of the Bank of International Settlements, then what you would really realize is that more than 88% of central banks are actively researching on it. So I think that it won't last long, in which we see a solution of tokenized money issued by central banks. And I will leave just a question of reflection here, and is how we will be able to connect different CDBCs, right? How will we be able to actually, make compatible for a user that operates in digital euro to be paid and to pay instantly to a user that, for example, could have a CDBC in Nigeria, right? And I think that that's an interesting topic that I think we all as an ecosystem will have to solve. And I think that the future in that, it's really brilliant. So that's my personal view.
To add to the reflection, one question to challenge all is, do we need a CBDC? So we have been talking about digital payments, and our society is towards a full digital payment scenario. We mentioned what will happen in Sweden by 2030, and what happened in the cafeteria here. Nobody's using cash. So do our students need a digital euro when they're using their own mobile phones to pay? And that's why the distinction between public and private money comes, no? And obviously, if we're not going to have banknotes, we will probably need that monetary anchor, that payments anchor that is the euro, no? And in this case, digital. At the end of the day, we will probably need that payment anchor that we won't have if banknotes disappear. That's one point. Second, that is going to disintermediate many third parties, and that's going to have a huge impact potentially in the market, including banks. What happens if the digital euro disintermediate banks? That's something that the European Central Bank have to think very carefully. They don't want to damage banks because they're a very important pillar in our economy. Another reflection is about privacy. So at the end of the day, sector is saying this is programmable money. So there is an important aspect of privacy because everything is going to be controlled. Okay. And then the last reflection, should we have only CBDCs and ban the rest? So many things to discuss and to have into account. I guess that the Euro system and the ECB is going to be very busy the next few years, especially in this phase that they are right now. But I have to bet, I guess, that for all students starting their degree next year or this year, probably by when they finish, they will have in their mobile wallets a digital euro.
Well, I see your points, but well, I think that in the sense that you mentioned that you see the advantage linked to the technology that is behind digital currencies like the blockchain, and I think that perhaps central banks are worried about yes, having very different issues of digital currencies without being there, and it could be a good way. I am thinking, it's one of the thoughts, it could be a good way, I think, to fight against, for instance, money laundering and frauds and organized crime in just to try to be the main digital currency in the industry or in the geography, in the national geography. Although I agree with you, it's going to be quite complex. There are many opens that remain, many questions that remain open related to how we can implement that, how we can just connect some digital currencies with others. But I think that we will need to advance in this sense. Well, just going ahead, because we don't have so much time, I would like to ask you about the cryptocurrencies in this case, and about, well, first, I don't know if you have an idea about the size of this market right now, in terms of population involved, in terms of transactions, or about the profile of the investors, gender or age characteristics, socioeconomic level, the average transaction per person, these kind of topics, to have an idea about what is the size of the and the characteristics.
I honestly don't have a sense of the size of the market fully, but also what I do see, and I do see this in our internal data a lot, is there's still a very big bias in the people who actually use crypto drastically. Like, it's still quite early adopters, quite young, like size of investments are not that relevant in most cases. So what we challenge ourselves for as a business is, okay, if there's an interesting idea, which we all think that there is here, how do we bring it to more people? And again, this is something we're heavily investing in understanding how do you bring crypto to a wider audience if they are interested in it. So again, it's not something that the company I represent right now is super invested in, really, but looking at our data and being a bank that many of our, like with a big correlation of big crypto users, still we see a very bias, very biased towards younger, very early adopters, and it's getting more, it's getting wider, yes, but still we don't see, as we were discussing before, people using digital banking, that's basically all 80% of the population. People using crypto, it's still much lower. Getting bigger, yes, but again, at least in our internal data, it's not as widespread as it seems to be, really. But maybe I don't know if anyone wants to add.
We work for banks, traditional banks, in entity data, and as you're all aware, they're not very active in crypto. Traditional financial services are awaiting more regulatory clear view, and also probably a more robust and standardized infrastructure. But it's true that we're working from a consultancy point of view in some of them to get ready for that and to understand who is now interested in crypto, and probably the result is a very young population, and then a population that want to have an alternative to traditional payments. Okay, they want to be into different railways in payments. So it's increasing, but the same, for example, is happening with fraud, and that's something that we need to take into account, and our clients are very aware of that. So until we have more clarity in terms of regulation, at least in Europe, I see that growth is going to be somehow sustained, and probably will grow much more once MiCA is in place. You know, it has been the draft has been passed last March, so probably as soon as we have that regulatory framework in place here in Europe, we will see more people more interested in crypto, because traditional financial services will jump into that, and they're getting ready for that.
Right, so I take advantage of the fact that you started speaking about regulations to speak about that, because there's a lot of debate around it. Some people say that regulating the crypto market would defeat the purpose, yet there's a lot of cases of fraud, and so some people do argue that there would need some kind of regulation around it. So in your opinion, to what extent do you believe the crypto market should be regulated, and what are the pros and cons of regulating it more? Maybe if you want to kick it off, or whoever wants to.
Well, I don't have a strong view on this. The thing is, I mean, the pros from my opinion, that it would be that it would become more mainstream, so it would be more people going into it, because it would be more secure, and there will be not that much fraud or scams that we see currently in the media. But from the other point of view, I mean, there's some cons that at the end we need to take in mind that it's a decentralized ecosystem, and pure regulation into it at the end tries to reduce that decentralized thing, right? So that's my opinion, right? I don't have a strong answer on this. I don't know.
Yeah. No, again, you know, my personal opinion, and this is, you know, it's a complex subject, right? Because you're pulling two levers that tend to go in opposite direction. But my reflection is that, you know, I think and coming back to your point of PPPs, I think that what has been working really well in terms of fintechs is public-private partnerships, right? And something that I consider that could be a good idea, and thinking on the spot, being totally honest, is that a special sandbox where, you know, crypto companies can experiment and they can learn, and they have a softer level of regulation, if you will, could work well, and could serve to actually find new use cases to try to minimize the risk of, in a sandbox of limited amount of people and a limited amount of capital, and try to see how we try to regulate from that, right? But I don't know if you have a different vision on that.
I would like to ask also about the NFTs because they have become quite popular, at least among young people, and also some companies, some very well-known companies have been involved in this in the sense that they have launched some NFTs. So I would like to know if you think that NFTs could be a good, a kind of new investment asset that can impact in the saving and investing habit of consumer. Do you think that it will become an investment asset, or is just more a speculation?
Sorry to interrupt. I'm getting signs that we need to be wrapping up the session, so maybe we can cover this question and wrap up the discussion, sadly. They went by really fast, but I think we need to be moving on, right?
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I share the time with you guys. Totally happy to do that.
So on NFTs, you want to? Okay, so yes, I think very clearly it can be a very valid investment method. Again, as in any investment, I struggle to invest in things that I don't fully understand, and that's a place where NFTs, I think there's a logic to using blockchain and crypto logic, crypto to allocate ownership over an asset, yes. But again, I would just encourage people to don't only get into that hype and just say, okay, do I fully understand what I'm saying? What you're buying is the right within a specific ledger to say I own this. That's what you're buying when you're buying an NFT, and within that, if you fully embrace that and think that's something that is going to get more value in the future, do invest in it. I think there is a value personally, but again, I just want to always, when anyone is investing and when you receive advice in investing, make sure that you fully understand what you're investing in, really. I think NFTs are now also suffering a bit from that side because people who are investing in it are not fully knowledgeable into what they're getting into. So just also on the just minor comment on the regulating crypto, if any of you go by Plaza de Colón this week, you will see a banner of Bitpanda, which is a super large player in Bitcoin investment. Half of it is a disclaimer on the risk of investing in crypto. So again, I think does crypto need to be regulated? Yes, 100%. There's no reason why capital gains in crypto shouldn't pay capital gains tax, for example. But also, I don't think there's a need to have a banner that's half of it is a disclaimer on the risks of investing. So again, I think regulate 100%. It needs to, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be. But let's try to do this properly, really. And I think that's where collaboration between public and private entities helps a lot.
I guess we have to be wrapping up. Do we have time for not even a couple questions? Okay, perfect. So I guess we'll be doing Q&A later. Thank you so much for all of your insights.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, it's okay. Thank you. We're going to have a table then for the final panel specific for Q&A so that you can cover questions there. Thank you. Also, thank you, panelists and moderators. So up next, to open the dialogue for Future of Work panel, we're happy to welcome Luciano Polastri on stage, the Global People and Culture Director of Amadeus. Please, everyone, you can take a seat. We will begin with the Future of Work panel shortly. So let's welcome Luciano on stage with a round of applause. Thank you.
So, hello everybody, my name is Luciano. I work for Amadeus, which is a travel tech company. We are hiring a lot, by the way. But I'm also a former international MBA student from IE, 2008. So when Charles and Juan asked me to intervene to talk about the future of work, I was initially quite pleased, right? until they told me that I had 10 minutes for that. And for you to understand, I talk so much that I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about what happened yesterday in less than 30 minutes. So talking about the entire future of work in 10 minutes was for me like science fiction. However, since I'm super arrogant, instead of telling them so, what I decided is that not only I would make the entire future fit in the 10 minutes, but I will also go to the past. That's how I ended up talking to you about the beginning of the 20th century. So, why the beginning of the 20th century? Because this is the moment where the workplace has become something important. Because of the industrial machines, because of the machinery, going to the office was a place where you would risk something. You would be able to lose an arm. So defining what was the physical space in which you would be exposed to this type of risk was really important. And where we ended up at the beginning of the 21st century is nothing but an evolution of that original concept. Obviously, we moved from an industrial production to a world of services, and then from a physical productivity to an intellectual productivity, but in reality, the office remained more or less the same. That space where we would avoid that your personal circumstances interfere with the collective delivery at the office. That was just before this happened. And that happened in March 2020, right? The confinement everywhere. All of a sudden, everything we tried to avoid with the office, this sanitized barrier between your personal life and your professional life, was blown up, exploded from one day to another. Your personal life was totally blended with your professional life. And it came with good things, because almost immediately, many myths were killed. The first one is the notion of productivity. In the tech sector, we were also worried that people working from home will be less productive, and that one was immediately blown away. People are as productive or even more productive while they are working at home, and they can organize themselves as they want, right? So that's the first step that was killed. And as this one was killed, the workplace became irrelevant. And people started to understand that the workplace was irrelevant, so they started to ask us to work from anywhere. So I should be able to go to Machu Picchu if the connectivity is good enough. I rely on Elon Musk with Starlink in order to do so. And then I should be able to work from anywhere. Okay, that works. If productivity is there, that works. And we had the opposite trend. If the office is dematerialized, okay, then we will be able to work virtually. In reality, nowhere, right? So we had those people who wanted to work anywhere, the people who wanted to work nowhere, the people who wanted to work in the office, and the people who wanted to work at home. And all these blended with personal preferences. And that's what we needed to deal with in March 2020. Since the productivity myth was killed, some companies felt that they were perfectly fine about this, and they started to commit to long-term things. Like, for example, you can work from anywhere, wherever you want, forever. Productivity is going to be there, so we don't care, right? But we forgot that all the changes, they are requiring processes to be changed also. We forgot that some things pop up that we don't expect. As people were working by themselves at home, we started discovering things like isolation, disconnection, burnout, loss of sense of belonging, ways of working that are different. How do we deal with time zones that are different? How do we deal with people that are not meeting each other? How are we dealing with virtual connections, or even people that do not know how to work with digital tools? And the same companies that were telling people, from now on, you're going to be able to work from anywhere by looking at those problems coming at them, and instead of taking it as a learning process, as this is a normal change process that we need to deal with, they immediately rooted back to the old office. You remember what we told you last week about you can work from anywhere? Forget about it. You come back to the office. And the employees didn't understand. It was organizational schizophrenia. So instead of rooting back and start something easy, 120 years to get it right in the office from the old model. And to understand that we needed to go through a learning process, what we decided is just to go blind and go back again. It created a amount of tension between the employees and the top management that you have all seen in the news, I guess. So employees saying there is no use in going to the office again if there is no purpose other than making the top management feeling satisfied that we are in the office. And Brian Chesky, the CEO and co-founder of Airbnb, last week has posted one of the most interesting series of tweets that I've seen in a while. So he summarizes very well what has happened. He's saying, look, over the past 2 years, what we have seen is that you can work from anywhere, almost for anything. This is a given, and any tech company that wants to attract and retain talent, they need to deal with it, okay? But also, over the course of the last 2 years, we have seen that there are new challenges that we are facing. And some of those new challenges are requiring some kind of human interaction that is very difficult to replicate in a virtual world. So we're going to authorize you to work from anywhere, as you want, okay? But from time to time, once per quarter, we are going to fly you to a place where you're going to route back to your people. And you're going to be able to re-energize those human interactions that are requiring deeper connection with your team members. Now, many companies are moving towards that model. Many companies are asking teams to organize themselves and to decide what is the best way for them to work. But in a paradigm like this one, 95% of the time you work virtually without the connection to the others in the office. So it means all the things that you were getting through the office, they disappear. And when you face certain kind of challenges, what is happening is that you're missing the data, the perception, the input, the feedback that you are getting from your employees to address them. I'll give you an example. We are in the middle of a scarcity of talent in tech, high volatility of talent. You're going to benefit out of it because you're going to be in the market very soon, so you're going to be able to choose. However, for the companies, it's a new dilemma, especially the ones that didn't experience turnover in the past. In the past, pre-pandemic, I would have all the team members, or all the HR professionals, being at the coffee machine, trying to get input from everybody, trying to understand what would be the things that will retain them in the organization. In the new paradigm, they are not there. There's no coffee machine. So what are we doing in order to replicate, to build up this input that we were getting before through informal interactions that is not existing anymore in a virtual world, in an asynchronous world? And one of the answers, in my opinion, is data. So what we have been trying to do for the past years is try to understand what are the people willing to choose as their preferred model. And we want people to be able to express what is their preferred model in order for us to be able to deal with it. For that, we need them to be able to give their opinion. So the same way that you will choose a pizza. I want to work 2 days per week, only 2 days, not at home or only 2 days per week. And the filling sauce, I want to do it from wherever place I need to do it, and I want my salary structure to be that way or that other. So the degree of complexity that we have reached, okay, is enormous. Why on earth did we believe that we would get this right from moment one? Some of you are thinking because you're super arrogant, you told that at the beginning. And yes, it's the case, because it's very difficult for companies and managers to say, I don't know, okay? So immediately what happened is that you had super arrogant, self-declared gurus like me who felt entitled to go and tell everybody, this is going to be the future of the workplace, right? Without, again, acknowledging that everything needs a learning process, right? And we made a mistake because we had some things that we could deal with. And what we could deal with is all the employee-generated data. The employee-generated data is everything that we can have through our, for example, HR management systems, through our ERPs, but also through internal social media, through any interaction that is leaving a trace, okay? So in human resources, what we started to do is starting to have our evolution the same way that marketing did at the beginning of the 20th century, moving to a digital marketing, to the digital human resources. So don't believe that I understand anything that is behind me, okay? Because in reality, I have someone from my team, a data scientist, that is patient enough, his name is Louis, and Louis is patient enough to upskill me to those kind of things. So for example, when we are talking about attrition, one of the things that have happened is that we have tried to understand what the data is telling us about the criteria that are making employees leave the company. And we have seen, for example, without sharing any confidential information, is that the people that have changed more times of job within the company are the ones staying the most. And when we started scratching it, we understood that it's because of the learning process also. Because every single person that changes job is in a new venture, so they are not available for the external market. And we had it for years and years, and we didn't look at it. We could be ready before the pandemic in order to address that, right? And then we move into other things, like, for example, using machine learning and artificial intelligence on the comments of the people that the people were doing in our different surveys. So, again, this is Louis' job, not mine. I take the medal, he does the work, that's normal. So the thing that was happening in there is that we would correlate what people were saying on different topics, clusterize them in different topics, leadership, et cetera, in order to be able to correlate that with their intention to stay within the company. Within one of our employee surveys, there's this question that says, I'm planning to stay in the company in 3 years' time. So we will see how the people answer to this question versus the correlated comment that they will do. And from that, we understood that the major driver for them to stay in the company, okay, was the connection to the mission and purpose of the company, the blend of values that they will have between their personal values and the company values. And within that, even a subcluster was the most important one. It was the walk the talk, that the company not only says that they're going to do something, but they actually do it. And there is consistency between what we say and what we do. And the subcluster of the subcluster that was more correlated is the capacity to generate trust. The capacity to generate the psychological safety among the employees so they will feel that they are taken care of, not only personally, but also professionally, right? And I only have 1.5 minutes to finish, and I'm going to tell you something. Out of it, the problem is that we always have educated our managers to avoid any kind of situation that would feel them vulnerable. So generated trust demands that you expose yourself personally. So right now, data is not enough. We need human beings, actual human beings, to spread the word and create the environment, the ecosystem in which we're going to generate trust, which is totally to the opposite of what we have been asking managers in the past. We asked them to put the business case in the Excel file, and it was giving you the answer, and then you do what is the outcome of the business case approval. Right now, what is happening is that we need our managers. The role of the manager is to create that environment of trust. And we are not going to do it from one day to another. So what we are saying is that we are a very unique moment when we are able to push the reset button and to decide how we are going to build the future of work based on the criteria that are relevant right now, not the criteria that were relevant at the beginning of the 20th century. And we see, and it has been popping up, and I'm super glad that it's popping up in all the presentations before, climate change, the work-life balance, all the things that have to do with the community, the impact on others, et cetera, is permanently there when we are talking about the people. So not only I believe that we need to build the future of work now, okay, but like the others, I believe that each of us has a very important role in building it. And what we are doing now, exchanging with students, with candidates, with colleagues, with the university, with researchers, or whoever wants to participate, is one of the most important things that we're going to do in order to build that one. Because not only we need to build that now, but the most important part is that we can build it together. And that's pretty much all. Thank you.
Thank you, Luciano, for opening up our eyes regarding all the possibilities that the pandemic has opened up. I invite you to take a seat. And following up on this thoughtful introduction, I would like to welcome on stage a group of top professionals to discuss the future of work. What's here to stay past the horizon of COVID-19? Joining Luciano on stage to moderate this panel, we would like to invite Javier de la Cueva and Peño Baboquela on stage. They will be sharing the stage with Nick Van Dam from McKinsey, Carolina Castillo from Microsoft, and Carlos Garcia Sanz from Salesforce.
Moderators received the leaks. Please? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so please, as you wish. So, we're trying to stick to the time. We're a little bit late. I know that we're just in dinner time, Spanish timetable. So I would like to do some kind of, 35 minutes panel and then 15 minutes for the public so they can make their interventions. Perhaps we don't need so long time for the public, but it will be okay. And I would really like to leave the leading moderation to a colleague, because I am trying to go out of the office. You know, at my age, I've been too long in offices, so I think that Peño Baboquela would be the one who would be more interested in this panel than I am, because I want to go out of the office and he wants to go in. So he's got all the worries, and I've got all the, we could say, the experience. So please.
Awesome. Thank you, Javier. Welcome. And like Javier says, we are the ones going in, so we've got plenty of questions. And I think people in the audience are also wondering what the future of work will look like. I mean, there are certain considerations that we've had before the pandemic, and then during the pandemic, and now it's the, okay, so what's going to happen next, right? And I think this is going to be really insightful, and I really hope to leverage from your experiences within your companies to be able to have this conversation. So to start it off, we just want to establish a baseline, right? What is the future of work looking like for you? Is it hybrid? Is hybrid a thing that's like here to stay? What does it look like from your perspectives?
Let's start. First of all, thank you to the team organizing this event, and thank you for inviting us. It's really great to see you devoting so much passion and energy to the talk around technology and the future of technology. In the case of the workplace, yes, the last 2 years have had a lasting impact in the way we work, and you said it very well. No, it has removed a lot of myths and barriers, and I think you going into the office now is great because you're coming with a different mindset, and the future of work, yes, for sure is hybrid, but it's going to keep evolving. Really, there's no recipe like you were showing before that will, one-size-fits-all kind of approach. We're, hearing in Microsoft from all the customers how they are embracing this with, different strategies, and they need to listen and adapt to the needs of the employees of the different companies. We recently released a study, and I invite you all to check it. It's public, and it's called the Work Trend Index. It's done worldwide with 31,000 participants from different companies around 31 countries, and also including in that trillions of data from our telemetry of how people work in real life, and also some trends from LinkedIn. And what the study is showing is quite revealing. It's like the world has changed. First of all, I think it was mentioned before, students like you are coming in with, expectations are really beyond, what used to be in the past. No, not only, okay, where's the office, how much I'm getting, it's about the why, and really, is it worth it? No? So it's super relevant, to companies to think about the purpose and the projects that they offer to the students coming into the office. And the second is around the way and your model, no, from a managerial point of view, how you're gonna, this is a cultural change. So what you were saying before about your example, no, of, okay, because I think people need to come in, and I order, it will happen. No, it's not the case. So this is great, and I think we're learning a lot, and we are innovating a lot to provide companies with those insights, no, that you were showing in an easy and fast way so that they can adapt. Then there were other things like, then before also they were showing sustainability as a big topic of concern. And yes, indeed, in the study, people are saying, is it worth the commute? No, and really, I really want to connect because there's a little bit of a dilemma. People like the flexibility, but they also appreciate the in-person connection and really want to connect with others. And in order to do that, is it worth the commute? Is it worth contaminating the world type of thing? So, and obviously we're innovating and trying to provide tools and things, simple things like in Outlook now, you can show whether you will attend in person or remote. Oh, okay, that changes your perspective because then if you're invited to a meeting and the other person will be in the office, that might be a trigger for you to go. So things like that. Then other things showing up are things related to learning as well. And based on that, I think what we said before, the experience at work has to be integrated, not in a way that we can address things like, okay, when there's people on board in the company, how the data is accessible, how the experience at work and productivity, happens, but also the learning piece is super, super important. So this is kind of like an evolving world. It's not, I think, clear the future yet. You guys have to write it. So I think it's great that you come with this mindset, and I am super sure it will be a better future. And also more inclusive, because I think with the new technologies, we are also learning a lot about how to be more inclusive with transcription, with translation, with technology, powering and infusing the AI in everything. I think we're going to have a better workplace for everyone in the world.
Thank you. So I totally agree with Carolina. So the model we've been adapting in Salesforce is similar to yours. In Microsoft, it's a hybrid model. I would comment from my personal experience what's the next work. This will be defined by you, the new students, because you are the talent companies such as Microsoft, Salesforce, McKinsey, Amadeus, we need, okay? From a personal experience, I've got a very good account executive in my team working from, close to Rome in Italy. That person left Salesforce back in January. I was shocked. That's a very good account executive. That person, after the pandemic, the COVID, that person wanted to be with his parents all the time, and that person didn't want to travel anymore at that moment. With a hybrid model, with a manager as me, super good manager in terms of, look, do whatever you want to do. We are in a sales, or we are salesperson, so we need to go and to meet with customers in person from time to time in order to deepen those relationships. But even with that premise in our kind of job, I was able to say, look, no problem. You keep at home because, some personal issues. And that person left. And also, we've got another example. We've got the business development department based out in Dublin, in Ireland. All the new employees that you may want to start working in Salesforce in the sales career, you will need to go to Dublin. That's mandatory for cultural purposes or to learn a good English. It's changing now a little because we are struggling. We've got good candidates, such as I'm pretty sure all of you here, and some of you don't want to go to Dublin, full stop. So if we struggle to get this talent, these so high capability people, will need to change. So we're in a hybrid model, definitely. but I can tell you, I've been in Salesforce for 6.5 years. Since the beginning, my model was not hybrid, but was like a chaos. Carlos, you need to sell, do whatever you want, come to the office, don't come to the office. We need to meet in the beginning of the year for the account planning and so on. You go and meet the customers, create a good relationship with the customers, and sell and achieve the results. So yeah, hybrid, even remote, that will be defined by the new generations. Whatever you want, the companies will need to adapt to that in order to retain, well, to attract talent and to retain the talent.
Thank you. Yeah. So to build a little bit on this, so let me first, I always say, let's look at data, right? So and you mentioned already, does it make sense from a productivity perspective? So there's a lot of research from McKinsey, which indicates that about for 60% of executives are saying that, yeah, hybrid work has made people more productive. 1/3 say, well, same. And then 20% said, yep, it went down. Now, it's interesting, of course, to understand, when and why some companies have been way more productive than other companies, right? So we will probably get back to that later. So then the business case for hybrid work, right? So basically, yes, it's more productive if you do this really well. Second, more than 50% of employees are saying, we want to have more flexibility when it comes to working in different places. And 1 out of 3 people are saying, if my company does not offer flexible work, I'm out of here. I will do something else. So that's kind of interesting, right? So that are the facts. Now, I want to ask you a question, right? Because we talk about, it's all about you guys who determine what the future of work will look like, right? So now, most of you will start with your official first kind of job, let's say after the summer, or maybe next year. So if you land, in your dream job, the company you have on your list, the #1 company, you are hired. And now you have a choice, and we will do this low tech today. You have a choice. Who would say, if it's up to me, I will be 1 day in the office? Who would say, I'm 2 days in the office? Okay. Who 3 days in the office?
Wow.
Okay. Who would say 4 days in the office? And who would say 5 days in the office? Okay. So that's interesting. If you look at employers, 10% of employers globally are saying, we expect people to work, 4 days or more from home, so one end of the spectrum. And also 10% are saying, we expect you to be in the office 4 days or more. So the other end of the spectrum. So if I, look actually at you guys, it's like, most of you say, kind of, I want to be in the office kind of 3 days a week, maybe 4 days a week, right? And I think that's also logical because, and I've had in conversation with a number of students over the last year, it's like, hey, you know what? I want to feel part of something, an organization. I want to be surrounded by people like myself. I want to get coached and mentored by my leaders around me. And by the way, I have a very small apartment in Madrid. I don't want to be there 24/7, honestly. That's what I've been hearing. So now let me share from a McKinsey perspective for 40,000 people, what's kind of the deal? And I have to admit, in consulting, this applies for many other organizations too. Like, what has happened today has basically is an acceleration of existing trends before the pandemic. Consultants have always been working kind of virtually, hybrid, etc. before. However, now it's more than ever, that they will work more virtual and hybrid. And it depends, as you also mentioned, it depends on your clients. If a client say, you know what, we expect people to be closer to us. We want to have meetings. We want to understand who those folks are. Guess what? That's what you support. So the client determines to a large extent, okay, what's the deal here? And there are moments where you say you kick off a project, okay, you want to be together in a room. There are very important milestones where you say, you know what, we want to be together. Or if something becomes pretty challenging, difficult, okay, you know what, makes sense to look into each other's eyes and to talk about what's going on. So that's kind of from a consulting perspective. Now we also have about 15,000 people who are in all kinds of support roles. And most of them globally, they have been working virtually hybrid even before the pandemic. Although we have offices all around the world, and we will talk about the office a little bit later, but a lot of people have been working hybrid before.
If I may, we started originally really, I'm talking just my company, okay, Amadeus, measuring based on the quantity, exactly this kind of survey that we did here, okay? And it's very representative. People were saying 2 or 3 days, right? But then we scratch a little bit, and it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality, what you were saying. Is it worth to go to the office, okay? So when we started to ask that, okay, there were some very specific things that they were looking while going to the office, okay? Is this human interaction, this human connection that they were not getting in the past. And the offices, as they were prepared, they were not providing that, right? This is the future of work, is a place where you create the office with an intention, okay? You cannot expect people to come back to the same place than before. We had many people coming back to the office, and they were by themselves at the beginning. And they were imagining that they were coming back to the old office where they would get all their friends in there, right? So companies right now, they need to create an office, like maybe, I'm going to invent something, a movie theater where you expose some movies that are going to attract people that are going to pay the price of the commute to go to the office. This is the price they pay to go to the office. So they need to get something that is at least as valuable as the commute to go to the office. The beauty of it is that each single company has a different culture. So that meeting point is nowhere near one versus the other. So another thing that is important is that all companies are made the same. Look at a company like Amazon. They have people that cannot work hybrid. Okay, all their logistics, all delivery guys, you cannot be a driver from home. Forget about it. So how do you deal with that dichotomy that we are creating even among certain companies? So there's no one solution for everybody, and what is going to be good for me, based on the data, based on the input that the people are telling me, may not be good for the others. It depends also on the value proposition to your customer. Obviously, if you're a butcher, there's no way that you do it from home. That's where we are going, and that's why the exchange is so important, according to me. That's why I'm unable to say what the future of work is going to be like. It's going to be distributed, that I know. It's going to be all over the place. It's going to be asynchronous, that we know. Plus there are other things that in the past were perks that people were evaluating, and right now are hygienic factors. Flexibility is an hygienic factor. The same way you don't ask if you're going to be paid at the end of the month, you don't ask if you're going to have flexibility in the future. I'm seeing that in all the interviews I'm doing, at all levels of the organization. And people are leaving to get with their parents. People are leaving for new reasons that before they were not taken into account, because they have a work-life balance, a notion of what is the purpose of work versus what is your purpose in life, that is a different balance than the one that I know. Right? Yeah. That's what I believe is going to happen a little bit in the future.
Okay, yeah, Louis Mumford, around 1920, he already wrote that skyscrapers existed because the most valuable asset was information. So you did not need to transport it, okay? So that is why skyscrapers exist. So now we could think that perhaps with the pandemic, it's going to have this acceleration of, okay, now we do have networks, so now we can do this sort of kind of work. So we had certain infrastructure that was related to the main assets, so now we do already have a different infrastructure that could be the one that possibly makes possible this kind of hybrid working. But there's still some things that we should think about. For example, epistemologically speaking, what about PowerPoint? Is PowerPoint necessary?
If you say no, I will have a problem.
Because we always speak about time, okay, we're going to the some place, etc. But in the end,
If we go to the office, then we see a PowerPoint. If we stay at home, then we see a PowerPoint. Is PowerPoint necessary?
It's a great option. It's a great option, for sure. And obviously, there's lots of innovation in all the applications and all the new solutions that we offer, including PowerPoint, in which, for example, now people have, you've all been experiencing, there's webinars, explosion and things like that. And now with PowerPoint, and people want content on demand. You were talking about content before. So now with PowerPoint, for example, now that you bring it up, there's a feature in which you can, pre-record your content and share it beforehand, not in the PowerPoint, even, the delivery of it, with the whole presentation, and then it's on demand, and then it stays there forever. So things like that. But beyond, PowerPoint, which is one choice, anybody is free to choose, and there's others. Microsoft as a company, we transformed a lot as well, since, even before the pandemic and all that, because of the focus on the cloud. And first of all, we are more a platform company than anything else, and in all our technologies, including Microsoft Teams, which obviously during these last 2 years has been a big priority, because it has served the world to keep up with the productivity and the chats and the videos and all the other stuff that we've been adding. But it's open, to first-party solutions like solutions of Microsoft and third-party solutions. And the philosophy of the company is all about openness and platform and integration to meet the needs of the customers, which at the end is what matters, And then I was also thinking about another topic that is another big trend, as you were saying some of the examples before of people leaving the office and stuff like that. We need to also be careful, and you also have a role on this, of the burnout, of multiple video calls, one after the other. That was a clear learning, during the pandemic, and you were mentioning that thanks to that, many companies were even more productive, but it reaches a limit, And because of that, things like we're doing, we're really trying to help customers to create the culture that they want to instill in their companies with, technical features to ensure breaks between the meetings, to ensure also well-being is integrated into the way they operate, and also establish some boundaries, focus time. There's, you may have heard about Microsoft Viva, which is, the new experience, employee experience platform from Microsoft. And within that, there's a module, there's 4 modules. One of them is called Microsoft Insights, or these insights are really all around trying to help the companies manage this burnout and really understand, how many hours, and put limits to that according to the needs of the company or even the teams. Because in Microsoft, for example, the way we do it, and we're learning, we don't have the perfect answer. It's like by teams, we create these agreements, Like we were saying before, 2 days, 3 days, depends on the team. It could be 1 day, it could be 4 days. And then the type of, tactics that you want to use, when are you having your focus time? And then we have, the good thing is that we now have the technology to measure and really track, whether that is working or not. We don't leave it to chance, And that's, I think, super powerful, for the work experience going forward.
Yeah, because to go to the office just to watch a PowerPoint, for that you stay at home and you watch the PowerPoint.
But you're very humble. I've been using Viva Insights, okay? And they are building an entire thing around, okay? So PowerPoint is just what you are delivering. But for example, I've been demoed, so not using, but I've been demoed, that around PowerPoint you put a speaker coach. So this is a tool that, as you are speaking, is able to tell you you're going too fast, people are not understanding you, there are few reactions that are happening, telling you how to pace, how to breathe. You can put some things in there that are helping a lot the PowerPoint to be more powerful. So it's not about the mean or the trend for me, it's really what you do with the overall, with the intention, right? Anything has a purpose. Obviously, you have now Mural that is going out and for certain other purpose. I believe that PowerPoint is there forever. I love it. There's a very few things that I cannot do with PowerPoint, for example. But for the future, I need that to be adapted to the virtual, to the asynchronous, to etc. And they are doing it through Teams. Everything is accessible from anywhere. You can be changing your documents, etc. You know better than me. So it's not about what we're going to decommission or not. It's how you use the different things in order to fit with what each single team needs in order to be productive.
Okay. So picking up on that, right? Nick mentioned earlier about like looking at the data, what is happening, right? Carolina mentioned about inclusion, right? You mentioned about losing someone in your team. And there's also this sense of you've got a client on one side, how your business makes the money. On the other side, you've got your team, which is the input to that, right? So what I'm seeing is, it's kind of like we don't have a crystal ball of what it'll look like, but based on your experiences in the different industries that you're in, there is a people element in it, how people are affected by it, right? So I just wanted to jump inside the business, right? So just to bring the audience in to the different fields that you are in, what are some of the things that you've seen change drastically, right? Maybe in a traditional office, there's a star performer, you can clearly see it's that guy or that girl at the corner who's always crunching in. If people are working remotely, that changes completely, right? There's no coffee with, everything changes, right? What are some of the key changes you've seen in terms of evaluating what is a star player in your team, in terms of the progress it has made towards inclusion within the team, and maybe if you're comfortable sharing one of the things you felt in the organization, you realized that this was quite a disaster, right, with the transition.
Interesting question. So, from my point of view, what I'm seeing now that is different from before the pandemic is we use the office not like an extension of our home office during the pandemic. So we go, all of us, to the office, we take a coffee with the very same person the same day, at the same moment, and we go to work and forget about the rest of the colleagues, the employees there. But it's more a place in which we go and we start to connect each other, and we have more meetings, brainstorming sessions, account plannings. Even now we are resuming the events inside our office, executive events with customers. And we try to speak to anyone new that you see in the office, because during the pandemic, for instance, in the case of Salesforce, we've been hiring a lot of people. You arrive to the office and you say, all these people, are you Salesforce employees? Oh, yes. And you get introduced to them. So that's also very funny. And going back a little, in my department of sales, before the pandemic, the work was quite similar to now. So really, we were struggling in the pandemic, not before we couldn't go to the office, but because we couldn't meet in person with the customers. Because imagine you've got a new patch, or a new set of customers you need to sell to, but you are not able to go and to meet the CFO, the CMO of that company in person. Nobody. Everything was remote, using Zoom, using Teams, using Google Meet, whatever tool. But the in-person relationship was absolutely necessary. It's the same also with the relationship with your management in the company, for you to extract the culture, for you to feel part of a company with a mission, whatever. You need to go to the office. You need to go and be together with the rest of the company from time to time in person in order to get that feeling. Otherwise, imagine you, all brilliant students here in the IE University, you did all your studies remotely. Okay, you get the grade here in IE University, but you didn't feel like you really be part of IE University. So that part is already very, very important from my point of view. And regarding the PowerPoint, if we are all together, it's not interesting the PowerPoint or Google Slide. It's more interesting a CRM in order to get all the insights from the customers. No, but it's a useful tool also for presentations and etc. But regarding the digital headquarters, let's say, but regarding the online, the new model, okay? All these technologies are really helping us to move forward. Otherwise, imagine without PowerPoint, without the Slack, before it will be quite challenging with the pandemic.
PowerPoint as a symbol of a certain technology.
Exactly.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think there have been a number of trends pre-pandemic, and they have been accelerating. This also goes back to kind of what we are expecting from people. One trend is to be more output-oriented, right? So basically, from a McKinsey perspective, we don't care when people work actually, where they work, as long as they get things done. And as long as we have agreement like, okay, here are the 5 things that you will work on, and they need to be successful over the next 3 months. So I think that's one shift. Many organizations are still in an early stage of transition to think about how to do this actually for everyone. But I think that's one big theme. Then the question is, what's the role of the office, if any role? And also based on your feedback and based on the data that we have, all the research, yeah, there is a place for an office. And of course, it depends from organization to organization, industry by industry, country by country, what the role is of the office. But I think there are a couple of things. One is, as you also refer to me, it's kind of a grand cafe. It's a place where, we meet, we hang out, we talk about things. There are, events on a Friday, on a Monday, whatever. Another reason to be in an office is to be part in a team's room together. To say, wow, we need to problem solve big things. We need to brainstorm, and there are difficult things to figure out together. And do you know what? If you are with 5 people in a room and with whiteboards around you, pretty effective. Then it's also a place for training. Office is a training room where basically you go to workshops to connect with people, etc. It's also a place for coaching and mentoring, for feedback, connecting with your leader. It's still, if you get feedback from your leader, be together, have a cappuccino, and talk about things, and then let's talk about how you are doing and what's working, what's not working. Doing that together in a physical space, it can also be a cafe, right? It's different than if you're just staring at a screen. So, and finally, as you mentioned, not everyone would like to be at home, working from home, even if you could argue, do you know what? You can do your email as effective at home as you can do it in the office. There are still people say, you know what? And this goes back to psychology. It's like, okay, I'm a person who loves to connect with people. I like to see actually people once in a while. Even I can do my email at home. So therefore, we're all different. And therefore I believe, and we are in a different, we have different places where we live and work, and we have different needs. We have different, kind of compositions of family members with children or not with children, or etc. And all of that determines what works for me. So what I believe is that, if we think about the role of the future office, it's also a lot about make it personal, give people options. And I finally believe in what I always refer to as high tech, high touch. Let's optimize all the technologies. Fantastic, right? And at the same time, as humans, we still need to be together at different moments. And when I talk with a lot of HR leaders, we talk about anchor moments. What are the anchor moments for culture building in an organization?
Thank you very much. I think that we're going to pass the floor to the public. Plato already in the year 3800 before Christ already spoke about in the symposium of the importance of gathering together in order to produce ideas. So it's a long tradition, and there was a lot of wine there. I'm not going to say that we need wine, but I'm going to say that Plato said that wine was good. So if there's any question in the public, please. If not, we have a lot of things to speak about. Huh?
Hi, thank you for your time. My question is regarding, currently
excuse me, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. My name is Melvin Villafane. I'm a recent grad from the Business Analytics and Big Data Masters here at IE. And I'm currently actively applying for jobs, and I'm listening to your presentation, and I'm wondering, I'm finding this discrepancy on the lack of maybe transparency in the job postings as to, right now I'm currently looking for a job that allows me to have that flexibility, right? To be able to have the option to come into the office to make sure I'm connecting with my colleagues and peers, and also allow me flexibility to, hey, when I need time for myself to visit my family, especially here they're in Madrid and I'm looking for jobs in the US, I want to make sure I'm not running out of my vacation time to make sure I'm able to come visit. So do you think currently companies are doing a good job at communicating to applicants, hey, we have this flexibility, or is this something that it's maybe more talking during the interview process? What do you think is the current state of it? I know Salesforce is doing a good job at doing that. I've seen it explicitly in the job postings, but for example, Microsoft and McKinsey, I haven't really looked into it, but I'm wondering what is your perspective and what is your outlook for this?
I'll take it. No, I mean, I'm very aligned in a personal point of view with my company in this aspect, not all, but from my side, I'm 100% flexible with my new employees, account executives. It's like what you said in McKinsey. I don't care at all whatever or from where you want to work, what you want to do really with your life and working from. For instance, I've got an example during the pandemic. I've got an employee living in Paris. We had forecast calls all the Mondays. One day he appeared in Canary Island, the next week in Mallorca, the next week I didn't know, but he was closing the deals. So from my side it was perfectly possible, no worries at all. Also in Salesforce, we've got like a KPI for all the employees to use all the PTO, all the personal time off during the fiscal year. So that's a task you need to accomplish. I put that a lot of emphasis on that. Hey, you need to go on vacation. You need to go to take days off. Please stop working. Okay. Also, we've got what we call the well-being days, which are 1 day per month in which the whole department is not working. Normally on Fridays. So flexibility is part of the DNA of Salesforce, but also it's very important to have this conversation with your next manager. It's very, very important to have that clarity. And I can tell you that, yeah, he or she will accept it. Otherwise, that person, that department, that company will be losing talent, which is my own experience inside Salesforce, even if we are a very flexible company, okay? I think that's all from my side.
You asked for transparency. I'm going to be super transparent with you. Not all companies and not all managers can afford the amount of change that is being thrown at them right now, okay? So I don't believe that in certain companies, okay, we are able to just have a common policy everywhere in which we say this is the way we apply our hybrid policy, okay? I think that we make way better steps if we manage to create the link between how much change you can absorb and how much change is needed. There are non-negotiables, okay? There's a reality. We live in an offer-demand world, and as there are more people like you that are demanding that, we need to move that path. But we need to understand where we can do it versus where we cannot do it, okay? Most of our top managers or middle management, they have a lot of knowledge. And sometimes they cannot relate to the way of transmitting it that is required by you guys. Sometimes I'm in the middle and I don't know how to relate to one or the other. This is translated to the job posting. When I do a job posting, for example, for a manager, I take into account what he's able to absorb and what he's not. There's no way for me to force him to accept a situation that is going to make you, when you join, miserable, and him, when you join, miserable, because it's going to create a set-to-fail situation, right? There are many companies that are native in this. If you go, Pleo, it's a fintech company that is posting a lot in here. They put a paragraph that's saying, we don't care where you work, how you work, and etc. We're going to fly you once per quarter to one of our boot camps, right? And they can manage and afford that because the entire company was built on that pillar. So every single manager was recruited according to that model. It's not the case for anyone, for all the companies. And we need also to accept that. There are certain things that are non-negotiable. We need to go there. But the time that it requires to go there sometimes differs by organization, by culture, by company, but what people need. My main worry is that you guys are not able to receive the transmission of knowledge of the guys that are not able to communicate with you the way you need, okay? So we need to have a certain margin of maneuver in order to move. That's the transparency that is required. When I have a candidate, I tell him how the manager is. The manager is rather traditional in his way of working. He will need you to be in the office, etc. Does that interest you? And once we commit, but you know what is in there.
So again, an epistemologic problem.
Yep.
No, just to add, a very, very good point. I think we are hearing more and more during the interviews, so you should all feel empowered to put it on the table at any point. I think with the learnings from the last years and with the power of technology, you know, put whatever brand on top that you want, really anything is possible. I think the most important thing is to be clear about the value that you can bring. So companies are more and more like you were saying, focused the way the people work based on output. So if you really connect with that and think you can provide the value, then just be super confident to deliver that and really challenge the way of working that really meets best your priorities. Agree?
Thank you. Yeah, to give you I looked up some numbers. You are doing big data, right? So you need data, right? So I'll give you some data. This morning I looked it up actually on this. 30% of companies are doing a good job in sharing their vision about future of work, virtual work, expectations, etc. 40% of companies are vague, actually, in terms of explaining to people what to expect. And 30% are doing a lousy job, actually. Now, what's interesting is that 49% of people are concerned if their organization is not clear about, what the expectations are. And also we know from research that that's causing anxiety among people. And what we have learned over the last 2.5 years is that close to 50% of people have somewhat a feeling of, having a burnout or compassion fatigue. So, and honestly, if companies are not doing a good job, and particularly, of course, leaders ourselves, right? So if we don't do a good job in explaining to our people what we expect, guess what? That can have a huge negative impact on productivity, on well-being particularly, and at the end also on nutrition, because people who don't feel safe, and psychological safety is a big theme in organizations today, how to develop a culture where people can speak up, they're not afraid to raise issues, etc., concerns they have. Very important. So that means actually back to leadership. There's so much what leaders need to do to advance their leadership capability, to lead high-performing teams in a hybrid world as part of the future of work.
And that leads to what you were saying originally, is are there competencies that we will require in the future that were not in the past? So we see very, very performing people in the past in a physical environment that are losing it in a distributed world. So we need to help them. It's not that they became bad from one day to another. So we need really to help them. The opposite is true too. So there are some people that are very able to generate this environment of trust, of psychological safety that was mentioned, and some others that need to be trained to. Okay? So that's this number of skills that are appearing right now. They are creating a new paradigm that is really, really interesting. For my job, as an HR leader, I think it's the best moment of my life. You see, we are going to have way more impact. We're going to be at the core of many, many decisions, and it depends on us to identify and to help people to come together.
Yeah. I think we've got one more question, right? One more question.
Did you want to say something?
Oh, awesome stuff.
Hi, I'm Abhi, and I head technology careers at IE. And one of the questions, always thinking about the talent pool, and that's something you touched upon, was how we are able to expand it from a geographical perspective. But one thing that really, touched me during the pandemic was, say, the transcript feature in Teams. And that now has opened up, someone with a hearing disability earlier in an office meeting would face a lot of trouble. We've all worked with someone, with similar problems in the past. And now a virtual environment opens up their ability to communicate in real time in a meeting. So thinking on these lines, what other talent pool openings and our access to talent that we did not have earlier do you foresee in the future? And how do you think companies and talent acquisition teams could work better in incorporating them in their recruiting processes and cycles?
No, okay.
Well, I will provide you one perspective because I have felt it, I feel very passionate about it, and I have felt it more real in the last 2 years than before, which is the power of inclusion. Really, I have seen people in the team who had mobility issues, and now with a hybrid environment, being able to participate and add value. Even depending on your style, and diversity has so many angles. No, your personality is one of them. No, and people sometimes prefer not to speak because they are a little bit shy. But then you have the chat, you can type, and then it's as impactful as someone who is great at speaking and always shadow or used to shadow the rest in a more in-person environment. I've seen people with other abilities, like from dyslexia to listening. I've learned so much, with people like, I have hearing abilities. No, put your headset, and then it changes the whole experience for them. And now all of a sudden, they have the same capacity to hear and understand that you have. So for me, and geographically, obviously that's super obvious. How with a new hybrid world and with obviously a lot of technology behind, we can create a more inclusive workplace. I feel super passionate about that.
Yeah, of course, this is a topic we can take the whole afternoon at least to discuss. And I think it's such an important topic. To me, a couple of things come to my mind. I think it's an old concept, an old management practice, but I don't think always have been executed well. It's just about building trust. How do you build trust, with people around you? Basically, say what you do and do what you say. And that people see you, basically they observe you, and basically they know you are consistent in your behaviors, and you are listening to people, you're listening to their concerns, you address them actually. It goes back to psychological safety again. That's a big one. The second theme to me, what relates to this is that all of us, including myself, and during my career, there are many things, and particularly in this virtual world, that we have to do that's outside of our comfort zone. And particularly if we start working, a lot of things is outside of our comfort zone. And that's also wonderful, because that's where we learn. We only learn if we do things that we have never done before. So it's exciting, actually. At the same time, it also causes can cause some level of stress and insecurity. So confidence is another big theme. And I've done a lot of research on confidence, and I will publish a book with 2 other authors, one from McKinsey and one academic, on authentic confidence. So how can you advance your authentic confidence? Because what we have learned from our research is that every single person, the CEO, myself, I think all of us, have had moments in our lives that our self-confidence was not 10 out of 10. And that's the case with every person. And at McKinsey, I've been leading a lot of workshops for consultants on how to advance your authentic confidence. Because this is something that's natural, it's perfectly fine. And do you know what? You can get better at it. You can advance your self-confidence. So it's an important theme, and after the summer, I will also do a workshop at IE on this topic.
You mentioned talent acquisition. Very quick, I don't know if you've seen, there are many companies right now that are considering that talent acquisition is such an important and strategic item that they are just spinning it out of human resources as it was before. Okay, so it reports out of human resources, it became something so strategic. There's a whole process in there to change all the things, so it's embedded in the business in a different way. We are learning day to day. I believe that each single manager should be interviewing almost permanently to understand and to build the link with the market and the future candidates. Okay, but there's a whole new world in there. I don't believe there's an answer at this point in time, right? Now, when we're talking about trust, self-confidence, psychological safety, I like to mention there are some companies. I was with a pilot friend of mine that is in, a friend of a friend, and he was asking secondhand. So he was telling me that in KLM they have something that is called Swift Trust. So everybody understands that you have been trained in such a way that I can trust the fact that you can fly a plane, and this creates immediately some routines that are not, you don't need to explain, right? So the fact that the guy has been trained in a way, the same way than you, makes him that you trust him flying the plane with you. And he was telling me, how do we manage to create the same environment with psychological safety at work? That the simple fact that we're part of the same company, the culture ensures that you can trust the person that is next to you. And I found super interesting the idea, I don't know how to reach it, okay, but I found super interesting that some people are able to trust other people and feel psychologically safe without even having met them, ever. So it means that it's possible, and there's a path to it, right? For you, research, not for me.
This has been very insightful. I think I don't have a quote from Plato, but I do have one from Stuart Butterfield, which says, I'm going to just give an excerpt. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for every company to reinvent themselves and make work more flexible, inclusive, and productive. What we have seen today, or what I've been able to observe from the perspective of a future working person, is that we don't have it all figured out. It seems we are learning on the job, and there's a bit of tension on this is what the future workers want, and how can we communicate that? And there's a bit of a disconnect. But we've also seen that there's room for opportunity. Leadership is being redefined, and we're trying to figure out how we can work together. But I'd like to leave a question with you as to, yes, we have demands of what we expect in the workplace, and we've just heard about some of the tensions and opportunities. But what does it mean for you in terms of the skills you need to develop, right? What does it mean for you in terms of the abilities you want to acquire? If you're looking at Salesforce and you need to be with clients, which you can't be with in person, does that mean you should find a way to maybe better your engagement online with people? Maybe it becomes more important the profile you build outside. Workplaces becoming more social spaces, what does that say for you in terms of the traits you develop? I mean, I don't have the answers, and we've gotten some room onto what's going on. We're still figuring it out. And hopefully this is something that you have gained a lot of value in, and there will be networking. So if you've got those burning questions, they are all yours. So from me and Javier, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, panelists, for this inspiring speech and discussion. So as some of you may have noticed, we're a bit behind schedule. And given the time and to set it straight, we're deciding to have lunch now. So we will invite you all to the lunch pad. We look for you to grab a wrap from a can. Also, you can grab a coffee and talk to someone of the speakers who inspired you today. And we'll be waiting for you at 3:45. And please do dare to come near so that we can see your faces better. So we're starting at 3:45. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had some nice lunch and some good conversations with peers and speakers. So you will have more time later to connect and discuss about topics of the future. So now, please welcome Richard Benjamins to the stage, the Chief AI and Data Strategist at Telefónica, to open up the debate on data ethics. Hi.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. I actually would have the presentation before the lunch. I was very happy about that because after lunch is the hardest to keep everybody awake. Let's start. Can you put on the presentation? Or do I do it myself? This not? Okay, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence specifically and technology in general, and wanted to make a statement of why do we need to go beyond technology and business. Yeah? There is more than just technology and business. Why is that necessary? If you're an organization and you're just scared about speed and bringing things to the market as quickly as possible, then you may end up with some surprises that you don't want. Yeah? Here you have a few examples. You see on the left-hand side, you see a camera with a box on every face except for one person. Yeah? This person happens to be a colored person. Yeah? So this camera actually discriminated against color, which is not what the designers wanted, of course. But it happened. Yeah? So they could have prevented it, but they didn't. Of course, this has to do with machine learning, deep learning, where you train an algorithm with a lot of examples of faces, and then the algorithm learns to recognize a face. But of course, if you train it with not diverse data, then it doesn't learn what it should learn. Yeah? That's happened here. The same with Google Translate. You all know it. But Google Translate, today less, in the past a lot, has a lot of stereotypes. If you translate in Google Translate, she is a doctor and he is a nurse, you translate it to a language that doesn't have gender, and then you translate it back to English, you get he is a doctor and she is a nurse. Yeah? The typical stereotypes of professions. Google was surprised by it. Now they intervene. Now they corrected for it. But they didn't do it up front. Yeah? So there are lots of examples that if you only think about the product, technology, and business, you might end up in problems. We all know the privacy issues, discrimination. Yeah? I'm not talking about the good things here because there are lots of good things. Yeah? But if you're a government, there are also problems that this technology, of the use of this technology, creates. Yeah? Think about self-driving cars. If there's an accident, who is liable? Is it the manufacturer? Is it the programmer? Is it the car itself? Is it the software of the car? Other things like all this technology creates a lot of wealth, yeah? But it requires less effort. And moreover, the wealth is being more and more concentrated in fewer organizations and people. Yeah? So there are all kinds of secondary aspects of this technology, of using this technology at large scale, that have to be thought about. Yeah? Liability, inequality, warfare. I'm sure some of you have seen this in the news. Yeah? So there's a company that has analyzed billions of faces from the internet on Facebook and every social network in the world. Yeah? And they recognize those faces. This company is called Clearview. And they have given this application to the Ukrainian government so they can use it for whatever they think they use. And they use it for recognizing dead Russian soldiers. Yeah? Because they have that person on the ground, they use the system, it scans also the social networks from Russia, and then it's connected with all the information, and then they take this information and they know what the soldier is. And actually, sometimes, this is the press, I don't know whether it's really true, but it's what you read, they send this information to the family. And so this is what's happening to your children if you listen to your leader. So it's a kind of use. So war, of course, is bad, but this is also a very strange use of this technology. And should we want this or not? Yeah. Things about robots. We spoke about the future of work, previously, but there's another thing about the future of work, which is related, if we automate more and more tasks, of course, tasks, they make up positions, and at a certain point of time, you can automate a lot of the tasks that usually people would do. What happens with the future of work? What happens with work of the future? Of course, it's nice to have a weekend of 3 days or 4 days, but then you still have the problem of who is taking advantage of this benefit, because production goes up, labor goes down, so there is a creation of wealth, but who is taking care of this wealth, and who's going to pay for all the people that don't need to work anymore? So there's big questions that have to be solved if we use this technology at a massive scale. Your boss, could it be a computer? Could you have a robot or an AI system as a boss? You're all looking for, many of you are looking for jobs, And what studies say is that people leave their bosses. They move from a company away because their bosses are not nice to them. Not because of the company oftentimes, but because of the boss. Imagine you have a great boss, an artificial intelligence system understands you, is supportive, never is angry, always helps you. Is that possible? Do we want that to be possible? Things that we have to find out, So what I'm arguing here for is we need a new formula. We don't only need to think about business and technology, we also need to think about other things, And I call it good and green AI for business and for good, Usually what we see here is for business. We only care about increasing the uplift of marketing campaigns, optimization of business processes, and we have to do that, and it's essential, and that's why this technology is so powerful and is so popular today, because it's transformation. You can apply it everywhere, in every sector, in every type of application, HR, optimization of all kinds of processes, industries, self-driving cars, but it's not the only thing we should think about, So there are things coming up that also say, okay, use this technology not only for business, but also for social purposes, for good purposes, AI for good. And then, if you do it in the right way. Make sure you have a good AI, An AI that doesn't discriminate, an AI that respects privacy, an AI that is transparent and understandable if you use it to take decisions that have an impact on people's lives. Of course, it's not the same transparency of an algorithm if you recommend a movie or a song. If you make a mistake, so what? If you're not completely fair between all people, so what? It's not a big impact. But if you want to access a public university or a public hospital, or if you want to have a mortgage, or things that have impact on your life, if you have a serious diagnosis for a disease, then we should understand how those systems work, because they make errors. They're never 100%. You've always false positives and false negatives, and you need to value them. You need to take them into account. Those are things that are important to do. I want to speak a little bit about this good AI, this ethical AI, which I think is very important. Because of all those things in the news that we've seen, of algorithms that discriminate, that take control, lots of things that are happening, companies have reacted, governments as well. They have come up with what they call principles, AI principles. If I use artificial intelligence, it should not discriminate, it should be transparent, it should respect privacy, it should respect human rights, and it should also have good perspectives. They did a study of the 36 first organizations in the world that came up with these ideas in 2018 or 2017, and actually they find a common pattern in those principles. It's oftentimes about accountability, transparency, explainability, fairness and non-bias. Autonomy is a very important aspect of those systems. They can have autonomy, they can do everything by themselves, or they need a human in the loop to take final decisions. And so they classified all those algorithms and how different organizations use them. This is what, for instance, Telefonica did already in 2018, published their artificial intelligence principles, stating that if this company uses AI, first, it should be fair. That's all to do with discrimination, with sensitive variables, bias in the data, how do you go about it? It should be transparent and explainable when needed. As I said, it's not the same a diagnosis of a serious disease versus the recommendation or of an ad different things with different requirements. It should be human-centric, should be not against the Sustainable Development Goals, and should respect human rights. And then it should be with privacy and with security, and very important, also, if you work with others, with third parties, providers, partners, they should also think about the same things if you do. Otherwise, you can do a big effort, but if you buy AI systems on the market and you use them and they don't comply with your principles, then you still have a problem. Yeah? So many companies and have now, across the world, have issued their principles, and the next challenge is, how do you make it happen in an organization? Yeah? Because it's easy to say, we will not discriminate, but how do you do that? So that is now what is very active going on in the research area, but also in some leading companies that want to avoid the negative impact. Yeah? Just one example here. Of course, it's a very big thing to implement this, but so oftentimes organizations use a tool, yeah? And this is a tool that we've developed in collaboration with the GSMA and with Odisea and Telefonica that tries to give an ethical score based on a set of questions for a certain product. Yeah? So it's about loan assignment, or it's about reduction of churn, or it's about anything that you do in an organization. You have to first make an assessment of if things go wrong. What is the possible damage? Yeah? And if only many organizations would ask them those 3 questions before they start to do things. First, how severe is the damage? Again, it's not the same if you blow up a factory, or if you get a wrong recommendation for something. Yeah? It's not the same severity. Then it's the scale. If it goes wrong, does it happen to 1 person, to 10, to a whole city, to a whole nation, or even to a whole continent? Yeah? Because those are scales that are today possible. That was the second question. And the third question is, how likely is it that it's gonna happen? If it is, I mean, many algorithms have outcomes of precision of 80%, 90%. Still 10% is not working well. So how big is this 10%, and how is that acceptable for the problem and for society? Those are questions you have to ask. That gives you a risk score. And then you ask about the product certain questions about the principles, and those are not always easy to answer and very debatable in an organization. But the important thing is to ask them and to think about them, and then to take an explicit decision. Okay, there is a risk, but we will do it, and we are accountable. Or you say, no, this is too much, we can't. Yeah? And that gives you, in the end, an ethical score. And that score decides whether you can go ahead or not. Of course, it's not black and white, but the important thing is to have a discussion on the matters, on the impact of those things. Yeah? Finally, one slide on the other thing, using AI for good. Using it to improve societies, using it to fight climate change. We all know the Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah? There are many initiatives going on where AI and data are used to help the no poverty, to help the climate change, to fight climate change, to help people to be safe with natural disasters, to help people to have a safe place. Yeah? Those projects are very important. Today, there is no business model behind it, so they are very scarce. Yeah? Because you need a philanthropist who's funding it. Governments have difficulty in funding it. Companies want to go not all the way. They want to invest a little bit to show, but then really putting it into practice is very hard. I have many examples of those things. Fighting COVID with such data, fighting consequences of natural disasters caused by climate change, but it's very difficult to really get money for those projects to run. Yeah? That's a pending task that we have as a society, and I think also as companies to do this. Okay, this is not easy to do this at scale. Yeah? I worked a lot of years, many years in the area, and I wrote many lessons down for others to work, to learn from if they want to use AI and data, not only for business, of course, most of this is about business, but also in a responsible way. Yeah? Do it in a good way, and also make sure you use it for good causes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Richard.
You're
I
welcome.
now invite you to take a seat as we will launch the roundtable session covering data ethics. Why do we need to look beyond technology and business when talking about AI? To moderate this panel, we welcome Luis Pizarro, and Teresa Trueba on stage. They will be sharing the stage with Gabriel Lopez from Microsoft, Ana Villa from Globo, and Ansgar Quen from EY.
Thank you for the nice talk.
You're welcome. It's a big chair.
Hello? Hey, can you hear me? Great. Thank you, Richard, for the great keynote, and welcome everyone here in the auditorium, and everyone as well on the online signal. And we could see from Richard's presentation that there are lots of scenarios where AI can go wrong, not only from the governmental point of view, but the public sector, but on the public sector, but as well on the private sector. And for the first session, for the first part of this panel, we would like to dive into the regulatory aspects of AI. So I would like you guys to educate us a little bit. So if you can tell us what are the main regulatory frameworks across the world that are to some extent or to a greater extent addressing societal risks of AI, personal risks, and perhaps to some extent, if you can comment on, do we have companies making lobby in a way that these regulations are shaped to their needs, or that's not necessarily reality? So perhaps, Ansgar, if you can start with this.
Sure. So perhaps just to set the scene a bit wider, it's worthwhile recognizing that we've definitely moved into a time period where governments generally across the globe have taken a position to say that the digital space needs regulation. And so there is this kind of sense of, over the last 20-odd years, especially the big tech companies, have grown quite a lot due to being given a space on the internet where regulation was really held at a minimum. And now countries and regions like the EU are stepping in and say, this place needs to be regulated. We're seeing this across the globe, not just in the EU. There's also quite a lot of regulatory thinking happening in the US and certainly also in China. The approach to the regulation is somewhat different, following more or less the classical differences that we know of these kind of regions. The EU takes its central, somewhat horizontal kind of approach to regulating this. We're seeing this with the AI Act being the first piece of horizontal legislation for AI globally, but also in other domains, like the Digital Services Act that was passed politically just the other week, and other things looking to regulate the space in the EU and following the GDPR model, trying to have also extraterritorial impacts. But we see also, for instance, in the US, even though at the federal level, things aren't really moving that quickly with direct sort of passing of regulation, that at the state level, there's quite a lot happening, which potentially raises the challenge that you get different regulation in each state, slight variations, which makes it more difficult for companies to show that they're going to be compliant with each of this patchwork. And then China, of course, is taking its government-led piece of legislation, for instance, reflecting again on AI, even though we keep talking about the AI Act as being the first piece of actual AI legislation happening. Actually, China has already put in place legislation for AI in recommender systems because they have strong government-driven concerns around what kind of information is circulating. And as part of that, they've put in place already strong regulation on the properties that this kind of technology is allowed to have. So we see definitely sort of a broad sweep movement towards saying the technology space needs regulation in order to balance that concerns around the safety of citizens versus the growth of the technology spaces. But there are nuances in different regions as to how exactly that is being approached.
Thank you.
Yes, so maybe going deeper into GDPR, which at the end
probably is the most advanced legislation around data, AI, at least currently worldwide. What does GDPR do, or how does it legislate data or the use of AI? Mainly, it gives a lot of rights to European citizens in terms of how companies are able to use their personal data, or the personal data that they have been collecting from them. And those rights are related to things like the right of being informed that this data is collected, the right of having access to that data, the right of being forgotten, and so on. But more specifically, on the part of AI, there are things, and this relates to some of the things that were mentioned before, about the right on explainability. So for any automated decision that a company does based on personal data, the user or the person has a right to ask for explainability, like why was that decision taken from whatever data that company has on me. And similarly, also related to some of the comments before, there is a part where it talks about how bias and discrimination is forbidden if based on any personal characteristics such as race, gender, political opinion, and so on. So this is also somehow regulated. Of course, it's something a bit abstract, let's say, that it's hard to measure, hard to make sure that companies are complying. And finally, one interesting thing that you can find in GDPR too is how automatic processing and profiling of people is forbidden, except if those people have given explicit consent for that data to be their data to be used for these types of automatic profiling. So in a way, we are in a good direction. Of course, there is, I believe, a lot of work that needs to be done and a lot of evolution that we need for this type of regulation, as AI will keep growing and advancing, also needs to do so the legislations. And we'll see how that advances. There is this, again, like you mentioned, right, a principal AI draft from EU that is already talking about how can AI systems be limited depending on what is the risk they can end up putting to society. And I do think that this is a bit like a good news again, right, in the terms of, yes, depending on how much risky an AI system is, let's limit the type of data that AI system can use, or even let's limit its existence as a whole. So yeah, in a way, there is at least these old initiatives that go in the right direction, and in a way too, in Europe, we are lucky that we live in a space where we are more protected than in many other countries around the world. But we'll need to see and keep a really small eyes in how that will advance to ensure that it actually goes to the right direction.
Thank you, Anna. Well, from my point of view, and this is, I believe, it's a very important question that the one that Luis has raised. There are many countries that are looking at the new regulation, as we have mentioned, and in the US, as you mentioned, actually there's quite a problem there of segregation in the regulation, that it has been called to have a more coordinated approach. And this is not only affecting specific countries such as the US, it's actually impacting several areas of the world. And there is no question right now whereas we need or not regulation in this space. I think it's very clear to everybody that because of the impact that this technology is having in the society, in the economy, we need regulation. We need a smart regulation, but we need also governments to coordinate, to assess what level of what type of regulation we need. Just to give you an example, this week, the European Parliament has finally adopted the proposal for the AI Act, and it has described four categories, clear categories on how to assess if you need a code of conduct for certain type of applications, if you need a high-risk assessment, if you need an assessment, if you need audit, or if you have, let's say, prohibited type of uses. And I think it's very simple. It's useful for the people to understand, but there are still the need for dialogue, because again, we need to also foster innovation. AI it's a very delicate technology that we need to nurture and take care. It is also very important for us to promote this technology, because the challenges that we are facing as society in the world, being environmental sustainability, being the digital divide, the economy divide, the healthcare sector, all these areas will require some sort of AI. We actually, all of us, most of us in this room, have already utilized some sort of AI to be here, even today. And it has permeated to all of us. But the important thing is, I think regulation is needed. We need better regulators as well. We need them to coordinate among themselves to make sure that this technology help us in those areas that is uniquely poised to help us.
Thank you. Richard?
Yeah, just to land a little bit what we are talking about. Yeah? So if you look at the AI Act, there are, as Gabriel said, there is a category of high risk. Yeah? Just to give some examples. Yeah? So biometric identification. So if you go into the building here, at least I saw, there is a facial recognition. It recognizes your face. In the future, there is a high-risk application, and IE should go through a thorough process to make sure that it's used in the right way, etc. Yeah? Safety components of critical infrastructure. Yeah? If you use some kind of component, whatever, and you to care of gas pipelines, yeah? If you use AI to do predictive maintenance of that component, then that's regulated. Imagine AI is 90% okay, it's 10%. If it goes wrong, it's a huge impact. Yeah. For here, access to education. If there is a system used of allowing students here to enter this university, then it will be regulated. Today, you can just IE can just use it. Yeah. If you use it, then it is needed. Hiring people, promoting people, and firing people. If you use an AI system to support you in that decision making, that's going to be regulated. Yeah? So it's not that everything in society will be regulated, but there are certain things that are regulated. Yeah? Now, very interesting what Angar said about China. Yeah? Indeed, if you look at the regulation in China, we all think China is doing social scoring. Yeah? So it's actually scoring people on their daily behavior. If you cross a zebra cross, but in red, it recognizes your face, it puts you on a screen as this citizen is behaving well, and it takes you points. Like the driver license in Spain, yeah? If you commit something, you lose points, they lose points. And then if they want to go to public university, then the points matter. Yeah? So that's something that's forbidden in the AI Act for Europe, but in China it's there. Nonetheless, the regulation about recommendation systems is very good. It is very strong. Yeah? For instance, it obliges companies like the Instagrams in China that users are allowed to switch off the recommendation. So imagine you're watching TikTok, you see all the time the same things or 3 things and nothing more. You say switch off and then you get all kinds of things. Yeah? That by law, that needs to be enabled. Now, that has a huge business impact, yeah? Because engagement probably goes down, advertising funds come down of those platforms. And so it's a very bold statement. Of course, it's easy to say, how do you enforce it? And how do you make sure that's not only enforced on companies, but also on the government itself? Yeah? And I think the last thing I say is the question you made before. Is it that companies influence regulation, or is it that governments define the regulations? Well, in the end, it's a conversation, yeah? And it's, of course, it's no secret that the companies do a lot of effort to influence certain regulations. But it's also necessary. Yeah? It's a game, and it's very important to do it right. The GDPR is great. The GDPR is a great regulation, but you can also see that it has been designed at the desk. Yeah? We are all fed up now with all the consents. Yeah? I have a plugin in my browser. It's called Super Agent, and I say to Super Agent, for all my websites that it goes to, accept only the necessary one, reject all the third party and the other ones for optimizing. Well, because I like data, okay, you can use it, yeah? And then it does it for me. Huh? If you do the same with AI, with the AI Act, so do it as a desk exercise, an academic exercise, without really thinking what does it mean on the ground, then we have a big problem. And I think that's good because the Spanish government has offered Spain as doing a pilot, yeah? A sandbox in regulation. So next year there will be a regulation in Spain for the AI Act, for all the things that I just mentioned. And of course, companies participate there. They can do everything wrong. They will not get fined, but just to see how it works. Yeah? And then probably 2 years later, it will be implemented in Europe.
Exactly. Thank you. So that was the first part of this panel. Now, we would like to dive into the organizational aspects of implementing AI in practice. And we know, for example, that the regulation in Europe will come into effect in the next 6 months, maybe 9 months. Then companies have 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah. Then the companies
change it to 3.
Exactly. Well, companies will have 2 years since the official publication to get all their procedures in place before they start getting huge fines. We do have time still. We have times. So a question for your panelists would be, what steps are you taking in your companies to try to be ready, to try to be proactive in the implementation of the new regulations, particularly in Europe, but at the same time, from what Richard was presenting, we know that many organizations have already declared the list of AI principles that they adhere to, right? These principles, as we know, are not so easy to bring into practices. And your companies, they have already taken steps forward in regards to implementing those principles. And it would be great if you can give also some advice to us, first, how you are doing it, and what would you be recommending to other organizations that are taking these first steps in this direction? Perhaps?
Yep. I'm happy to start this one. To make a long story short, because actually from the, you may recall that a few years ago, during the Obama administration, they issued a white paper on the use of AI. And it's been quite a long journey, particularly for Microsoft, to establish the ethical principles where we want to operate in the market. When we define those principles, similarly as Telefónica did, the next question, the follow-up question was, okay, how we operationalize them, how we make them real in our product line, how we can actually assess those projects through these principles. And I remember during those times, and this is kind of a joke, every time that I went to a panel, an AI panel, if I had to talk about AI principles or which principles, a kitten in internet died. There were so many panels, but nobody was actually talking about how to implement this type of projects. So what we did is we started first by setting an office within the corporation, meaning this is in Redmond. This is actually an office that is working directly with the office of the CLO, that basically address all those questions relative first to the principles. So once we finalize that understanding, not from the legal perspective only, but having experts such as you, like data scientists, or philosophers, or journalists, or so on, several type of experts in the table, we decided, okay, now we are mature enough to start unrolling this knowledge that we have to the organization. So it came, let's say, originally from our corporation in the United States, and they began to train us in each of the countries. Nowadays, the way we operationalize this type of principles is we have in each region an AI champion. This is the way we call it. So this AI champion, when a partner, when a customer, when even us, when we decide, okay, we want to engage in this type of AI projects, and they may have a sensitive impact. They may have an impact on fundamental rights. They may have an impact on, or we think that it may have an impact on citizen rights. well, this AI champion analyzes it on a first stance. If he believes that we need to take additional review, then he basically escalates this to our Office of Responsible AI, which has several, let's say, organisms within the same group that analyze separately each of the pieces of that solution. If we believe that that solution will have a negative impact in the society, we walk away from those projects. And this is something, one of the things that I'm very proud of because I'm part of that group. You may have heard that, for example, a few years ago, we stepped out from a project with ICE in the United States for the facial recognition of immigrants. And the reality is that there are many uses that can benefit the society, but in those cases where we believe, hey, this will have a negative impact in the society, we don't fear to take a step back and, hey, it's the choice of the partner, it's the choice of the entity that wants to pursue this.
Yes, I can follow up on your story because, well, from Globo's side at least, we do things quite similarly, of course, at a different scale. We are way smaller compared to Microsoft. But a bit how we're working with this is that there is, let's say, a workforce from public affairs and central data scientists who actually work hard to understand like the current legislations and how must these legislations be translated into the operations and bureaucracy of the company. And from that analysis and those initiatives, again, similarly to what you are saying, there are things like, workforces again, but a lot of trainings, general information for teams to have in mind these types of impacts and risks that AI systems. Again, close to how we were mentioning ability, Globo is setting up a lot of initiatives trying to make the technology behind explainable, transparent in terms of how that impacts both users, partners, and couriers or riders. And maybe an example, because I think it's a great initiative and also related to a bit your AI champions kind of job. Whenever we start a data science project, we write a small documentation on the project with the design of the solution, the expected impact of the project, and so on. And this documentation is sent to the whole company for feedback, right? So the interesting part about this is that there is now, from some months ago, a mandatory section in the documentation about ethics and bias. Where the team is expected to write there anything related to potential risks, biases, discriminations, or ethical concerns they might have about the problem. And in case the team doesn't get to or misses the risk that the project might have, we know that anybody or someone from the feedback or reviewers will be able to notice that and give that feedback to the team. And from there, it scales however it needs to be scaled, like talking to the legal team, stopping the project if we believe that that doesn't fit with the ethical concerns and so on. And maybe the value that I see in this part of a lot of eyes into the problem is that it's a complex topic. It's a complex topic, it's really, really new, and therefore the more eyes we can have on this type of thoughts or discussion, the better, because we will potentially be able to not miss any risks or things that we need to take into account in AI or machine learning or data science projects.
Thanks. So the general approach that EY is taking is basically very much similar to what both of the previous ones have just described. So I don't really want to go into that in so much detail, but rather I'd like to highlight that because this is something, this question about how do we actually put both the principles and also as the regulations come in place, how do we actually implement these regulatory requirements? If the regulation says you must have a risk management process in place for AI, what does that actually mean? How do I know the kind of risk management process that I have is good enough to be able to show compliance with the regulation. And so this is actually one of those areas where we get that interplay between industry and the regulator, and not so much in the industry trying to push the definition of the regulation, but rather industry helping with the implementation, clarifying what does the implementation of the regulation mean through the work with defining the standards. So for instance, the AI Act, to a large extent, is pushing for a framework where the preferred way to show that you're compliant is to say you followed what's called a harmonized standard, a standard that has been recognized by the Commission as appropriate for showing compliance. And so this is an important piece of work that is ongoing, and it's ongoing not just within Europe, but rather standards development for how to do, what does best practice actually look like in industry, and having a standard will also help smaller industry that doesn't have the resources to try and figure this out themselves. But because this is something that will be needed not just in Europe, but actually everywhere, we see national standards bodies, basically the places where industry and other technical experts, including people from academia, come together to help define these things. They're pushing to do this at the international level as much as possible. So through the International Standards Organization, ISO, IEC, defining these kinds of standards. One of them that's currently being worked on, actually a lot of the leadership in that is being done by Microsoft as well, is 42001 AI Management Standard. And that is looking to put in place basically clear guidance of this is good practice. This is what you should be doing if you can. And so that will help industry to say, okay, well, we need to figure out how to do this thing. There is a standard that exists, so now we can follow this. And then we just need to make sure we have the right kind of documentation, we have the right ways of showing that we've done this in the good way, and that will help us to show to the regulator, but also to show to citizens that we've done this in the appropriate way, which is where a whole other thing about how to do certification, et cetera, comes in, but I won't go into that right now.
Richard, to complement that, you were mentioning as well in your journey in Telefonica how you've been doing it. Yeah. Now, what have been the main challenges to run this throughout the whole company that could be a global challenge at the same time, right?
Yeah. Well, I think first of all, it's a journey. Yeah? It's not something that you do overnight.
Exactly.
Yeah? I think the first challenge we have is what principles do we publish? Because you have so many, you have about 30 things, and what do you publish? And then also, once you know, let's do something about fairness. Then you have the discussion between cross-company. Yeah? So, well, yeah, but if we cannot do this, then we lose this kind of business. Yes, but from an ESG perspective, so you have a very tough and also enriching conversation about what is the right balance, yeah, between responsibility and business. Yeah? Of course, we all hope that responsibility and business at some point in time are the same thing, but today oftentimes it's not yet. Yeah? So I think that's the first challenge. How do you agree on what the principles are? The second challenge is, when do you publish them? Yeah? So I've seen two approaches. One is, before we publish, we need to make sure that we can comply. Yeah? So companies I worked in, they're still discussing. Because of course you don't know what's going on. You don't know if you are complying. So with Telefonica we did the other way. We make a public statement and then we would do our best to achieve that at some point in time. Yeah? I think Microsoft is doing the same. Yeah? So that's also a challenge. When do you publish? What kind of agreement do you need? And then it's very important to have, let's say, the support of senior management. Yeah? So our CEO is very much in favor of this, so it facilitates. Yeah? And then we have a kind of sandwich approach, so top down, but it's also a lot of push from bottom up. And then really the implementation is really a big thing. Yeah? So it's any change management process. I think every company has gone through the GDPR implementation. Well, it's like that. Yeah? But GDPR was much more in a hurry. It became a regulation. So what we are doing now, we do regulation is on high risk only. Yeah? And we don't foresee that our company will be 90% high risk. Or will be maybe 5% high risk. So What we do is now we do the responsibility by design for everything, even if it's low risk. But we want to make sure that every single product that uses this technology has gone through this process by design. If the outcome is there is zero risk, there is zero risk, but at least you do it. No? Regulation will be only for the high-risk things, so which is very limited. And I think if this is a cultural transition of the company, cultural change, then you can't just do for ticking the box on a few things. Now you need to do it across the board. So, and that's what we're doing now, and therefore we hope that through this process, it's mostly an awareness activity. We don't want to stop project. We don't have the scale of Microsoft across the world that can impact millions of people. We're a big company, but we don't have the products, nor we don't have the scale to have a huge project impact with everything. But what we do want to do is make people aware that this is important in every design. Actually, the AI ethics is part of what we call responsibility by design. It's not only about AI, it's about fair supply chain, it's about human rights, it's about climate change. Every single project is painful for the product managers, but they have to fill in a lot of questionnaires about all those non-business impacts. And it's all locked. Some things are already regulated in the companies, like GDPR, like security. Other things are not yet regulated, but are coming. And I think this creates a lot of self-responsibility. So we have explicitly chosen not to create an ethics committee at the top level that says this you can do, this you cannot do, this you can do. We wanted to have a problem-based approach. So we have teams. We have a responsible AI champion in the business units. So it's basically the DPO, the data protection officer for AI. And this person with the team has to do a questionnaire, as I've shown. 14 questions, 1-4. It's not like 64 of like the European Commission. It's very, very to the point. And if they have a dispute on this is high risk, no, this is low risk, then it's escalated. So it's a problem-based escalation to an ethics committee that have experts. There are no managers. There are experts, ethics experts, ESG expert, privacy, and artificial intelligence. And then if there is a problem about security, about human rights, about human resources, then you bring people in. This committee, we think that it can solve every problem that's there. And if not, we escalate to an existing company. Currently, we are in this piloting phase, because we didn't want to write a governance model behind the desk and then roll it out across the company. No, we've written it, and now we're piloting in 4 different business areas. We want to learn, to see whether it's very painful, to see whether we miss important things, to see whether people react enthusiastically or they see it as, oof, I have to pass a test, and if I fail, then I have a problem with my job. So you want to learn by doing, and then this will turn into a company regulation, and probably that will prepare us very well for the final regulation when it comes in 2 or 3 years.
Exactly. I think it's been really interesting the way we started at looking at the regulatory aspect, the regulatory landscape, and then how that boils into organizations getting ready, right? Prepared for the regulation with standards and implementing their AI principles in a way that is by design, and it's a journey, as you rightly mentioned, Richard. Now, for the final act of this panel, we would like to take over. I'll leave you with Teresa.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. In fact, your last comment was linked to a common fear that I've seen with students, as in how looking at the responsibility at these values and following the regulations might hinder innovation and how it can slow down. And before moving on to the final part, I wanted to ask whether you have examples that, rather backing away like Microsoft had to do, you've seen new opportunities by considering these dilemmas and trying to follow the regulations, or do you think that will come in the future?
Well, for a firm like UI, which has a large part of what the firm does is assurance, it's auditing, the business opportunities that arise from new regulations are fairly obvious. As other companies are going to have to show compliance with pieces of regulation, that means there is another element to be looking into. But it's also, in addition to things like compliance to actual regulation, there's also very much, and I think that touches on Richard's last point, a very much so a growing aspect in the space of where people are looking to invest into companies that are showing that they are holding ESG high up. And so there is a growing push for non-financial reporting, for reporting aspects of what your company is doing that aren't just about your finances, but how do you show that you as a company are actually a responsible company? And so one aspect within that can be about how you are developing your technology, what kind of governance you have in place, and for instance, choices that you have made where you decided to forego a particular option because you are holding to your principles of being a responsible organization, and that would be a signal to investors that they say, this is actually a company that we want to be investing in because our mandate is to go for responsible organizations. And so EY is also doing work around this kind of non-financial reporting, figuring out good ways. What is the evidence that you need to collect in order to show that a company is actually following these kinds of things?
Thank you. Yes, a bit how I see it is that it resumes to the question, does regulating AI kill AI innovation? And I don't think so. In a way, regulation helps AI go in the right direction and not so much about just killing how it can evolve. I don't have a concrete example on how these opportunities came, more of a general example, and for me it's explainability. So for a long time, we got used to having AI models or machine learning models as black boxes that nobody would understand how they would make those decisions or those predictions, and we were kind of okay with that because it worked, right? The accuracy, the performance of the model and so on was good, and we only cared about that part. I think that through these regulations and this right on explainability and getting this importance now in terms of explainability overall, this has opened the part on explainable AI that not only brings let's say this legislation or these rights to the people that are impacted by AI, but also a lot of business opportunities, because if you are able to understand what the model is using to predict, you are able to understand what are the levers behind those predictions, or from people, I don't know, from paying the loan or not paying the loan, right? So I do think that in terms of, I don't know if it's an opportunity, but all this explainability on machine learning models has happened a bit thanks to these types of regulations, and it has opened a lot of the insights kind of world in AI that I think that is really interesting and has opened a lot of potential.
If I may, I would like to reformulate my response to your question.
Of course.
And I would like to start first on where does ethics start? Where does this conversation start? It actually starts in this type of rooms, in the universities. It starts at your home. It's embedded in your principles. You don't become an ethical company just because you are hiring X, Y, Z. The ethics are an individual issue. And a company becomes ethical because of the persons that work for that company. Now, the question that and this is why I'm reformulating my answer to your question, is this good business? Is it good business to be a good company, an ethical company in this world? Well, I think it does. It does pay out. Not necessarily for everybody, but it does pay out. The type of challenges that we are facing as a society are of such a scale that either we have the best minds in the business to do things and to turn the economic model that was working in one direction to switch it to the other side. It's a major shift. It's a major challenge. And you need the best minds in the world. And again, all these conversations start in your houses, in the principles that you're receiving at your families, the principles that you're receiving in the universities, the principles that you're sharing with your colleagues at your offices. So yes, it's very good business to be an ethical company, but you need to implement those principles. You need to work on them. You need to live them. And you live them each day you go to your office, each day you go to the school. In everyday life, you need to exercise those principles, and you need to keep learning.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I have a mic. Yeah.
Richard, if I might put you on the spot, because I think what you're saying is very good for us as students, and if there's any teachers, like how we can incorporate these principles to our classes, to our courses, coming from different backgrounds. We might not all study AI, or we might not study ethics, so maybe I can test you and see if you have any ideas into how universities can work so that students come prepared with these principles.
Okay, that's such a good reply to the So I think we did a study, partly automatic, using crawlers, partly manual, so combination of artificial intelligence and people, to look at public universities, how many of them give, let's say, the undergraduate degrees or masters on artificial intelligence or big data, all of them. Then we looked for each of those, whether they say something about ethics with technology, and actually whether they have at least one course on that. Then became very sparse. So I think it's very important that universities have into their curriculum a kind of course on, actually, so I'm giving a course right now in some countries, and it is about the social and ethical impact of technology. It's just thinking about it. It's important to be aware of it. You don't have to solve everything, you don't have to block everything, but simply thinking about, if I use this algorithm here, could it be used somewhere else, or could it be used somewhere else? I think it's a pity that the smartest people on earth are spending their time on engaging young people with mobile phones. The longer the better. I think that is an ethical question. I mean, everybody is ethical until it hurts. And then you see the real difference between companies. And I don't think that a company is ethical because the employees are ethical. It is much, I think it's much more complex. And it's a good, I think, very interesting to know, since you are working at a university, make a study on, first, what society thinks, the public opinion thinks, how many companies of the world are ethical and how many are not ethical. It's very difficult, but I think it's very important. What I do think, and what I hope, is that being an ethical company is going to be a must-be and not a nice-to-have. Exactly. So not to be in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index or be number one on a ranking. It should be really happening. It should improve the world, and it should avoid things that are currently happening.
Exactly. Just to interject there, we know that a career in data science, for example, or in machine learning, asks you to have particular skills, right? Python, programming, statistics, mathematics. Well, if we see how the skills have been changed because new technologies have emerged, now you need to know MLOps, for example. You should be able to write pipelines that can make your products reproducible. At the same time, I believe that responsible AI is also become a mandatory skills. So how can we embed responsible AI concepts with actual toolings in the educational programs is a must-have really soon, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so I guess in a sense it's building on what you were just saying. So if I, for instance, reflect on what is it that a lot of these ethics-related standards that are being developed, what process standards, what they actually contain in them, to a large extent what the process is asking is a kind of mindfulness of development. As I'm building this, am I aware of the kind of decisions I'm actually making during this process? When I chose this optimization function, what are the underlying implications of this? Am I actually assuming something about the stakeholders when I'm optimizing for this, when I'm using this particular data set as the one that I'm going to train with, how did I choose this data set and what kind of assumptions did I actually make when I made that kind of thing? The first step is thinking about this, because once you start doing that, then you become able to start thinking, you know, actually this data set is not fully representative of the kind of population that this system is going to be exposed to, because I didn't choose it based on representativeness. I chose it based on it was the easy one to get. It was the standard one that everybody's been downloading, and I have actually no clue whether or not the different population groups are properly represented in this one. Maybe we need to do that step first before we use this for training. You know, a lot of the kind of core things that we're seeing in things like bias standard and those kinds of things is actually the request for you to document the thought processes that went into making these decisions. And the point of that is less actually about the documentation, and it's more about making you think about it in order to start doing it. And so I think from the point of view of, you know, as a student, as you are going into this, I think one of the elements is to also think, am I just doing courses that are about giving me technical skills, or am I also perhaps doing, maybe they'll be elective courses, some things that will help me get more of that understanding of what are the implications of the technology that I'm doing on how people are going to be impacted by it. I mean, we've seen the big outcries when face recognition was being rolled out as a tool for the police in various states in the US, about people saying, I'm fundamentally against this because we are of an over-surveilled piece of a section of the population already, etc., and those kinds of things. And it was an issue of, you know, the technology companies were only asking the police, what do you want? They were not asking the society where these things were going to roll out, what would your response be to having this happening, and those kinds of things. So it's just the think beyond the delivering the product to, and then what will this product actually end up being? How will it be used? I think Richard pointed that out. And how can it be abused as well? And just thinking, being mindful of the implications of what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, I mean, of course, I agree completely with what has been said so far. Maybe I could summarize a bit on how I see this part in two parts. Like, one part is awareness. The second part is critical thinking and being fearless. So for awareness, 100% we need any data scientist or any person working in technology and having a big impact to a lot of people's life through that technology to have some awareness in terms of the potential risk this technology can bring to the society and the people that is being impacted through that technology. And through that, of course, like courses in the university or in the boot camps that are happening through data science, engineering, and so on are, for me, should be mandatory in a way. And this is, of course, like one of the pillars. The second pillar is like this part on critical thinking and being fearless, because in a way, whenever you will be in a team working, you have to have this critical thinking to actually be critical about the project that you're working on and understand if there are any ethical concerns or any concerns in general that you should be raising the hand about, and finding the person to talk about this internally in the company to understand what can be done in case there is this ethical concern, legal concern, whatever, right? So because of that, like, awareness is of course important, because if you're not aware of the potential risks and have a clarity on all the potential impacts technology can have, you won't be able to actually notice certain risk in that direction when you are working in projects. But then at the same time, you have this responsibility on actually having these critics and kind of fearless way of acting in terms of raising the hand if at some point you realize that there could be some concern that you need to be raising the hand about.
Thank you very much, Anna. I think we're going to have to pass on for the question and answer. If you mind, I'll give him the microphone.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it's very opening. Maybe they can ask themselves what questions they have as students, perhaps interested in the field.
Thank you so much. Great panel. So I have a question that I want to ask, and relating to data ethics, especially given like the public backlash that like goes on now and then. So in my belief is that the data we've all collected is a reflection of the society we've already built, right? And this is the same data that is being used to make predictions, recommendations, and screen through. So the question I want to ask is, how are your organizations looking at evaluation of, say, machine learning models beyond APR, which would be continuation of what has already been existing, and perhaps maybe how the organizations are learning from the mistakes and empowering the teams to actually take these learnings and apply them?
I apologize because there's a little bit of back echo in your question, and I could only capture part of it. You were asking in how we, and if not, please
If I
correct.
can maybe
Yes.
formulate it, our data is out there, right? It's kind of public, the data we, all users, create. Now, our organizations are using that data in a way that we build models. We build models, but how do we test these models, right? Internally, do we have any quality risk management processes, and how we learn from that verification testing process?
Excellent question. now that I pick it up. Yes, well, at least we do. And there are, of course, I don't know how many data scientists are here, but I think there are plenty, even more than lawyers. That is very unique for me. So you know that the sources of data are basically everywhere. And it's not only, let's say, what you can collect directly from as a company, but as well data sets that are open there in the market that can come from public sector, that can come from private organizations. The key thing, and I think I think your question is really excellent because of the quality of data. If you want to have AI of quality, if you want to have the right type of outputs in your AI model or your AI system, data is paramount, and the quality of it is paramount. For two main reasons. Imagine that you want to deploy an AI system that has an impact, let's say, on healthcare. And you want to prevent discrimination, because you only have data sets that are coming from patients in the Nordic countries. And you want to treat a disease that is basically focused on the south of Europe. Well, how do you solve that? Well, the only way to solve that is to enrich your data set. First, to understand that you have that problem, that your data is incomplete, that you don't have all the data sets that you need. But once you understand that, then you can actually take an act on it. Second, there are some aspects, of course, of privacy and data protection that you require to ensure the confidentiality, the secrecy of the data to protect fundamental rights. In those cases, maybe what you need is to increase noise. Increase noise in the data and make it, let's say, less relevant for the purposes of identification. Or in some cases, you don't want to, as a society, we still have lengths to go and correct so many things that we have done incorrectly. And you don't want to preserve those things that are there. So what you want to do is to train a data set, an AI model with data that can bring, let's say, hey, we need more diversity here. We need more females. We need more people from other regions. Then perhaps you need to insert that type of noise. You won't use accurate data, for sure, but you already understand that I need to do this. So thanks for the question.
Yeah, maybe to follow up on that, like it's like a super important topic at the end, like society is biased and historical discrimination has happened. Data is nothing more than a mirror of that society, and therefore data in a way has encoded this bias and discrimination. Models, machine learning models, just learn from that data, and of course if nothing happens in the middle, what will mean, or what actually means many times, is that also these models will in a way be discriminative and automate the discriminations that have happened historically. Maybe to give potential concrete examples on what can be done about this, at the end, it's a hard problem. Like, it's a really, really hard problem because it has been shown that, for example, deleting the discriminatory variable of your data set will not fix the problem. The model can learn that discriminatory variable through other explanatory variables that you have, such as, I don't know, the postal code, right? Like a postal code can be a perfect predictor for the ethnicity of the person. So at the end, and it goes back a bit to the explainability that I was mentioning before, a tool that we have that can help understand these potential discriminations and biases in machine learning models is explainability. If you're able to understand what the model is doing, you will be able to understand if there are some variables that shouldn't be there, that shouldn't be that important for the predictions that you're making, and that potentially because of that, the model will be discriminating on certain human characteristics that you don't want to be discriminating on. So explainability, again, of course, and also I like another example on this, and it's, why do you want to use a super complex model? Like, we all like technology, right? Like, we love neural networks, we love, I don't know, gradient boosted trees, like these types of super complex models. But there is a very valid question around this, and is it worth it? Do you really not need that complexity behind a model to predict whatever you want to predict? Just put some easy to understand rules that for sure won't be discriminating, because you will be able to perfectly understand and explain the model decisions, versus a super complex model, kind of black box behind, that you will never be able to truly understand. So these types of questions and investigations and analysis are needed whenever we are building models, so that we can potentially have some tools to avoid these models from being discriminative.
Perhaps we have time for one more question or two. Nilo, here?
Not really, no? Okay.
Yeah, we have one more question here.
Oh.
Quick, please. We have to.
Time was up. Time was up.
Thank you very much for your talk. It was really interesting. So actually, I have two questions. One is that, is it enough to only consider individual harms in order to do the regulation? I mean, I've seen that Microsoft is considering different aspects. It is related to individual harm, but I mean, the society, for example. And the other question is that from Microsoft, when AI champs realize that the system is in high risk, and because you mentioned that you internally decided in the next round that you stopped the release of the product, right? Shouldn't it be something done by a third party? I mean, each company can evaluate its own products by their own glasses, because it will be it will not be generic. There will not be a rule done by one organization, So that's why I was wondering, is it like an internal filter in the middle before filtering, evaluating done by a third party? Or, yeah, thank you very much.
If you like, I can answer the
Well,
last
perhaps you can start, Oscar. Yeah.
Okay, so let me start by regarding your question, as opposed to just this focus that a lot of it is as, the harms on an individual. To what extent are we also looking at the harms on society more broadly? This is definitely an issue. It is a challenging issue because generally speaking, when we're saying it's the harms on society that aren't also harms on an individual, is because these are harms that don't easily show up. They're more like statistical averages that tend to be skewed in a certain kind of way, and that's where the harm kind of comes from. So one of the elements to that is the introduction of the requirement to monitor the ongoing performance of the system. Within the AI Act, for instance, that would be the post-market monitoring element, where you are then expected to do statistics over that to show whether or not, even though you can't pinpoint at the individual level that you are discriminating on something, for instance, but actually you can see that statistically you are apparently resulting in some kind of a discriminatory behavior. The other area where we actually see regulation trying to tackle with some of these societal harm kinds of things is in the other kinds of legislation, like the Digital Services Act, where there is a focus on concerns of impact on democracy due to the way in which media and disinformation is coming in. The challenge is in how to show that you're actually tackling it in the right way at the time of doing it, as opposed to in the post-hoc, well, afterwards when we looked at it, apparently there was a problem, but we still don't really know where it came from, but it is there. So there is a recognition that these are issues, and there is a push to try and put forward regulation to start dealing with it. But I think this is definitely the area that is still the least developed in how exactly to tackle it, and probably one of the areas where we could greatly benefit from the support, the input from the students in the room.
Richard?
Yeah, just a very quick question. I think a great example of individual harm versus societal harm is all the things about recommendations. Yeah? So you get individual recommendations, but in the end, at the society scale, it leads to polarization of society, and we've seen that in the American elections. We've seen that in Brexit. So in the end, for an individual, it can be more or less harmful or not, but nobody foresaw what impact it could have on groups of people. Yeah? Even if you look at Instagram and anorexia, yeah, the Facebook thing, it's a big group of people that is affected by this technology. It's impossible to foresee those things. Yeah? And that's why you have to do those things by design, because maybe you could have come up with it, even if it's hard to do it, and you cannot not even think about everything advanced. But it's a change of mindset that you should have the responsibility to do that.
Great. Excuse me, we'll have to continue the conversation in coffee later today. Thank you very much to all panelists, and for the audience for the questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Questions will be answered later with beers and drinks. The coffee time is over by then. Okay, thank you, panelists. So now we will move straight to the roundtable session that will look beyond sustainability and evaluate how do we ensure inclusiveness and resilience in the future. To moderate this panel, we welcome Concepcion Galdón and Isabel Hope on stage. They will be sharing the stage with Inés Monroy from Zens, Aaron Oliveira from Earth 300, and Hilaria Vigo from Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it anywhere?
Go ahead. Gracias. Gracias. Thank you. It was a really great speech. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for this next panel. And in my opinion, sustainability and technology are the keywords of our generation. And that is why I'm more than honored to be joined by you all on the stage today and you on the audience, whether in person or live, to continue this conversation about the co-evolution of these immensely important topics. And I would like to start by handing over to my co-moderator today, Concepcion, who will speak a bit about sustainability at IE. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thanks everybody for being here after lunch, after a long day. You are our heroes right now. So I want to start by saying that. A brief introduction, right, to the kinds of things we're doing at IE in terms of sustainability. At IE, we've been working on sustainability since our inception. It's actually been a very pretty journey, right? I've been working here for about 12 years now, and I've been involved in sustainability-related matters since I joined IE. It started off very much like bottom-up, with different initiatives in different departments and different schools. And a few years ago, we actually had to create a sustainability office in order to coordinate a little bit, you know, the various initiatives, the various projects that were flourishing all across schools and across different academic areas. So the kind of things that we're doing maybe revolve around 3 or 4 main axes. The first one is, of course, looking at our own operations, right? And we have a commitment to be net zero, and we're working on our own governance. We're all, working on the scholarship schemes, on guaranteeing that we go beyond the typical diversity that we had always worked on, but that we look closer at what diversity means, and that we're really respecting and attracting everybody and having all kinds of people in our classrooms. And we're making sure that we walk our own talk, right, with specific KPIs. So in case you don't know, for the last, like 2 or 3 years ago, we launched the 10-year challenge, which is towards 2030. Every year, we invite our entire community to take a pledge, take a given challenge, and this year is net zero. So if you are an IE student, you are invited to take the pledge, and you are invited to lead a net zero life during the year. It's more challenging than most people think that it is. But that is not what is most important or most material of what we do. At IE, we are an educational institution, so even if we wanted to destroy the world with carbon emissions, we probably couldn't, right? Because we are not a carbon-intensive organization in terms of our operations. We do need to be net zero, and any school and any university that isn't, they just don't want to. Like, universities are not carbon intensive, so if you can't go net zero, you're really just not making enough of an effort. It's not so challenging. But what is really material for us is the kind of teaching and research that we do. And that's the part that I lead at the Sustainability Office. I'm the Sustainable Teaching and Research Lead at the Sustainability Office. And it is my duty that none of our 1,000 students that graduate from IE every year graduates being illiterate with respect to sustainability. To that end, we are incorporating sustainability-related lenses across programs and across academic areas, so that we're training our faculty so that they understand that it is their responsibility to help our students be more responsible. I don't care if you teach accounting or materials in architecture. You are responsible for this, and it is your job to teach this from your particular academic area. We're incorporating specific learning modules. So for example, at the master's level, we launched already last year a certificate on foundations of sustainability for all of our students across master's programs to have the opportunity to get specific training on sustainability-related matters, regardless of whether they want or don't want to pursue a sustainability-specific career, right? But if you're going to work in a company who cares for sustainability, you want to show your employer that you share their values. And having this kind of certificate on your resume is going to help you. And as an announcement for the undergraduate level, starting in September, we're launching a certificate on sustainable impact and environmental management. So if you are an IE undergraduate student on most of our programs, you can, during your elective period next year, take this certificate and add a sustainability-specific component to your CV. Just need to look into it, right? So again, right, you have all of these opportunities available to you. Make sure you do this, because it is not the most important thing that we're doing to be net zero ourselves. It is the most important thing that we do to make sure you get the training you need to be the responsible professional you need to be. And that's what we do, but it's not the only kinds of things that are relevant. We're joined by our speakers today that are working in their areas in things that are also like very material to sustainability. So right beside me I have Hilaria Vigo from Barcelona Supercomputing Center. And probably what is material to you is entirely different. So how do you work on sustainability?
Right. I think it's... Can you hear me?
No? Can we have the microphone?
Try this. Hello? Oh. That's my headset probably, and not the microphone.
Yes. So thanks for the introduction. And yes, at the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, there's an old chapel, and you get there through a little garden. And what's curious about this chapel is that once you get in, you won't find the typical altar or benches, but rather a supercomputer, the Mare Nostrum 4. And with over 42 trillion operations per second, the Mare Nostrum 4 allows for cutting-edge research in different fields. And at the Earth Sciences Department where I work, we use a part of this supercomputing power to do research and simulate the Earth system in order to study climate and air quality at very high resolution. When I say we, it's actually my colleagues who are scientists. I'm an economist by background, and I'm an intermediary between the scientists and the companies using our information. So what we do is we don't limit ourselves to publish the results of our research, but since climate change is really urgent, what we do is to pack the climate information that we produce into tailored services that are helpful for governments, local authorities, and companies from different sectors for mitigation and adaptation actions. So for example, we've been working with renewable energy companies in the agricultural sector, insurance, and more. And our final goal is to make them sustainable and climate resilient decision makers.
Cool, thanks so much. Aaron, I'm now going to give it to you so that, to the other side of the room. You are the CEO and founder of Earth 300, so unless you have a very big problem with your brand, you're very, very connected, right, to climate. So how are you working on avoiding the climate crisis?
Yeah, thank you very much, and first of all, thank you all for inviting us over here. It's an incredibly iconic building, and just to be inside is a really great honor and a privilege, and I'm really thankful to Margot, Dennis, and also Guia Quangini, who organized all of this. So I'm really thankful to them, and thank you so much for all of you for coming here. So yeah, so Earth 300 is a project about inspiring ecological consciousness on a global scale. And essentially, the idea with Earth 300 is that it's rooted in the need to end the climate crisis and galvanize civilization to be able to take action. And that's why we built an incredibly iconic vessel, an object that has the power to attract attention. So when you're talking about Earth's ecosystems, which have evolved over billions of years, you're talking about evolutions that take place, from nano centimeters to large amounts, right, to thousands of kilometers, or from microseconds to centuries. And you are producing a lot of data, a lot of information. So using AI is not only essential, it's indispensable, really, if we are going to find out how the planet actually works and be able to measure the different heartbeats of the planet if we are to reverse the effects of climate change. I think the good news is that, climate change has been proven to be man-made, and the good news is that if it's man-made, we can also get ourselves out of the problem. So we are using AI. We have had an incredible program designed by one of our advisors, Victor Zykov, who ran and developed and deployed the most advanced vessel on the planet called RV Falco for the Schmidt Ocean Institute. And essentially, he created a program for us where we're looking at number one, firstly, we're going to infer best practices for ecosystem restoration and conservation and look at better ways to combine all of the data, because there's a lot of great data that's out there, but it's a noisy market, it's divided, and we can use AI to put all of that together. Number two, we want to use AI, to map and model oceanographic risk, weather risk, right? So if you think about the impacts of weather, if you talk about the tsunami of 2004 where 250,000 people died, or you talk about Hurricane Katrina where $180 billion is the estimate that it cost essentially the country to recover from that. It's very important. So, and then number three, we're also looking at essentially, using AI to look at ways of improving drone technology, both above and beneath the waterline. There's incredible companies out there, like for example, Sail Drone, that designs, manufactures, and deploys the world's most advanced unmanned surface vehicles, on the ocean, and they do an incredible job. Or Terra Depth, which is mapping the entire ocean floor and the water columns, so not only the floor, but also all of the entire water column. And they do incredible work, but essentially I think AI is an incredible tool that needs to be developed quickly so that we can figure out how the planet works. I mean, this is one of the issues with geoengineering, right? I mean, there's a lot of ideas and a lot of sensitivity around that because we don't really know how the planet works. So using AI is absolutely essential, and I think what you guys are doing is amazing. So thank you so much for an opportunity to promote this, and it's a really great effort. And I'm really glad to be a part of it.
Well, thank you for joining. And from one form of technology to another, we have Ines Monroy with us. She's the International Business Development and Brand Manager at Sense, where you work with solar energy a lot. So tell us a little bit more about the work you're doing in general and about solar in particular.
Okay, so many thanks for including solar energy in this panel, because I am basically, well, it's my field of work and expertise, but it's also a subject I am very keen on in spreading the word about its benefits in sustainability. And as previously talked, or at least in the previous panel, sustainability has three dimensions. So one is the environmental that we are addressing with a net zero challenge or target. The other one is the impact it has in the societies, and this links to the resiliency and the inclusiveness of everybody in reaching this net zero. So this is very important. And solar power makes it possible, and I will explain why in a minute. And then the economical impact. So obviously it has to create and reactivate economies, create profit in the companies so that we can make a big deployment of this type of energy, replacing traditional sources. So basically for the audience to have a very clear idea of the evolution of solar PV, I would like to differentiate three types of applications. So we have the isolated systems that enable isolated communities to access to energy. This is very important because most of the population in the world does not have a network to get the electricity from it. Or to have that grid, it would be necessary to go across the Amazon, for example, the rainforest, with the cabling. So this is not a good idea, right?
No, and this is critical, I must say, not only from a climate perspective, but also from a social and healthcare perspective.
Exactly.
A lot of people die to kerosene-related accidents.
Exactly.
So this is critical from many, many, many points of view.
Yes, so this is very important because there are different applications there. So there's the application of solar home systems, for example, just having your solar panel with lights, it enables the radio, the TV, etc. Then there is the possibility to access to water through pumping systems, irrigation systems. Obviously, the possibility of giving lighting to health posts, so it also enables to look after vaccines in isolated areas. Then again, it enables as well for education centers by enabling the access to electricity for computers, for lights, for fans, and for Wi-Fi, for routers, right? So all this is called like isolated systems, rural electrification. This is very important. It also is a means to have telecommunication systems that not necessarily are all connected to the grid as well, because they're very in isolated areas. And also other practical applications, such as being sound barriers in motorways to make the lifestyle of the condominiums that are nearby much better, right? And then the most well-known other applications nowadays are self-consumption systems, which means the residential solar PV systems, and industrial for the industries. These two are very important because at the same time they are bringing savings and obviously reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. They're also contributing in empowering citizens, because the consumer is also being the producer. So here there is a new concept, which is the prosumer. And this is very important because empowerment brings also responsibility. And when we are responsible of how we are managing and using the electricity, we are contributing to the net zero. So this is important. Each one of us has this power. It's not only on a large scale, on governments, on companies. No, this is in each one of us. We have the possibility of being part of the energy transition. And this is very important for me to outline. And then thirdly, we have the large-scale solar plants, which obviously are able to produce energy at a very low cost, making solar power nowadays be the most cost-effective energy existing in most part of the globe. So this is also another contribution in efficiency and sustainability of solar PV.
Yeah, thank you so much, all of you, and I think specifically Inez for bringing up this concept of a socially just transition, because I think we need to be aware that simply because something is low carbon doesn't mean it is socially just, and that's kind of the idea we've been seeing around artificial intelligence as well in the earlier conference. So now maybe moving on from that, we would like to know how can artificial intelligence help further our advancements in the sustainability field, but also what roadblocks and challenges are we expecting and how can we overcome these? Maybe I can first ask you, Ilaria, to say a few words about that.
All right, thanks. So in my field, so climate and air quality research, we have definitely introduced artificial intelligence, which helps us in different, let's say, angles. First of all, for instance, we can use artificial intelligence to improve the resolution of our models, because artificial intelligence allows to solve equations faster and with less resources. Then, as I mentioned before, we have both climate research and air quality research. In air quality, we have been applying artificial intelligence and machine learning, especially in bias correction, so correcting the errors of our models. This is a bit more challenging when it comes to climate studies, because they require, AI requires a lot of data, and to train the algorithms, we need observation about past climate phenomena that have not been gathered because it's very specific climate phenomena in the past. So for that, there's ongoing studies. For example, transfer learning is used to try to overcome this, let's say, this problem. And we use, our AI is also very helpful to understand the physical processes that were unknown so far. And one field of application which is very promising is the disaster risk reduction. There, machine learning is being used a lot, and it has the potential for detection and prediction on natural hazards, such as floods, heat waves, wildfires. So these are the main applications that come on top of my mind. We have challenges apart from the data availability. Well, a typical challenge is the computing power. Not in the case of a supercomputing center, but as you can imagine, computing power is not available to anyone, and this is specifically a challenge in developing countries. Another topic that has been already discussed, of course, is transparency. As mentioned in the previous panel, there's a lively field of research in explainable AI, which also we are taking care of. So that will be helpful to try to shed light on the black box side of artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much. That's really insightful. And Aaron, you already touched upon a few of the AI advancements you're hoping to deploy in your venture, specifically on the scientific research side. Would you mind maybe sharing a bit more about that and also what roadblocks you see in that area?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, so essentially, again, as I said, using AI is not only essential, it's indispensable. I think it's an amazing tool to accelerate research, accelerate discoveries, and accelerate collaboration on a global scale. So, I mean, again, using AI is a no-brainer, and of course, eventually you fuse into quantum computing, which makes AI irrelevant, right? Because quantum computing is the ultimate goalpost. But essentially, as major challenges, I see that regulation and policy, when you talk about the way that governments enforce these policies for the corporates nationally and also internationally is a major challenge. So being able to open up this to everybody in a way where they can collaborate on a global scale is, I think, the major challenge. Of course, then you also have the issue of opening it up to the bad actors and using AI for bad, as we've just discussed with ethics and all that. And I think that's also a major challenge. But it's just a question of really, connecting with the bigger players in the world, for example, with the supercomputing center, and just connecting all of that together so that we can together address those challenges. Thank you. Thank you.
Definitely, and I think it's really important that also in this round we touch upon how AI does have the potential to negatively exacerbate inequalities, but at the same time there are benefits such as using weather data to analyze how to better employ renewable energies. Is that something that you see in your line of work, Inez?
Yes, surely. So we are definitely integrating artificial intelligence in operating plants, and it is actually becoming a very important tool in predicting failures, but also in being more accurate in forecasting the output of PV plants, which is very important when evacuating the electricity to the grid. The grid operator needs to know how much energy is going to be evacuated in order to be doing a good distribution. So we have those two, the prediction of failures, prediction of behaviors, comparing them with statistics, with machine learning, with data analysis, and a lot of other tools, so that we can predict failures without interrupting the generation of this PV plant, which is very important because we want to give security in the supply of energy. And also we want to forecast very precisely, putting the data together with weather forecasting, as you were saying, with reliable data that comes from external sources of information. And then I wanted to mention that we are also including on a daily basis other technological tools that were mentioned by my fellow speakers, which are drones, very important in the design, that makes it more accurate and without making necessary to visit the sites, which is also collaborating in reducing the carbon footprint without unnecessary travels, but also reducing risks that are associated to transportation or to exposing technicians to danger areas. So drones are very important, and also digital, what do you call them, virtual reality glasses, for example. So you make the most out of the knowledge of a technician that is in a control center and that can guide a technician in the field to repair or correct any failure that is being identified. So we are using basically a lot of tools and also including blockchain to make very accessible for everybody, as I was saying, to empower the people to make very small investments, impact investments, sustainable investments in renewable energy plants through blockchain. This makes it really flexible and very accessible for everybody, so democratizing investments through blockchain technology and with impact in sustainable assets. So this is another tool we're using as well. So we are a highly technological sector, have always been, and we have always relied on technology to, or in the benefit of humankind.
You've all actually been talking about collaboration in your answers, just, you know, almost like naturally bringing in, you know, investors, other partners, you know, working with other organizations. And you've worked hard in terms of reducing carbon emissions. But I'd like to talk a little bit about this like collaboration, right? Like how can companies who tend to compete collaborate more in boosting the benefits of AI applied to global emissions reduction and limiting the challenges? I'll just give you one example. You were speaking about computing power before. You know, usually with greater computing power, with present technologies comes bigger servers. With them comes greater energy consumption in refrigerating them, greater water usage, also for the refrigeration system. And I always think, like all of these companies that work with the AI and face the exact same problems in terms of their environmental footprint of their AI tools that are then applied to protect the environment, would there be space for them to work together and actually come up with better ways, you know, to take care of these servers, to make their environmental solutions more environmentally friendly themselves? So what other spaces for collaboration among future companies do you see in your sectors? Maybe we can move around and start with Aaron this time.
Thank you so much, Concepcion. Yeah, look, I think that's a great question, and I think that's where everything is aimed at, you know, and that's why we talk about collaboration and opening things up to the world. The world is a big place. It's also a small place if you look at it technologically, because we're all super connected nowadays. And sort of the idea of being able to have a platform where everybody can go to for information that's ecological, that's ethical, that's trustworthy, is, I think, the holy grail of a movement towards basically solving global problems. So, you know, if you can imagine, whenever we have something we want to find out about, we go to Google, right? But there's no one source where you go to find out for sustainable information, and that's one thing that we are developing. You know, we're developing a platform where you can go on and you can check for sustainable information. You can collaborate with others on the platform, so scientists and students and experts and entrepreneurs, economists, they can all come on board, you know, and interact with each other on a platform where they can feel that the information there has been curated enough to be able to offer good information. So again, the challenging part is being able to get to a stage where this platform is built and developed, and it takes a lot of iterations, a lot of failing. You need to fail a lot to do anything well, you know, and this is the old idea. Many people expect you to do something and succeed immediately, and actually a definition of success is many failures put together, right? Because you try one way, it doesn't work, you try another way, it doesn't work, you know, then you go back and try the first way and it works, you know, and it's kind of like you end up where you started, but you've got to go the full route. You have to be willing to be in it for the long term, you know, and find out. So yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, this is what's needed, a global collaboration platform. And again, Earth 300 has been designed as a global icon, you know, designed as a scientific sculpture that has the power to attract attention, so that it can have the power to create a platform where people can look up to it, log on to it, and see enough transparency that they can be comfortable to be a part of it. And that's why even with all of the information that we will be collecting, you know, you're talking about, when you talk about information from environmental data, you're talking about exabytes and zettabytes. You know, this is an incredible amount of information, and using AI to do that, it just makes a lot of sense. So when I was invited to come to speak here, I thought it was a great opportunity to move this cause forward. So thank you, Concepcion, and thanks, Isabella, and to the speakers also. And you know, that's what I would say. You know, a global collaborative platform to inspire the greatest and grandest climate effort in history is something that's really needed, because the technology exists, the resources exist, the research exists. We just need to really put it into action.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. So Ines, do you see collaboration happening in the solar industry? You have shared challenges, right? So it might make sense for you to develop shared solutions.
Definitely the collaboration between solar PV technology and other companies, for me, it's clear in two aspects. So one is that we are collaborating with the companies that are specialized in artificial intelligence, in blockchain, as I was mentioning earlier, in drone technology, in machine learning, etc. So all those companies are external companies of the sector, but that are being integrated in partnerships. Obviously, there is the possibility of sourcing energy to those industries, so clean energy for them. So the relationship there is clear. And then we are collaborating with industries of other economic sectors by making possible for them to have clean energy to source their industrial processes. So the collaboration between solar PV and other companies is very clear. We are enabling them to access to clean energy, which is more efficient, less polluting, and more cost effective. So for me, the investment is clear in efforts and in having the same target. So yeah, I see this collaboration very clearly.
So a sustainable future needs to be intensive in AI and intensive in collaboration. Do you see the same in your space, Ilaria?
Yes, first of all, I like to see that in general, globally, there's always leaders and laggards.
That's a truth of life.
And lately, I've seen that there are companies that have realized and they're very pretty much aware of the climate risks and opportunities that they're facing. And those that really want to undertake the transition have also realized that if it's not just greenwashing, then it's a steep path. Therefore, they are looking for support and for partnership in different fields. In particular, in our, as you were mentioning before, is a resource-intensive field, and also climate services is a high-risk investment, so companies are, of course, very willing to do public-private partnerships. As Barcelona Supercomputing Center, we collaborate with different type of partnerships and collaboration. We work a lot under European fundings. For example, we've been coordinating a project, an energy project, where we're partnering with 3 big energy companies, including EDP here in Madrid, EDP Renewables. And also, I'm currently working, for instance, with a South African bank under a project coordinated by the World Meteorological Organization of the United Nations. But interestingly, I've seen an increase of collaborations on contracts, so one-to-one collaborations, where we work directly with a company to co-develop a service which is highly tailored to the needs that they're facing on that moment. So yes, definitely overall I'm seeing a growing trend of collaborations.
Yes, Ines.
Just a little something to add. Also, within the solar PV sector, there is also more and more the regulator is obliging companies to act jointly. For example, in the sharing of infrastructure to evacuate to the grid. So there is a sharing there to find the best location, the one that has less environmental impact. and the one that is more efficient. So all the companies are getting together to share the best technological solution and the one with less impact. And then there is the environmental impact assessment as well that is being required to be done jointly by all the plants that are together, so that are neighboring one to the other, because you have to add the impact in the biodiversity, not separately, not independently, but putting together all the PV plants so that there is an overview of what is the real impact. So already the regulator is establishing these parameters, and the sector is adapting to them. So that's also interesting to add.
Yeah, thank you so much, all of you, for sharing this. And I think it's really important that you all touched upon how this is a global challenge, because the climate crisis truly is something that we need to all tackle together. And so maybe just to wrap up on that note, I would love to hear from you in your respective fields, but also for the industry as a whole. What do you see as the next major innovative step in your field, and why, or what does that even look like? But maybe also asking as a student, as young professionals, as a society, what does that require from us? Yeah, I would maybe just hand right back.
If you could wrap that up in like one sentence, that'd be great, because then we have time for questions from our students.
Definitely. So maybe just a quick wrap-up sentence.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think, again, all of this is connected and is really flowing nicely. And what I would say that would be a great innovation in our fields, which I consider to be sustainability really, is really the fusion and the merging of different disciplines coming together. You know, climate change is a global problem. It needs a global solution. You know, and sort of you don't solve the climate crisis with a PhD in thermodynamics. You need the policymakers, you need the economists, you need entrepreneurs, you need students, you need scientists all coming together. So interdisciplinarity, you know, we practice what we call as ostentatious interdisciplinarity, where we really not only have multidisciplinarity by having different people together, but we mix and we fuse those ideas together, you know, where essentially we would have an engineer with an artist coming together, which is how the Renaissance was planned, right? How it looks, aesthetics, art, with how it works, engineering and science, and kind of we've lost that. So I think it's really important that different disciplines come together on a level playing field so that they start communicating with each other. And I think all of the kind of the collective intelligence that exists already on the planet is enough really to solve all of the problems. We just need a platform that can be transparent enough, and maybe using blockchain technology. We're now ready for this, you know, where we have convergence of different technologies coming together. We have AI and quantum and blockchain, machine learning, and we're able to really capture people's attention and also their trust. You know, it's very important because, you know, many people have been used to had their information used in the wrong ways, you know, and sort of, I think things are changing and converging now. So I think that could be a great advancement in our time, you know, where the global community can come together, work together on a level playing field, and really solve issues immediately. You know, but then what fun would that be, right? If everything is solved immediately. So I think it's part of the journey, part of the process, and we have brilliant people, you know, like Ines and Ilana, and a lot of people globally that are working towards this, really passionate and really dedicated. And I look forward to the possibilities ahead. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you so much. And thank you for trying to offer a place for this challenge to grow with Earth 300. I think it's a really exciting venture. So, Inez, anything to add here as well?
Well, I see a lot of progress in my technology, or in solar PV, to be done in recycling and of the equipment. Nowadays, more or less 80% of a solar module of its weight, 80% of its weight can be recycled, but there's a minimum part in percentage that stands for, let's say, 7%, which is made out of silver and other semiconductor metals. And nowadays, there's not a lot of progress being done in this, just because there is no demand yet. The lifetime of a plant is 30 years, and we have not reached yet that point. So once we get there, most probably there will be a progress done there. Then there is the raw material use, so decreasing the amount, and also making it less toxic. So, for example, by not using cadmium and so on, which is already something being done in the sector. Then there is a lot of progress to be done in large-scale storage. You might have heard about this, like large-scale batteries to store energy and be able to use it at times where there is no solar radiation, such as nighttime or winter. Then there is the hydrogen for those sectors of the economy that cannot electrify their needs of energy. And then there is a lot of progress to be done in other sources of energy, such as biofuels, nuclear fission, etc. So there are lots of challenges ahead and a lot of need of investment to participate in making all these solutions cost-effective. Because, as you said, technologically speaking, we have maybe the tools, but we need to make them efficient so that the deployment of each technology is massive. And then just note as well that the challenges that we have in the sector regarding the inclusion of technology and artificial intelligence mainly have already been expressed, which have to do with data protection, with the correct use of the information so as to avoid cyber attacks, for example, but also, very importantly and interestingly, adapting our minds to the fact that we have to take decisions based on things that haven't occurred yet. So when we are predicting, we don't have a traceability of a failure. So we need to also change our minds to be able to accept information that we cannot prove as we used to be able.
Thank you.
So for us, what's advancing a lot is the capacity to reduce the uncertainty around climate, around predicting climate. I'm currently responsible of the policy dialogue on the First Sea project, where we have a team of scientists that are delivering amazing results in reducing the uncertainty around climate change scenarios. And they found this year that if we continue at the emission pace right now, that we have right now, in only 11 years, we are likely to reach 1.5 already. And we went to COP26 in Glasgow presenting these and other results, and which had some momentum. But now, unfortunately, between the new waves of COVID, now the war in Ukraine, the attention has completely shifted away from the problem. But the problem is there. And we also, I think it's very hard, if not impossible, to eliminate the uncertainty around those predictions. But what's certain since a long time is that climate change exists. And we have the technologies to tackle it. There will be more innovation, fortunately, but we are not even exploiting the technologies that we have as much as we could.
100%.
So I think the most important innovation that we wish for, which I wish for, is in education. And I'm glad to see what you're doing here. I think educating both young, especially, but also adults, it's fundamental at this stage to try to make us conscious and also start pretending that others act consciously. We will need to get to a point where we don't want a product to look nice, but it has to be sustainable. Also service, our companies have to be sustainable, and we will want that at some point, hopefully. But this can be done through education mainly. And to leave you with a message now for all of you to think about. Now it's trendy to talk about 2050 net zero, but this often comes with two misunderstandings. One is that we can keep emitting and offset everything, or almost, and the other one that we can procrastinate as long as we get to the net zero in 2050. But the fight for climate change is not about just the destination, the net zero, but it's about the journey that we are taking right now.
100%.
So education is important. So if you're an undergraduate student, you want to look into the certificate in sustainable impact and environmental management. Having said that, do we have time for questions? I want to make sure. Okay, we can do one question. So if you have the single most important question in the room, put your hand up. Okay, if you feel like you might have the second most important question in the room. All right, we have a question over there. Brave gentleman, thank you very much.
Who's the brave gentleman?
Back there.
Thank you. So my question is, I'd say more directed towards Ilaria. Right? So I can see the link between energy and like supercomputing, right, and collaboration. Do you see a point where prioritization will have to be regulated, right? To say there would be certain aspects which you cannot use supercomputing for, given that every company is trying to shift towards using AI, and that increases the demands for like computing power, which affects energy. Do you see a point where we have to say, no, you, one side, will prioritize this in that field, maybe in like, I don't know, how many years?
Does it work now? Yeah, perfect. So we have, it depends. So in our case, it's a public institution. So we are not the only users of our own computing power. You can bid to get that computing power, to use the computing power. So being a public, let's say public use, it has a social scope behind, it has to be justified, there's a bid to use it. But then there's Amazon Cloud or other, I mean, there are private companies that that have power to actually have computational power, and that is their own power. They can use the way they want, so that it goes back to education and to people that live within the companies that work there, that need to make sure that, as also was mentioned in the previous panels, that the technology is used ethically and for good. So this is where it's private, it will always stay up to people like you that will be leaders and will hopefully make things ethically and good. When it's public, there's already the governments regulating all this collaboration. In our case, the collaborations are more, the companies do not directly access the supercomputing power because they don't have the capacity of running those models. So we use the computing power, we run those models, and we pack it in services which are already tailored. So they, for instance, we have created a software for energy companies that they can check, where they can check climate predictions, how the wind will look like in the next few seasons, or how climate change is doing. For example, now we're looking in South Africa because there are some studies to decide whether to do an hydropower plant. So we do this type of things, but we give a product which is already highly tailored. It's not up to the company. We work a lot, for example, with farmers. Farmers do not even have intention to enter this field. They just want to know, do I have to use fertilizers this month? When do I have to harvest? This is the question they want to answer. So we create a tailor indicator for a maize producer, and we tell them, hey, look, this next month is going to be very likely rainy. Act up on it. And we co-develop these services because we need to know what are the challenges, the needs, and we try to build something, indexes that are very hopefully useful in the different cases.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. Thanks to all of you for being here. Special shout out to my own students, whom I see scattered here, for being here and being supportive. And thanks, Ines, Hilaria, Aaron. It's been amazing, and I'll leave it to Isabel to close.
Yeah, no, from my side, I can only say the same. Thank you so much. We felt so warmly welcomed. Also, a big shout out to the TechIE team for organizing such an incredible event. It's an honor to be a part of it. And yeah, I think if we look around on the stage, we see kind of all these different fields of sustainability and technology coming together, and that's a force to be reckoned with. So let's see what the future brings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this insightful speech. And well, now to introduce the final panel, Web 3.0 and what are the components and methods of our future decentralized life, we'd like to welcome Antonio Hernandez on stage, the Global Business Director of Microsoft. Pleasure.
Good afternoon, everybody. A pleasure to be here today. And last session, so thank you very much for being here. I know it has been probably a long day, and I hope that the content has been interesting and you are enjoying the conference. So if the presentation comes, it would be great. All right, so thank you very much. Basically, probably most of you have read headlines about decentralized digital assets like cryptocurrencies, NFTs, CDBCs, and DeFi, and more, okay? So I will try to give you a little bit of a vision of how I see the macro trends in this kind of assets, all right? Just in order to understand, and I would like to discuss with you and with other panelists afterwards, if we are in a hype or we are really in something that could be sustainability over time, impacting in business, society, services, and so on. I would like to introduce the concept of which is really the Web 3.0 and why it's a good platform from the metaverse, okay? Then I will talk a little bit about what's the money in the metaverse and what it's creating. And then I would finish, with how I see the future a little bit. So basically, in terms of market capitalization and comparison with, other asset classes, we can see here how in the last months decentralized digital assets has behaved. So if we see, we had a peak on, $3 trillion, if we compare with, S&P 500, which is $34.8 trillion, we have seen that the popularity of these assets is declining a little bit. So probably impacted by, different policies of the central banks, especially monetary policies. But the first thing that we see here, it's like we do have, very low capitalizations, for instance, in DeFi or in the NFT market, which means that if we develop different services to serve different purposes on these spaces, we will have a great opportunity ahead of us, okay? In order to talk a little bit about DeFi, decentralized finance that will probably have a space in the future financial system and in the future financial services, we see that we are still in 95 billions, which is basically, if we compare with the whole capitalization of the banking sector, it's 7.3 million. It's very slow yet, so the opportunity is huge. From my point of view, pandemic has accelerated the adoption of these kind of assets hugely, basically for three main reasons. The first one is the liquidity increase that came from dovish monetary policy from governments and from central banks, all right? In which, that liquidity, part of that liquidity went to those kind of markets. The second is a big shift in our habits. We had to be a lot of time in home, We are changing the way we work and the way we want to work, okay? And this remote work, it make us to adopt these kind of assets even more. At the end, we are having a lot of gaming experience. The market is spending more time, having gaming experience, and in those experiences, we are exchanging assets, we are buying things, we are asking for loans, we are buying, different apparel and everything. And in games, for instance, if probably most of you have played like to Fortnite or Roblox or things like that, you see that there is a huge economy getting there. So I think this is a very important factor. And at the end, there is a rising untrust on financial systems and on the fiat system, basically because we are seeing, a very dovish policies in one side. Second one, it's like we are seeing a little bit of a weaponization of the banking system, and I would like to have a debate with you afterwards, in which sometimes, because something just decided, just take money from your account, like is going on in Canada. So I think, this kind of, parallel fiat system that it's being creating, it responds to those factors. Regarding the Web 0.3, for me, it's basically a very simple concept. It's like Web 2.0, but with no intermediaries. So basically, in order for we understand, if we are a creator and we create a piece of art, in the world today, 2.0, we have someone who intermediates between the creator and the community. In Web 0.3, this is absolutely different, okay? And this makes the difference. So in order for us to have an example, if we take what it would be Web 0.1, it would be a Netscape, for instance. It's a desktop computing-based thing, all right, that is uncentralized. It makes, let us interact between us. The Web 0.2, it would be a Facebook, so interact in a centralized community. But Web 0.3, it would be something like Decentraland or Axie Infinity, in which you play with no intermediaries in the community to do different purposes. So for me, this is very important in terms of privacy, who owns our data, and what we want to do with our data. Now, all our data are in Facebook, property of Facebook, are in any of the platforms, and we cannot do anything about it. Finally, I think it's Web 0.3, it's a real good platform for the metaverse. And the metaverse, basically, I like to define it like, it's a place where we are going to perform a lot of things that we do in our normal life, okay? But, with a much better embedded experience, based on augmented reality, virtual reality, and others, okay? As an element of the metaverse, you can see those there, but basically, you can do many, many things. You will be interchanging things, you will be buying things, you will be using digital currency, you will be gaming, you will have infrastructure, you will have NFTs, so many different elements that you can combine in order to interact in those uncentralized communities, all right? And of course, it shouldn't be something that a single vendor should own. I work for Microsoft. I don't think they want to own it, okay? But anyway, I think for me, the most important thing is the interoperability in the metaverse, okay? So what that means, it's like if I have an avatar and I buy things and I have property that I can interchange in other platforms, I can buy in other platforms, but with my own avatar, my own assets, in my own way, okay? So basically, we will need money, of course, something to interchange in the metaverse, okay? So basically, for you, in order for you to know, this would be a little bit the ecosystem that you will find. You will be fiat money, our euros, dollars, yenes, whatever. You will have the CDBCs, central bank digital currencies. There is a lot of projects that are, being advanced by different central banks. It's not the purpose of today to talk about that, but I think they are going to be a big player. You will have the stable coins, you will have the cryptocurrencies, and you will have the coins that are generated in different games. So how is going to behave? How are we going to interchange this? Not clear yet, but I hope that at the end, everything would be very interchangeable in a single ecosystem. And finally, where do we go with here? Clearly, there is a huge opportunity. If we see the estimations of Goldman Sachs, it's going to be an opportunity of 12.5 trillion. The investment in this market would be between 2.5 trillion to 8.5 trillion in the next years, okay? And we probably will be able to enjoy much more immersive experiences, you know, through many different ways, okay? You will have financial services there, you will have insurance there, you will have healthcare services, you will have a lot of things. And the question is, how would it be? Because metaverse as well, you know, it could be in the Web 2.0, okay, owned by Microsoft, Meta, Google, big public companies with a huge capitalization, or, you know, we would see smaller companies, you know, taking niches, you know, in different markets and develop services and centralize in which we can own our data. We'll see. Open to talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonio, for your opening speech. I invite you to sit down, as now we will continue to the final roundtable discussion on the topics you introduced. So to moderate this panel, we welcome Paris Deletraz and Olivia Navarro on stage. They will be sharing the stage with Lucas Mateo from Vent, sociologist Renato Mauricio Fumero, and Santiago Merino from FigPlay.
All right, so thank you, Antonio, for that great introduction to Web 3.0. Now let's get into a real discussion that students can actually understand, right? Okay, so let's start with you, Santiago. What is a crypto asset? I mean, I think there's, I don't think too many people here are going to raise their hand to say that they don't know what a crypto asset is, because it might be a little bit embarrassing. But the reality is that quite a few people here probably don't know.
When talking about crypto assets, we can think of tokenized data for one, we can think of tokenized JPEGs as we're seeing in NFTs, and non-fungible tokens in general, which means basically there is only going to be one of them, and you have the ownership of a total ownership of your data, if this is the case, or just in general, any type of asset you're trying to tokenize in general.
Did you guys understand that? A little, right? Okay, so talk to us about the social aspect and the community aspect of Web 3.0, because from what we saw from Antonio, I mean, this is a big leap from 2.0 to 3.0, right?
Yeah, and I think in order to go into the fundamental drivers of Web 3, we need to understand some of the fundamental drivers of Web 2, and even before that. Because one of the key drivers of identity we see our community, which part of community we're in that represent us, popularity, how popular are we within those communities, and third of all, ownership. What are the things that represent us within those communities? So we start with the transition of following someone on Facebook and introducing ourselves into these communities, where we'll be able to go in there, see if you're married, if you're single, or just in general, any information about you without having really to have a conversation. Then we see Instagram coming in, where we see more of a popularity, how many followers I have, what's big, how big is my community, how can I interact in a closer way to our community. And I think those are the first two key drivers of identity that have been really impacted Web 2. And then when Web 3 comes into place, we're talking a lot more about ownership of digital assets, and how those owners, how you, by being owner of those digital assets, could bring into your community and represent who you are, the same way you walk into a restaurant and the things you wear represent some sort of what you are and who you are, and just in general identifies yourself. And the interoperability between these assets, between different communities and different digital spaces and worlds, I think is what Web 3 is bringing into place from a community and social consumer ecosystem standpoint.
All right, good. So Lucas, you're the expert here on the financial side of this whole Web 3.0. I think a lot of us are a little bit confused, because Web 2.0 was all very social, everything was like an experience. And now all of a sudden, you guys are starting to reach into our pockets. You're starting to say that we should be spending maybe real money on this stuff. And a lot of us here probably think this is like a Ponzi scheme, right? Or something that's going to blow up someday, and everybody's going to be running for the exit, and whoever makes it first, gets their money back, and the rest of us, as usual, lose all our money. So convince us that this is something real.
And first of all, that's a good point. It absolutely is a Ponzi scheme, and obviously don't quote me on that. But 90% of the time, when you need adoption, what you're looking to do is bring in new people at the cost of kind of exiting those early stage guys, right? And it was the case, in 2001 when Amazon came and said, hey, we're building this platform and selling books. And obviously someone came in, right? And the rounds and the investments that they got, that's exactly what happened. And when they went public, that's exactly what happened. They diluted and the same thing happened. And so ultimately what we see is that there's this whole concept of kind of decentralization, whether it's in the stock market or in digital assets, as we're talking here. And what this means is we need to separate adoption discussion, as in getting people using a technology, and then the financial products that are underlying. And the problem we have here is we've jumped straight into Web3, but we've not even understood why Web3 is happening. And that aspect goes back to kind of understanding blockchain and understanding, okay, why are these things changing, right? Why do you say it's a Ponzi scheme? Why are people putting money in it? Because they think that they're going to make money, right? And so I think we can maybe take like a couple minutes to discuss that, which is before you understand DeFi and DeFi protocols and lending and borrowing and all these things that we can do, ask the audience here, like, who owns a cryptocurrency here? Has anyone bought one? Quite a lot of hands.
Yeah, we got about maybe 10 people.
More than expected. Who knows what blockchain is?
Almost everybody.
Okay, so like the interesting thing here is, once we understand that the blockchain is obviously a decentralized ledger, and that there's this concept of, or this notion of everyone having that same paper that shows ownership, then of course we can build things on top of it. And the difference is, in the Web 2 space, we've got these big companies, like Microsoft, like Facebook, like Google, that are doing great things and that have changed our lives, and they empower economies like the Uber economy and all the other stuff that we know, like the Amazon Marketplace, etc. What's in Web3, and what could these great companies, like the one I've got here next to me, great fellow that's building something that's new, it's based on an ecosystem that's completely decentralized and that's changing the way we borrow money, we spend money, the way we interact with ecosystems. And I think that we'll get more into that as we come into the discussion.
Okay. Some of you are probably wondering, because these two gentlemen have their own startup in this space. This gentleman is a researcher in this space. But that gentleman over there, he actually works for a big, serious company, Microsoft. So why are you here? And I mean, are you sure you want to mix your brand with this space?
Well, it is a great question. I'm not talking for the Microsoft, okay? But I can tell you one thing. Microsoft is really committed with the interoperability between platforms. At the end, a decentralized platform as well is something that we have to operate with. Microsoft manufactures a great technology, and the vision is that, exactly. I firmly believe that we will have a lot of developments in this space. I think DeFi, in concrete, I'm a user of DeFi. A lot of experience to enhance, let's say. But in that space, we will be interchanging a lot of assets, services and goods at some point. And Microsoft would be some of the players that would, develop to interoperate between platforms. So that's my belief.
All right. Okay, Renato. Renato, you're an expert in NFTs and the whole social aspect. Can you tell us what an NFT is, and talk to us a little bit about this? Why do people spend money on collectibles?
Okay, so let's say, well, there was a bit of an explanation of what an NFT is. Let's say that the most important thing is that you have this asset that is connected to an underlying object. That it's, in general, it is a digital object, an JPEG or a video, but it can be a physical object also. The interesting thing when you come from out of this world is to find that the platforms where these assets are sold are much more similar to crypto marketplaces than to a place where you would buy a cultural item. And one of the main things is that these objects, these assets, in these platforms are designed in a whole framework where you are going to buy it and to sell it. And as a matter of fact, if you compare the NFTs of collectibles and arts with the art market, in the art market, to get the average time to get a resale is between 25 and 30 years. Last year, during the hype of the NFTs, the time was of 33 days. So this is a complete different environment to buy and sell your objects. I think that the main question, as you said, is how can you trust the value of that thing that you are buying? And this is a more general question than in the NFTs. And let's say that in the art world, in cultural industries, you have a lot of institutions that deal with the symbolic value, and this symbolic value, why this thing is good, is connected to the economic value. In these decentralized communities, you lack this kind of institutions. What you have instead is fandom, and people who are buying things because they like it or because they see it as an asset to buy and sell afterwards. So there are a lot of questions related to this, but just to put one thing here about why we are talking about this, in 2019, the market of collectibles and art NFTs was $46 million. Last year, it was $11 billion. And this is very significant because if you think of the art market values for last year was 65 billion. So in 1 year, you got an industry that is really close, to the values of an industry that has 250 years. So,
interesting. How many of you here own NFTs? All right, there's a handful. All right, the next topic we're going to talk about is the metaverse. Now, I know it sounds very new, the metaverse, but the reality is that some of you might recall, although I doubt it because, I think the average age out here is probably, 25? In 2003, there was something that was started called Second Life. Anybody know Second Life? Okay, well, Second Life was a big thing, and it still is. But in 2007, there were 7 million people actively using Second Life. In Second Life, and we're going to talk about what the difference is between what those virtual worlds were and what the metaverse is, but essentially in these virtual worlds, you could, escape the reality of your first life. And for some people, Second Life was actually their first life. I had a guy in my office, he was 55 years old. He would spend 4 hours a day on Second Life. He had this beautiful house that he had bought on the coast of Brazil. He had this girlfriend that he didn't know where she was or who she was or whether she was actually a woman or not. But at the end of the day, he was spending 4 hours a day with her on this beautiful beach, and you could actually live in Second Life. You could take lessons, courses. I actually taught a lot of my courses face-to-face, but I would have maybe 30 students, another couple hundred students on Second Life from all over the world with their avatars. So it was truly a virtual world. And so this is not new. So what I want to bring up now as we start talking about the metaverse is, what is the difference between a virtual world and the metaverse? Santiago?
So we're looking at what it would be a second world, and for me, what the metaverse is, to be honest, is any layer of in the physical world that connects with the digital world as well. So we're looking at it from different standpoints, like virtual reality, augmented reality. How do we basically build an economy on a second life, or just overall, how do you say, a second life, but with an economy incorporated, with the ownership of assets incorporated into the second life. And I think this is what's different between then and now. Right now, you're looking at the interoperability and ownership of digital assets within Second Life, being able to be interoperable between different metaverses, and also by different platforms, being interoperable in platforms that connect those digital worlds into the physical world through augmented reality. So the difference between then with Second Life and right now is that we're looking at it in a way that the interception and the inception of digital assets being owned by the users and being able to use it in different platforms is what's really changing, and also the way that they can monetize from it.
All right, so I understand the difference, that this is not just about escaping reality. This is another world that, and it's very compatible with our existing world, right? So Lucas, tell me, you know, when someone talks to you about banking in the metaverse, what is that somebody trying to take your money or what?
I think it's that last point that Santiago talked about. It's not really about taking your money. In fact, sometimes it's giving back your money. And it's the fact that you're able to monetize and connect these two worlds that you live in, right? You've got this digital world that's online. In fact, pretty much all of us here have used the metaverse one way or another, right? If I look at, you know, I don't know, if we said average age was like 25, like who owns like a PlayStation or has played on a PlayStation? A lot of you, right? And who's played like online games, or like, you know, Call of Duty but online or something like that? You know, quite a lot of people as well. You know, remember games, you know, 15 years ago weren't online because we didn't have, you know, a high-speed internet that enabled, you know, millisecond responses like you have on COD when you know, you're shooting and bam, the guy's dead. That was enabled by technology. And that technology was mostly fiber optics. And so now we look at this, and the technology is different. Now we're talking about blockchain, which is this ledger that allows us to do things. And so here comes like this brilliant gentleman and says, hey, let's bring the Second Life, right? And now it's got a new name, and tomorrow it'll have another one, right? But ultimately, it's the exact same concept. It's taking something like a Sims or like a Second Life or, you know, whatever that is, or Decentraland, and connecting it to your real wallet, to your real money. And that's the big difference, is because we've got that ledger, instead of saying, no, I'll give you points, what they say is, show me the money, and I'll show you money as well. And now this is real life betting. This is, you know, real life lending. You know, you talked about this guy that was working in your office and that was, you know, spending in his time in that house. He could buy the house for real, rent the house in the metaverse, make real money that he takes out, and then go spend it at the restaurant outside of IE. That's the difference, is that these two worlds now collide and become one.
If any of you want to buy some houses in the metaverse, you can see me after this. No, I'm only joking. All right, so let's get deeper into this conversation. Antonio, you look like a conservative guy. What?
Is it because of the suit? Or?
Why did you get into this space?
Well, actually, I really like the space, but you know, I'm a little bit of a number guy. And what I can assure everybody here, and I cannot quantify, but it's gonna, I mean, right now, digital economy, it's 25% of the gross domestic product worldwide, okay? With the metaverse, we are going to build, you know, a new layer of economy over there, you know? It's gonna be a great opportunity. My curiosity took me to interact a lot, you know, in this kind of environment, because, you know, at the beginning, I was really emotional, especially with the DeFi space, you know, how we could digitally have more privacy and use this metaverse decentralized in order to interchange things. But the point is, and for me it's very important, is the customer experience inside there, it has to be yet much more immersive. We have to have better services. It has to be easier to use. Right now, I realize that there is a lot of way yet to go, but it's something that it came to stay. And that's why I get there, to put my money where I have my mouth.
Wow, you heard it here, huh?
How much of your savings
I buy
are
a stock of
crypto?
Microsoft as well, huh?
All right. Renato, I'm going to put you on the spot now, because I still, if you can explain to me this situation, you're going to get first prize today. The other day, as most of you know, I run the Venture Lab. We have about 92 teams in the Venture Lab. And one student came up to me and said, Professor, I just bought a Gucci bag in the metaverse. Oh, yeah? How much did you pay for it? 4,000 euros. Really? Okay. And so, what are you going to do with the bag in the metaverse? Oh, I'm going to have it. People will know I have it. And so I asked her, why did you buy this bag in the metaverse? And she said, sustainability. Oh, sustainability. Yeah, I mean, just imagine, Professor, no one has to produce this bag. We're not polluting the earth. When you buy it in the metaverse, it's zero pollution. Like those cars, right, with the zero? Yeah. So, I understand perfectly. This is like Greta on steroids, right? So, Renato, how do you explain this? Is this student of mine like a visionary of the future? She had a dysfunctional childhood? What's the story here? How do you explain this?
Well, I don't know your student, but I think that, from a social point of view, the real question is why you buy a Gucci bag at all. Not only in the metaverse. That's really the kind of question one should ask. And let's say that, from a social point of view, all consumptions are meaningful. There's always some cultural topics that we are dealing with when we exchange things. A secondary thing to say, it will be that, in general, we consider that there are these expenditures that we do that are useful, but then there are a lot of expenditures that we do that are wasteful. And these wasteful expenditures are, in general, in a social and individual point of view, they are the most significant to build up identity and communities. So I would say, she's buying this to create her own identity in the metaverse. But then there is this other thing that is, I think, interesting, is whether we think, we are something as individuals essential, we have an identity, or we understand that in every interaction we are acting, on a certain profile we create. The thing that the metaverse creates is special environments that we can call socio-technical, where human and non-humans interact. And we can say there is, not only in the virtual world, but also in the real world, we have an obligation to self-design ourselves. If you look at each other and you see how you are dressed, you probably will have a lot of ideas and a way to evaluate others. So what we find in the metaverse is a specific context where with rather smaller opportunities than the ones you have in your real life, you can create much powerful identities, I think. So I don't know if it is an answer to your students or to yourself.
I don't know, but I love the wasteful expenditure that I have on my wrist here.
Is it a Rolex?
And Olivia, I think you probably love yours as well there, right?
Sorry?
What you have on your wrist there? Would you prefer to have that in the? Would you prefer to have that fancy watch in the metaverse? No. No. Okay. So let's keep the conversation going before we open it up for questions. Antonio, now you've heard a little bit of everything here. What advice, as a serious company, as a serious individual, what advice do you give the students here? One of the things that this generation lives with every day is FOMO, fear of missing out. Is this one of those instances?
It's a great question. There is a little bit of a FOMO, clearly, and as you have seen, it has been a little bit of a hype, at least in market cap. Personally, I believe there is a great opportunity there, but it is a great opportunity to develop new things. So if you are thinking in, create a company, give services, I think this is a space that you should have in mind, taking into account that you could do and replicate many of the things that you could do in a physical world. So, for instance, imagine that you could I don't know, create a service to take people to football matches inside the metaverse. It could be possible. It would be possible to gather families to go to a concert. It would be possible to take people that cannot move to places in the world to have an immersive experience. So it is something that will happen. Technology will evolve, communications will be better, infrastructure will be better, and the experiences will enhance. And that's something that you could consider in order to create services, products, scarcity maybe. You know, that Gucci thing, I mean, it's a great conversation because you can create a scarcity on the metaverse. That's the case. I read the case. It's very interesting. And it has a lot of value. So my advice would be, this is going to be something that it's there. It's going to be part of our digital economy. So you should not forget about it.
Okay, Santiago?
Can you repeat the question again? I got caught up.
So, fear of missing out. What advice do you give our students here?
There's a lot of fear of missing out in the space, I think. And even though there's a great space to build at the moment, and it's a great space to ambition projects, and there's a lot of room for collaboration. That's another thing I've seen within the space. Everyone knows that for each other to survive, there needs to be collaboration, so it's a great space to build. But we're at a stage where, if you guys are not familiar with 2016-17 crypto market, we see a huge bubble going up, a lot of hype, a lot of fear of missing out, as you said. And then we see this drop in the market, and then we see projects actually coming up that took the time to build and capitalize on the hype in the market in order to build products that are actually sustainable and that actually brings value to the people. I think this is the same thing that is going to happen in the space. We see a lot of hype in the moment, but it's good hype in order to bring attention to something that would change the life for everyone here.
Great. Lucas?
I quickly Googled something that Santiago just mentioned. He said, we're all going to make it. The other day I was in Paris at this blockchain conference. Someone had this on their t-shirt, said, "Wag me." And I was like, yo, what is this wag me thing? And then the guy's like, dude, this is crypto. This is crypto culture. And I was like, what on earth is that? And he's like, no, we're all going to make it. And I was like, are you serious? Is that what it says? And he's like, yeah. And so I think that's exactly what our FOMO is here is the guy next to me building something better? And the biggest reason why this happens is because of this shared ownership concept, is that everyone is building, and if you're not the guy that's building it, someone else is going to do it. Because we're not waiting for Microsoft or for Facebook or for Google to do it. The stock market is, and that's why when Facebook announced that they're rebranding to Meta, it sparked the prices. But guess what? For 4 years, other people were already building that. And so we didn't wait for that. And so what I think, FOMO is good at is it accelerates change, and it helps, general audiences and retail users get to know about it. And it tells us, the creators, which can be anyone in the room, to, get a move on. This is moving fast. So jump on the train, whatever pace you want to jump on, right? You can buy an NFT, you can spend $50, you can put your savings into it, do whatever you want, but make sure it's on your terms and with your own research. So yeah, that's what I think about it.
All right, thank you. Renato, I'm going to ask you a question now from a social perspective around this whole fear of missing out and everything we're talking about here. One of the things I always tell my students is that the world is not fair. I mean, you all know that, right? The world is not fair. And you're always going to be competing with, someone who's got more than you, or more talent, or more resources. And at the end of the day, it's not a meritocracy. At the end of the day, as long as you remember the world is not fair, you're not going to get disappointed. Is Web 3.0 an attempt to make the world more fair?
Well, I think that, as it was mentioned, there is definitely an ideology that backs this idea. The possibility of being part of a community that is decentralized, that is egalitarian, where you are not discriminated by certain aspects of yourself that are ruling our real day life. However, there are a lot of concerns about this. I would say, I would put two of them only. The first one is that I also think that from a sociological point of view, you always have to consider every group as a group organized around certain hierarchies. And in this case, at least, what I was talking about before, you are seeing definitely hierarchies related to the fact that you have more or less money and you can do more or less things with that money in this environment. The second thing, I think that this is important, and it's with this thing that I mentioned before of self-design. If we open the scope historically, you see that this probably began much before, internet. First, we have like public figures, and public figures were the only ones that in a society where, when you go out in the street, you don't know who's the other. These people had to perform an identity towards the others. So one of the problems that we have today, it's related to the fact that both, all of us have a public identity, and this concerns our privacy, but also our intimacy. And, well, there are a lot of concerns and a lot of attention to pay to how we regulate in these environments, the protection of these different dimensions, I think.
All right, well, with that, I think, Olivia, we're ready for questions from the audience.
Okay, so now we're going to start with the Q&A session. I will ask a few questions to the panelists, and then if we have some spare time, I'll pass the mic to the audience. So if I may start with Antonio. How do you think Microsoft vision will affect the development of the metaverse?
Well, Microsoft it's really investing a lot in developing different features, let's say, inside of the metaverse. If you have seen in the press in the last acquisition of Activision, it was the biggest acquisition that Microsoft has made in history, $60 billion. It's because they wanted to invest in, those experiences through video games, okay? And they are going to keep developing that space, without no doubt. In order to put more where I think Microsoft is a little bit laggard, it's in the immersive experience, which means that, we have to develop still yet a lot about devices, virtual reality, how are we going to create a space where really you are embedded on the experience, these kind of things. But essentially, in the part of those own experiences, like when you are inside of the video game or when you are working, in a meeting room and things like that, it's spending, it's investing a lot of money and putting a lot of things with imagination in order to design that. So I really believe that Microsoft is going to be one big player in the metaverse space for personal experience and for professional experience, both of them.
Okay, thank you. Then Santiago, how is FlickPlay envisioning the bridge between the physical and the digital world?
So yes, that's actually a good question, because our goal of FlickPlay is how do we intercept those economies? We were all talking here about Second Life, all these digital spaces, where we'll be able to own XYZ land, real estate, and all these sort of digital assets, which makes completely sense to me. But the reality is how do we impact through all the owning of all those digital assets the world that we live in, and how do we make this place a better place to be in? So through our camera and augmented reality futures that we've created, as well as our map futures, we're actually able to geolocate NFTs in places in map to drive foot traffic to places in the map, making cities safer, bringing more foot traffic to certain places in the world, and driving economic growth to certain cities, places, or just neighborhoods by intercepting both economies, the ownership of digital assets reflected in the real world, in a way that we could all be benefited by this transition, or I wouldn't call it transition, but introduction of the metaverse.
Thank you for your insightful answer.
Just a quick
Yeah.
follow-up on that. I think it's really interesting what you're mentioning, because I was surprised a couple years ago. I think it was with Pokemon Go, no, where they had to go the geocaching, and that that experience of being in the middle of nowhere, and yet someone else cached something, right? And they put it there on the map, and they were interacting, but ultimately the experience was on the phone. And I think that this intersection is really interesting, because it means that you're unlocking a new economy, yet using the reality of this world. Why I think it's cool, and then going back to that metaverse and work environment, is I remember one of our students in class, we were looking at the Oculus the Oculus Rift, and how Facebook envisioned that I would be at the workplace online with these goggles and looking left and right, and the student said, "Do you really think we're going to do class like this?" And I said, "I hope not." And I think this is where it's going, is you can still be in the metaverse and do some stuff, but wouldn't it be cool if you could actually do it in the real world? So yeah, back to you.
Now that you mentioned Pokemon Go, I find it really interesting, and sorry if I'm taking a bit longer, but we see case studies of the interception of just the art in general, which you mentioned previously. We see cities in Miami or neighborhoods like Wynwood. 20 years ago, Wynwood in Miami was a super dangerous neighborhood to be in. Now you go to Wynwood, now you go to Miami, you gotta go to Wynwood. It has 76 galleries, and it's proven that the placing of cultural objects in certain places in the city drives foot traffic to those places, increase economic growth, and basically drops by a lot crime rate. What if we can do digitally all these things that Wynwood did? We can imply this digitally by geolocating NFTs in places in the map. We could not only do a benefit from and basically benefit all the digital metaverses, but also benefit the world that we breathe in and that we want to make better over time.
Lucas, how is Vent Finance promoting Web 3.0 used for investments?
Good question. I mean, first of all, we're obviously not here necessarily to kind of, tell our story. I think it's more about, how our story changes the space. So I think we as a company have a very key role to help companies, like Santiago's, figure out, what are they doing in the space and how to change it. Think of it as, if we're looking for a metaphor, kind of like the consultants, but in the Web3 space. Mm-hmm. And the difference is we build with. We don't build for. We're not external companies. We don't tell you what to build. We build together. And it goes back to that collaborative aspect of the space. What we do specifically is we build technology that these companies are using, and we make it really easy for people to build in the Web3 space. And why it's complicated is because of the inherently complicated system that it's based on, right? If we had trouble explaining what a token is, imagine building a company in this space, right? You don't bring your investors in the same way. You don't launch in the same way. You don't, if anyone's an accountant in the room, imagine doing accounting on blockchain, right? I have fun with my accountant, pretty much every week discussing that. And so I think that, what we do is really help them out, but ultimately why it's relevant and why I think there is that change is there should be a point where we should no longer exist. There should be a point where people understand, and there really isn't a consultant out there to tell you how to use Microsoft Word, because everyone now knows how to use it. I think that's where we're going, and that's what we've been helping. And yeah, I'm happy to talk about this more over drinks later with someone else, but this way we can all chat about interesting stuff.
And finally, Renato, do you think that there's a bubble in the crypto and NFT space? And if so, when can we expect it to pop?
Well, we know that there was a bubble when it exploded. So what we can say, from the activity last year, it was that it was highly speculative. On the NFTs, at least the branch that I was talking about, that is collectibles and the art NFTs. How it's going to work in the future, it's something that we don't know. Because, I think what I was trying to point out is that there are a lot of differences between this market and the art market. So how you can put them together, it's something that I think there's a lot of work to do, in the NFTs industry. But then the other thing is we don't know what this technology is going to lead us to. Maybe changes some patterns of behavior, maybe changes, it brings like new devices where you can use these objects in another way. And there is a lot of market still, if this dynamic wants to keep on growing by people getting in. So, I don't know.
I would like to add something at that question, very quick. I mean, if there is a bubble or not, nobody knows. That's why it's a bubble or not. But the point is, when you invest in that space, I would have a suggestion. It's like when you buy a cryptocurrency, or you buy a protocol, or you buy a token, or whatever, it would be interesting to understand what that crypto token or asset does. It's not the same to buy, I don't know, Terra Luna, for instance, which is the protocol who makes equilibrium between, stable coins. That's something that does nothing, like Dogecoin, for instance, or even if Elon Musk, it was very popular at that time. So it is the same concept than to buy any other financial asset. It has the value or not. How do I think the market is going to evolve? And what's the role of that protocol, technology, or whatever on that ecosystem? That's the reflection. Probably, I don't know, 75, 70, 80% of the projects will fail. 20% will stay, and they will be very valuable. If you are going to put your money there, study a little bit, talk with people, understand, and invest in the right way. And don't leverage yourself. That's the thing that I learned on my own. So,
don't you think that there's, though, like a little caveat there, and maybe that can open up to discussions, is this, you said it's a financial product, right? Like everything else, you need to do your research. And I agree on that aspect. But at the same time, it's a completely different and new asset class. Like, we've never seen this before.
New. That's why you have to, that's the point. So it is new, it is different, it values different.
Exactly.
So you need to know what you are doing and the risk you are taking and why you are doing. I'm sure, from the people that raised the hand in this room that had crypto, do you know what crypto does? That could be the question.
In what sense? Like,
what's the utility? What's the value?
Why they bought the crypto?
Exactly.
Because most of the reason, is because of the money.
So now in that space, a lot of capital came. It's like, wow, this is raising like 20% a day. I want to be there. That's a FOMO. Don't do that.
That's right.
Yep. Sorry, it was my comment.
Maybe someone in the audience has a question, if we still have some time.
Maybe we can continue the questions over some beers at the lunch pad.
I have one question. Are drinks in the metaverse? Or are they here?
That's a good one. We can ask the sociologist, maybe.
All right, let's give a big hand to our panel, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And now, finally, before sending you off for some drinks, let us give the floor to two special speakers for a wrap-up. Please welcome Ivan Maceda, one of our very own IE professors, and Henry, the man behind this conference, which is the reason why we're all here. So a big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you, Lena. So, thank you, guys. We're here to close the conference, and in order to do so, we wanted to summarize the key points and the key messages of each panel. But because we want to get out to the mingle type of our conversation and in our conference, we are going to skip that and are going to send that to you in a summary, because I think you've all been very attentive and know the key messages of each panel. I wanted to say thank you, because it is not normal for students to take a whole Saturday to come to the IE Tower, which is outside of Madrid, to come here to listen to old and young people talk about technology, which is very abstract. I think our speakers were able to put the abstract into practice and to give us the 3 pillars that TechIE is based on. Educate us, inspire us, and help us challenge existing status quos. And in order to get out of the thinking phase, which we've done over this full day, we want to help you get into the acting phase. And that's why I asked Ivan Martin Maceda to join me on stage.
So thank you, first of all. Thank you, everybody, all of the organizers and everything. It was an amazing event. I was supposed to come here towards the end to the closing, but I decided to come all day. I've been sitting there all day listening to every single speech. It was absolutely amazing as a day. We've learned so much. And one of the things, I studied in IE as a student 8 years ago, doing the Master in Big Data. Some of you here have done it, are doing it or have done it. After that, I went into the practical world of learning, and a few years later, started designing what's called the data science bootcamps here in IE, right? So the data science bootcamps is basically a program dedicated only to learning hardcore, the practical part. So I'd say, how do I do the modeling? How do I visualize data? How do I extract it? How do I transform it? How do I transform that to business value? No? The idea is like in the program itself, one of the things we try is to fight a lot the insecurity. What we've seen here, and you've seen guys here today probably, is that when you hear a lot of all of this very professional people that have very successful careers, they keep talking about they're like, oh no, and this technology and this new technology, this other technology. What ends up happening is that as students, when you guys are in the university, you always feel like, I will never know enough. Like it's always more, and it's always a new technology, and I'm never studying the right one, right? So that happens all of the time. Besides being the academic director here in IE for the data science bootcamps, I'm also the CTO in a startup where one of the things that we did is basically automate processes for influencer marketing. So we automate the process of hiring influencers, right? One of the things that I learned is that 98, and I'm making this number up, but 98% of everything I used, all the knowledge I used to build a startup, I didn't know before I started. Like, I didn't know anything. It's more about figuring it out than it is about knowing, no? So one of the things that we will have to continue doing and getting used to is we're forever going to require to keep on learning, keep on asking, keep on questioning, keep on doing more courses, figure out a way to keep your life fed in with new info, new learnings, new practice. No? And what I would say is that it's even more important to get practical knowledge than to get theoretical knowledge, right? So one of the things I recommend as an entrepreneur when you're trying to apply to big companies or to work for someone else, let's say you want to work for Microsoft, for Telefonica, all of these big companies. You guys know what is the #1 reason why people don't get into these companies? #1, by far, by super, super, super far. Who can come up with something? Like the portfolio you said? Not enough in the portfolio, you mean by experience, for example? No, not enough experience. Well, that is a good reason, but is it the top one? They don't apply. #1 reason is they don't apply. You may have heard companies today here say things like, we're hiring guys, hey, we're really good here, come for us. Why? It's because nobody applies. Very few, we all think like everyone must be applying to Microsoft, like everyone. No, they don't. They're so scared. No, that's for absolutely incredible people. And yes, there is incredible people in there, but if you never apply, you're never going to become one of them, right? So stop and reconsider that. Practice. Put your life, if you want to work for a big corporate where you get opportunities that are amazing, just go do it. Go apply. Go try it. Of course, put your life into it. No, that's kind of the point. But try it. And what if you want to become no, but I have ideas. I want to start my own company. I want to be an entrepreneur. How do you do that? Where do you get entrepreneurship from? Is it is this guy on stage special in any way? Not really. I was just you 7, 8 years ago, right? So what is the difference? What are we doing? What did I do different? Well, what I did, and it helps every single entrepreneur, is to fail many times first. The thing is, the ones that succeed are the ones that appear on stage, right? The ones that don't succeed are the ones we don't see. But everyone that was on stage at some point failed first. Right? So keep on trying with small projects. Try things out, make a website, make a small, try to sell something, make a consulting project, fail it, don't get paid, it's fine. You learn how to start it, you learn how to sell it, you learn how to get canceled, you learn how to get, try not to get sued for it, but that's the only thing you have to take care of. Right? So try to break it with small, an amount of risk that you can manage. Manage risk, I used to say if it's under 1,000 euros and it smells right, I'll go for it. Right? Again, yes, it's 1,000 euros, it's money, but will I lose my life if it fails? No. And with 1,000 euros, you can do a lot of really cool stuff. Right? So you've learned today a lot of companies that are doing amazing stuff in new spaces, like future of work, future of the ethics of data, like what should be done, what should not be done. Right? All of those things. Take the time to think about this. You work for someone else to have access to opportunities and to learn. You work for yourself to be able to build your own value, right? Both things are correct, but consider them and try to take small risks to be able to advance on that. So I don't want to take more of your time. I just wanted to say we have these 2 scholarships for the part-time program that we see here on the screen, and then 2 more scholarships for the September program. They're part-time and full-time. In case, guys, you're interested, I'm happy to respond to any questions about data science afterwards. And if you guys apply to this challenge, basically, the only thing we're going to ask you for the application is to tell us why you think you could do something with data science. Right? So we're going to value the best ones on that, and then those will get the scholarship. So thank you very much. That would be it.
Thank you. So, no, go ahead. A round of applause. I just wanted to end with the reason why I wanted Ivan to give you the business pitch about the data bootcamps. Because we wanted to give you something tangible. We have asked you here to talk, just talk. Yes, we want to educate. Yes, we want to inspire you. And yes, we want you to challenge the existing status quos in the market for a better tomorrow. But how do you do that? By learning the skills. So I hope we did that. We put something intangible for you into something tangible. And I really hope that you guys apply because this is an amazing opportunity. Take advantage of the TechIE scholarships. And I hope to see you as long as possible over some beers and some wine. We have some nice music playing. And thank you so much for staying. We really appreciate your input, the value that you bring, and you are the reason that makes this conversation and this conference so good. Thank you very much. Before I ask you all to go for a beer, I have to ask 2 things. We have a raffle going on, and I wanted to do this live with you. We have 2 signed books offered by the IE editorial team. We have 1 Hyatt night hotel stay for you guys, and 1 €50 Amazon card. Now, if you guys want to look with me, this is a randomized Python code. First one is Daniel Arango Diaz. You can pick it up later. I'll bring it to you at the beers. Next one, Henning Gruhl. He sounds German. I don't know him, but I'll make sure that he gets Henning Gruhl. You got them. Perfect. Next one, Stefan Wolters, alumni. Okay. And last but not least, Rico Trivella. Gio Rico Trivella. Perfect. That's all we need to know. Now, last but not least, I need to ask my team to come on stage, to thank them for all the hard work that they have been putting in over the last 3 months. This is in no way a one-man show. I tried to stay in the shadows as much as possible, or at least this year I tried to stay in the shadows as much as possible. So please give a round of applause to everyone who's been working on this tirelessly for the past 3 months. Yes, Campus Life, you are included. Bettina, come down here. Elisa, yes. Aren't you guys coming? Okay, so I think Campus Life wants to help us show that this is a student-led event. Thank you, Jose. these are the students that are behind all of the work that was put in over the last 3 months. And I just wanted to help you, I wanted to ask you to help me say thank you to these fine gentlemen and gentlewomen. And I hope you guys give a thank you when we have a beer, and maybe they'll give you some of their incredibly good bottle, which they will get in the next 10 minutes. So with this, I want to end. Thank you so much, and let's have some drinks. Okay, let's go.